Thank you. Welcome to the third hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 6, Transport and the Arts, for the inquiry into Budget Estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome the Minister, hopefully soon, and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of regional transport and roads. I'll firstly ask everybody in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence, and luckily we don't have to swear the Minister because she has already sworn an oath to the office as a Member of Parliament. I also remind you, Mr Murray, you, Ms Webb, Mr Carlin and Ms Drover, that you have already been sworn in before this committee during this inquiry and do not need to be sworn again. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And if we could please begin with you, Ms Taylor, and we'll go around from there.
So I, Holly Taylor, Acting Executive Director, Transport Partnerships, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Mr Hayes.
I, Anthony Hayes, Executive Director of Community Place at Transport, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Mr Groskopf.
I, Tom Groskopf, Executive Director, Network and Assets at Transport for New South Wales, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now we're going Mr Fuller.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Matt Fuller. I'm the Deputy Secretary for the Regional Outer Metropolitan Division of Transport. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And finally, Mr Weeks.
Yes, good morning. Roger Weeks. I'm the Chief Executive of New South Wales Trainlink, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you so much. Now today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister. Morning, Minister.
Good morning.
For the morning.
How are you?
Good, thank you. For the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. So with that, we will begin with questions from the opposition. Mr Sam Farraway.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, Department representatives. Minister, what is the total number of average speed cameras in New South Wales?
It's 36 from memory. There's about 25 in regional New South Wales. Thank you for that question.
Would you be able to, and maybe this is something that you could take on notice and maybe come back to us in the morning tea break, but can you give a breakdown of those average speed detection cameras per electorate across the state?
Yeah, I can give you for you. I mean, I can give you also an indication now, if you like.
That's
I'm
happy to come back because there's a supplementary question to that. And would you be able to provide the number of fatalities on New South Wales roads over the last 5 years that are broken into those electorates, if possible?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yes, so I'm happy for you to take that.
If you want just on the macro though, there's about 25 cameras in regional New South Wales, and then there's about 6 in the metro area.
Right. Thank you, Minister. The Premier said, and I note that we did speak at the Bush Summit as well, so I note that you attended also. The Premier did say, though, at the Bush Summit that the use of average speed cameras was to police light vehicles and was to target city drivers going on holiday. So my question must be, will the trial only run in holiday periods, if that's the case?
No, I don't know that it was just to do that. I think it's really to make our regional roads safe. That's an example where it does impact, everyone that uses those roads, regardless of where they originate from. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the roads in the trial, they are roads that lots of people use from all around the state.
Yeah. But the Premier did say at the Bush Summit, a very large gathering in regional New South Wales focusing on issues, and I note that you had an announcement at the Bush Summit. He did say that the use of these average speed cameras and the change in policy was to police light vehicles and was going to target city residents going on holidays, city drivers in the bush. So you would think that a lot of city drivers holiday in regional New South Wales in holiday periods. So the question is the trial going to be just in school holidays, or is it also targeting regional drivers?
The trial is targeting all drivers, and it is obviously looking at people who across the state who are using those roads. So it will be continuing for a period of 12 months.
Will a margin of error be applied to the average speed cameras?
So you're meaning what's like a tolerance kind of thing?
Well, yes, so that there is a safe speeding limit, and will there be a tolerance or a margin of error applied to these average speed cameras when they're extended beyond heavy vehicles to light vehicles?
Yeah, look, I think, and you know this from when you were a minister yourself, they don't just say that's the exact time in between. There is that sort of a, if you like, it's done on the calculations. I mean, I think in terms of the exact specifics of it, we have to be careful because we don't want to be giving a message out that there's a tolerance to speeding, and so that's something I'm really concerned about. Casual speeding, every kilometre counts. So I think we just have to be really careful about how we talk about that in that sense.
So I suppose, but to confirm, there is there is a margin of error. There is a tolerance.
Yeah. Well, there is the same. Let me say it this way: it will be the same way that it is under the arrangements for heavy vehicles at this point in time.
Right. So there is a tolerance.
So it would be under the same. I'm really reluctant to go into sort of encouraging people that it's okay to have an extra kilometre here or there, or when you're overtaking or something. I think that's not really a positive message in terms of we're trying to get the speed limits down, people speeding down, driving to the limits, I should say. And we don't want to be putting messages out there that it's okay to go a couple of Ks over if you want to overtake someone, or if you just, get a little bit tight.
I suppose, what do you say to a let's say a Central West motorist? There's two average speed camera detection points, 54 kilometres worth. Between, an example would be someone that lives in Lithgow and commutes to Bathurst for work every day. If they're 1 kilometre over one morning, and they've got kids that had to get to school, their cost of living pressures, and they're stressed and they're heading to work, but they're good drivers that obey the law, but they are 1 kilometre over. Will they be fined by these average speed cameras under this process of extending them to light passenger vehicles or passenger vehicles?
What I'd say to that person is this is the same arrangements that heavy vehicle drivers have been driving under for now in the state in the order of 14 years. And, they have been proven over time to be generally fair. In fact, I think there's a figure I've seen of about 68% or so community acceptance of them as a more fair in the sense that it's not just that moment when you might lose your attention or whatever. It's actually looking at your whole journey over that period of 15 kilometres. So I would just say to people,
if
and
over
that's
that
why we're
period
doing
of
a
time,
trial.
Yeah, over that period of time, if that commuter was 1 kilometre over the average speed limit, would they be fined?
Look, I think you, if you want to get into the specifics of that operation, you'd be best to talk to Mr. Carlin from the Centre for Road Safety. But I think, as I've said, we don't want to be putting the message out there at all that anyone should be driving over the speed limit. I mean, particularly when people, I understand, having had kids myself and. You've got to get them to school, you've got to get to appointments on time. You have that in your role, like you're very busy at the moment, I notice. So you're trying to do your work and get things done, but you don't want to be in a situation where you are speeding to do that, because that's when you're driving, you're stressed, as well as potentially over the speed limit. All you need is for wildlife to come out or another driver to make a mistake. This is a really serious issue. Speeding is a massive cause of fatalities and crashes on our roads.
So obviously, and I accept you're not going to say that if you're 1 kilometre over, you're not going to get fined. But in a similar but in reverse situation, you have people or commuters that slow right down to well below the speed limit going through these cameras. Does that not also cause a dangerous situation where it blocks traffic, frustrates motorists, where they slow down to 80 kilometres an hour past a 100 kilometre hour speed detection camera or average speed camera? Does that not cause frustration and a dangerous situation on the road network at the same time?
Well, Mr. Faraway, I can't be responsible, and the government can't be responsible if people want to drive below the speed limit. Like the choices people make on the road.
You are setting some new territory, some new policy that you didn't take to the election. I would say that this is a significant change for motorists using the motorways and road network across this state. I would say to you, isn't causing this or having this change in policy going to also cause motorists to slow, also possibly right down, clog up traffic, cause disruption and frustration on the road network where people also take risks at the same time?
But we don't want people to slow down for speed cameras. We want them to be going the right speed the whole way through. We want them to be complying with the speed limits the whole way through. And to your point, I mean, we had the Road Safety Forum. We've been using a whole lot of different ways of trying to address the road toll. The demerit point trial, closing the loophole that was allowing international drivers to be able to do things. We've put money into Goodall, we've put money into road improvements in terms of the Towards Zero Safer Roads program. We're putting out more mobile speed camera sites. So we are really going at this from quite a number of different areas. This is part of the Road Safety Action Plan, so there's been a whole lot of piece in this. This is a trial. We've got to come back to that. This is a trial. We will see what the data says. We know that internationally it has shown, and even in our own experience with heavy vehicles, a reduction of some 50% in fatalities and crashes, and that's really important. We want to achieve that because everyone's been concerned. That's, I think, something we're all in furious agreement about.
Thank you, Minister. When a driver joins the road between the cameras, so when they join the motorway or a road network between these two average speed cameras, how does that work?
Look, to be honest, I'm surprised. I can't think off the top of my head how that does. I mean, I think it doesn't trigger because they weren't there at the start of the period and they're not there when we had the heavy vehicles.
So you don't know how that works?
Well, yeah, I think it wouldn't be...
Minister, this is quite a significant shift in policy around these average speed
I think it's
cameras.
Mr. Faraway, look, it's just a surprising question because the obvious answer is that it's not going to trigger it because you're not there at the beginning, you're not there at the end. You can't have an average speed.
Well, that's the answer then, isn't it, Minister?
It is.
Good.
There you go.
Excellent. I'm glad we got there. Will 100% of the revenue that is raised from these extending these average speed cameras to vehicles and the 25 that are in regional New South Wales, will that 100% of the revenue raised be put into regional road repairs?
Mr. Faraway, you would know this as a former minister, that all of the revenue that comes from speed cameras and enforcement goes back into road safety.
But will
So-
100% of the revenue that is raised from the majority of the average speed cameras that are now being extended to cars, will 100% of that revenue be dedicated and allocated to regional road repair?
Well, it doesn't. We don't determine where it actually goes exactly, but just to give you some context of that, which I think is really important, if you look at the last Towards Zero Safer Road program, there was about 41 million. I think about maybe, and I'd have to get the exact figures on, but about 39 to 40 million, or something in that order, went into regional roads. So, and that was, that program went into Towards Zero Safer Road programs, which is road infrastructure upgrades to improve road safety, so things like rumble strips, etc. But if you look at this most current long, we've got $202 million going into Towards Zero Safer Roads programs in the regions. But it's not like enforcement money doesn't go to pothole repair. I mean, we've put in the $280 million that was promised by your government before the election, delivered. Okay, and well, not all of it's delivered yet, but it's been there, and we extended it so that councils could spend it. There's another $390 million that we put in, and then we're doing the disaster recovery repairs as well, and then we're doing that. So it's like really conflating road repairs.
So Minister, I suppose another question would be, is with these cameras, these average speed cameras, weren't they originally designed and identified locations for heavy vehicles? Is that correct?
Originally they were, yes.
So I suppose if you're looking at a trial, these cameras may not deliver the desired outcome for cars, correct? Because they were not identified and positioned for the hot spots where we have seen fatalities on our road network caused by cars, correct?
Well, these places have been looked at in terms of their crash history, and I think on those two sites, particularly between 2018 and 2022, I think it is, there was about 6 fatalities, and there have been serious crashes there. So there has been an assessment of those factors in this. Obviously, in the trial, there'll be, feedback which will give us that information, and that's why it's a trial. That's the most important, and the 2 sites really important too.
With regard to the trial of the 2 sites in regional New South Wales, have you spoken with the members for Cootamundra or Coffs Harbour about the trials in their electorates?
No, I haven't.
How come?
Because it's not about that. It's about looking at safety outcomes. So these are conversations that are being had with the Centre for Road Safety, etc.
But Minister, these local members are getting, I suspect, inundated with calls from locals who use these road networks every day to commute, to get the kids to school, to get to work, use them for their businesses. They want to know. They want to know a little bit more detail about this. So, will you undertake to reach out to those local members?
So, did you say the member for Coffs Harbour?
The members for Coffs Harbour, yes. Port Macquarie.
I was going to say,
Port Macquarie.
there's no reason to talk to the member for Coffs Harbour
Pacific
about
Highway.
it.
So whether it's the member for Oxley or Port Macquarie, but also the member for Cootamundra, because I think that those local members, if we're going to turn on average speed cameras that were designed for heavy vehicles, and we're going to turn them on for cars, I think the least you could do is probably reach out to those local members and give them more detail that they can explain to their local members. Is that something you're prepared to do?
Look, Mr. Farraway, obviously they can see the media, and I'm happy to have a conversation with them. I'd speak to those members all the time, in fact, about different things. I just haven't had a chance to talk to them about that particular issue.
A significant change in policy around speed cameras, and you're saying the local members, they can just read the media to find out?
Well, I talk to them all the time. I haven't had a particular chance to talk about this, but the reality is I can't see any of those members coming to me and saying that they were concerned that we were going to do something about safety in their areas. I mean, if you look at the member for Port Macquarie, she's raised numerous times with me concerns.
Minister. It's about
she has raised numerous concerns with me over the time around safety on the Pacific Highway. And, I've also had conversations with the member for Cootamundra about areas of the Hume Highway, but, so I can't see any local members saying, please don't make my road safer, please don't trial technology that will keep my roads safer.
It's good to hear you're going to reach out to those local members, but we will move on. How much revenue does the government anticipate raising annually from the use of these average speed cameras to police light vehicles?
Look, I'll just have to look that one up if I've got it. I'm not sure if I've got it in my this particular funding. I think that we did have some. We'll probably get that for you later today.
So with regard to average speed cameras, there is a average speed camera set up over Mount Victoria on the Great Western Highway.
Yeah. So it's not part of the trial,
No, it's not part of the trial, but if the trial is successful, will you delay turning on that average speed camera until the westbound lane of Mount Victoria on the Great Western Highway is repaired?
Look, Mr. Faraway, that's kind of going into hypothetical questions. There's a lot of different things that have to happen.
It's a good question that motorists have that have raised with me, because that westbound lane causes driver frustration, it causes driver anger, road rage, and now they see a Labor government wanting to pin them for their frustration on that piece of road infrastructure because your government haven't repaired it, and for the last 2 years.
So thanks for that question, because, Mr. Faraway, we haven't been in government for 2 years, and it's something perhaps you could have turned your attention to when you were in government.
18 months.
So let's be clear about that. But look, I'm really also just have to reiterate that the trial is for 12 months on these two sites, and we've been very clear about that, at least 12 months on there. So, we obviously are focused on the trial and the outcomes of that. So that's what we're going to be focused on.
Did the Treasurer instruct or have a conversation with you to raise revenue, or Minister Graham? Well, I suppose you can only answer for yourself. So has the Treasury or Treasurer spoken to you about turning these cameras on to raise revenue to supplement income for the state of New South Wales?
Absolutely not, because all of that funding would go into road safety funding. So it would just add more money into road safety, but that's not. It's not going back into consolidation. I've heard some of your colleagues in media have been trying to say it's pay for tolling and all this, which is absolutely ridiculous.
But I suppose to the motorist, it could be seen as nothing short of a sneaky cash grab from a government who has withdrawn funding with the support of their Labor colleagues in Canberra for critical road infrastructure. And the greatest example of all must be the Great Western Highway. The funding's been cut for the Great Western Highway. There is only the investment that the former coalition government left the Labor government to deliver in that space for any improvements, and now there's talk of turning average speed cameras on a part and stretch of highway into the future that the westbound lane has been closed for 2 years, but of that 2 years, under your watch for 18 months with not one single piece of improvement in getting that lane opened. So you must agree there is total frustration from commuters in regional New South Wales with this announcement.
Point of order has been taken by Mr. Lawrence.
Just not sure how any human being could possibly answer a question that has so many suggestions, arguments and different questions contained within it. I don't think it's fair to the witness.
Yeah, look, I won't uphold the point of order, but I will remind the member to ask questions as opposed to making statements. But members are really allowed to ask questions how they see fit, as long as they're respectful, and they indeed are questions. Minister.
Yeah, look, thanks for the question. It's I'll try to keep on it because it was long. But look, I have to really reject, firstly, the premise of the idea that we haven't done anything on of Mount Victoria, just on the get-go. We have been doing a lot of work on that. A lot of that is around decisions that have been made by your government in terms of, classification of that, or not classification, but heritage listing of that. And so there's been a few complexities that have been coming through that. And so that's been a challenge. In terms of money being raised by these, enforcement activities, I want there to be no money raised by these activities. You know, we want people to be complying with the road laws. That's a significant issue that we're dealing with in New South Wales. We want no money extra to come for this. And I'm sorry to Mr. Carlin, the Centre for Road Safety, but I don't want them to raise any money out of this, because I want people to comply with the speed limits, because fundamentally I want to save lives. I want there to be less deaths on our roads.
All right, thank you, Minister. We'll now go to questions from the crossbench. Minister, the Bus Industry Task Force handed down its final report, and one of the kind of key factors was essentially that Transport for New South Wales was not structured, focused or resourced sufficiently to fully address the challenges of delivering optimum bus services. It said Transport for New South Wales needs to refocus on buses. What are you doing in terms of regional transport to put more resources and investment, importantly, in terms of funding into regional buses so that more services are rolled out?
Look, thanks for that question, and it is something that's a real challenge. We know that that funding is very tight. You know, we are dealing with a massive budget problem that we inherited from the former government. But regardless of that, we still advocate for our communities in order to have better bus services. We've rolled out somewhere in the order of 1,500 new services in the last year for regional areas. And that's been something we've been really happy to do. We've also been looking at some of those more difficult areas, so looking at, you know, I'm thinking regional, rural, like really rural and remote areas, so like Brewarrina, Colorana-Bry. We've just put in on-demand bus services in there, community buses. We've extended the Wilbur trial, we've made the Wagga Wagga to Tumut permanent. So we've been doing a lot of work in that space.
So with the we'll get to Wagga Wagga and Tumut in a second. So with the your budget in terms of the overall expenditure for regional roads and regional transport issues, how much of all of that in the last financial year was dedicated to buses?
To buses overall, I mean, I'd have to get the department to give you that advice, because we've, you know, like obviously I'm not responsible for all the buses in the state. Within the budget parameters that you are responsible for. Yeah, I'd have to come back to you on exact figures. Sorry on that one.
Okay, and then you just also said the making the bus from Tumut to Wagga Wagga permanent, I think, is what you said.
Yeah.
No, how frequently does that service run?
I have to remember. It's a couple of times a week, I think. I can't remember exactly. I think it was a temporary. It was running, I believe. I think
Wednesdays, just once a week on Wednesdays.
Yeah, I have a feeling, and now it's the
additional news service. I've got your media release in front of me.
Yeah, good. Okay, good, because I remember it, but there's a lot. So
there's an addition of a news service on. Yeah.
I think on Saturday.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit much to say that's a new permanent bus service. I mean, that's twice a week, which is one of the, you know, things obviously that regional communities say is that because bus services aren't frequent, they're just not used, and to have to just catch the bus, wait a few days, catch the bus when you need to head into Wagga Wagga from Tumut is surely unsatisfactory, Minister?
Look, and that's something we've seen right across the state, and that's why we're trying to look at the areas that are most in need and where, you know, there might have been trials undertaken, and we're using learnings from all of those different trials as well. We've got a lot of constraints in regional New South Wales, so you've got bus driver shortages. We've been working to address those, and we've been doing a lot of, you know, getting some traction on that and reducing those vacancies. But it becomes a problem of, can you get the bus, can you get the driver, you know, how are you going to actually implement it in there, and does it meet a need that's been identified by communities? So we're trying to, you know, coordinate all of those. Okay. I've been travelling around the state, obviously, you know, right across, and so I take those opportunities to get the feedback directly from communities about what helps, and also obviously when we're here in Parliament I ask local members to give us feedback as well.
So thank you. So speaking of need, my office does get a lot of people contacting me from the Northern Rivers, and I know the member for Ballina does as well, about the huge lack of buses, particularly if you consider how many tourists go into the Byron Ballina area. What's being done? I mean, to me, that whole area is just ripe for, at least, along the coast, a connected bus service. Are you looking at that in terms of developing any kind of business case? And when can the people of Northern Rivers expect, frequent and reliable public transport?
Yeah, so with our strategic regional integrated transport plans, that was really, I guess, born out of that understanding that, particularly areas like the North Coast, where you've got a lot of communities that are not in the same town or maybe not even in the same shire, and they need assistance. You need to look a bit more regionally in it, and that's what we're trying to do. We did, think about whether we would put the planning for that region up higher in the list, in terms of, we knew there's an urgent need, but by the same token, there's been a significant movement in population, I guess, post the floods. So, for example, Lismore has got another 1,000 houses going, I think, on the golf course, which had never been there before as a residential area. So there's going to be a lot of changes that we need to make. So we didn't want to sort of go in there and do the transport before really the planning and the recovery work was being done. So we're looking at all of it together. And, if you've got people with particular issues, I'm really keen to hear it. One of the features of our planning processes now is that we're trying to listen to people when they want to talk about their concerns, rather than when we're ready to do a plan. So that, I think previously there was a fairly transactional relationship in terms of correspondence or feedback into government. It was like, okay, I want this service. No, we're not doing it right now. Everybody's finished the conversation. Whereas we're saying, if you tell us we want that service now, we're saying, okay, we might not have it now, but we're going to put it in the list for the future, and we'll look at how we can get that as part of the planning. So
just to be a little bit more specific here, you're talking about hearing back from the community, developing a plan. But I think it's been known for a long time that there's like a huge lack of. The trains are a different matter entirely. There's a lot in the community, of course, that are still advocating for trains back, and are saying, the number of people that would use trains compared to the people using the rail trail, for example, just doesn't compare. But if we stick to buses for now, surely it's very obvious that there's a need for buses in the Northern Rivers. I don't think you need more community feedback about that, frankly.
Certainly.
And it's been going on for some time. So can the community of the Northern Rivers, I'm not just talking Lismore, the whole kind of connected, that's a massive area in terms of visitors, in terms of people coming from the Coolangatta airport, the fact that there's not some kind of reliable kind of service from there, for example, and everyone drives their car, and they have to, from beach to beach on the holidays. Surely that is just absolutely, public transport service provision 101 to put basic buses into that part of New South Wales.
Yeah, look, and certainly that's, something that we want to consider, but we also need to make sure that we're putting them in the right places, because one of the things we don't want to do is put a whole lot of buses up there that are carrying air because they don't meet the needs of timetabling. So
just to be clear, is there a plan now that is being developed? When you're saying we don't want to put them in the wrong places, is there a plan that your department is working on, a business case, for example, for Northern Rivers public transport services?
We're looking at the strategic regional integrated transport plans. If there's specific transport, transport's reviewing
Could you be a bit
bus
more
services.
specific when you say looking at the regional transport, the integrated plan? What does that mean in terms of
We've got
timelines and when we
I
can
can
expect
get you
to
the
see
exact
something?
time frames of it. There's actually a website with it, so it's all publicly available. People can get to it. I just haven't got
Anything before the...
January for the
and
Northern
what's
Rivers.
happening in January?
So they're kicking off the consultation. That's that Yes, so they're kicking off consultation. So
So they, just to be
so
clear.
the transport and
Right.
so the chief transport planner. So what the process is, and this is what we've done in the Hunter and we've done it in the southeastern Tablelands area, is they will write to all the local members, all parties, right, all levels of government, general managers, mayors, and say, okay, we're going to be looking at your things, and that's the starting point. Then you've got the business chambers, the CWA, the Progress Association.
What's
it
that
measures
time
justice-
frame, just in the 20 seconds I have remaining?
January. January.
Sorry, and then from January, what is expected after that?
So it'll be, I'll have to give the exact one, but they'll collate all that information, put it together. That gives us a sort of footprint. And then the customer journeys.
Broken
part-
down into regions, did you say?
No, just that region,
Okay.
like the whole region. And then that region will be able to then when, customer journeys are looking at, okay, we want to get some more buses or whatever we've heard out of that, then that will start going into the more generalised planning. Now, the other thing about this, and I just really want to reiterate how important this is, we're doing those on the Department of Planning footprints. We've actually had, so out of the Hunter one, just as an example, we sort of did that as a bit of a trial because I was more familiar with that area, and also it's got a sort of microcosm of everything. It's got ports and airports and, manufacturing and tourism and agriculture, so sort of all the things that you're looking for in the Northern Rivers. But it has this capacity, I guess, to then have, like we did, a meeting between planning, so the Secretary of Planning, Secretary of Transport, all the general managers of those councils, and actually go down into the nub of what they needed to do it. So where you look at, say, the TODs are quite sort of metro in one sense, in terms of planning and housing, we're actually trying to combine that too, so that we're putting the transport where people are living or where housing is expected to grow, so that we give that whole of government approach, and that's one of the things that I've been really passionate about. Transport's the enabler, so where are the schools, where are the hospitals, where are the houses, how does the emergency services work, how do you do...
Thank you, Minister. I'm conscious I'm eating into other crossbenchers' time. Mr. Benazir.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister.
Morning.
Can we just continue our discussion that we were having last time around Yarrawonga to Moowalla bridge crossing? Has there been any updates in terms of its status in funding and the business case at all?
There probably has.
No, I
I
think
might
it
have to
was-
refer you to the Secretary on that one. Have you got anything that you can give specifically?
We need to just take that on notice for the moment, Mr. Benazir, and we'll get the specifics
Yep.
of the project.
Okay. Last time we checked, the business case hadn't been funded, and it was 8th in line in terms of priority. I'm wondering where we're up to with the other bridges that were above it in priority list. I can list those off if you need.
Yeah, let me just have a look. Mr. Hayes, have you got something? Yeah, okay. Because just before you do, obviously we have been, and just so that you're kind of aware, we have been trying to do some work with cross-border commissioners on these. Like I've been having meetings with them about different aspects of it because it is a concern. So that's sort of the broader piece on it. But yeah, I'll let Mr. Hayes go.
The Minister has just said everything I was going to say. To be perfectly honest, the strategic business case assurance process was finalised in June.
Yeah.
And we're now in discussions with the federal government and the Victorian government in terms of finalising the priorities and finalising funding opportunities. So we're working through the stakeholder engagement side of it with our colleagues from the other department, or from other jurisdictions.
So that's specifically for Yarrawonga and Moowalla?
It was one of the list, yes.
Yeah, where are we up to with the other 7 that were in front of it? Swan Hill, Tullibut, Abbotsford, John Ford, Murrabit, Toowong, George Chaffey.
Again, discussions underway with the Victorians and with the federal government. Once we have agreed on a shared list of priorities, we would do stakeholder engagement then and go and talk to the communities to make sure they're comfortable with the priority list.
Okay, thank you. Minister, we learnt in was it transport estimates that now Wollongong is considered regional. So I'm asking you questions now about.
Sorry?
So I just wanted to see whether we had any further information around the Bulli Pass extension. I was chasing a consultation report from you, Mr. Murray. I wondered whether that was available to be given to this committee at all.
I don't have it presently, but we are chasing it up.
Okay, thank you. Another project that's happening down there is the Mount Ousley interchange project.
Yeah. So,
So you were
sorry,
gonna,
no, go.
I thought you were going to tell me you're not dealing with that one, or?
Well, I was going to say it is primarily under Minister Graham. He does that work. I mean, I get sort of some visibility of it, but it's not predominantly in mine. I think really because he'd been working on it from when we first took government, so it's, yeah.
Okay. All right, so you can't.
Camilla can cover it, I think. There she is.
Mr. Over, are you happy to give me an update in terms of where we're at to with that, and then we might go into some of the details of it?
Yeah, you'll be aware we're now in construction, so the contract was awarded. So we're in construction. We have had some impacts from the Protected Industrial Action that are impacting the project.
Okay. Have you also had some impacts from local residents in terms of their concerns around environment loss?
Yes, there are clearing works for that project, and discussions with local community are continuing with the project team.
Just to go into some of the, I guess, the design and the detail of it, was there any body of work done to ascertain how a heavy vehicle bypass lane that then rejoins maybe 1.5 kilometre down the road will alleviate heavy vehicle traffic or congestion, and by how much?
There was quite a bit of analysis on heavy vehicles.
But did any of it actually ascertain the value or benefit of essentially shifting the congestion 1.5 kilometre down the road with this heavy vehicle bypass lane?
I'm not sure about the specifics of that particular example that you're citing, but happy to take that away and see if we can give some information.
Yeah,
if you
could give us any of that data or analysis that was done on that project, that would be great.
Yes, safety was a major consideration in the design.
Yeah.
Given your interest in this and ongoing, and I do really appreciate that, maybe it's a good idea if you we set up a meeting for yourself with Ms. Trover, so you can actually go through it in a bit more detail and just ask all the questions you want. Like, I'm happy for you to do it in budget estimates, but I just want to be helpful, that's all.
No, I appreciate that, Minister. I will take you up on that offer. Is Mr. Over probably the best person to talk to about Bulli Pass as well?
Yes, we
can. Excellent. Well, we might combine that.
Yep.
Minister, with the changes in speed limits and enforcement zones, what help is going to be given to regional councils in terms of some of these safer speed reviews over the next 18 months? Are you giving them extra support to do those safer speed reviews or be part of those safer speed reviews?
Yeah, look, we do work very closely with the councils on this. It is something that we know does drive, concern in community at different times, but also, it has some really positive benefits. One of the things I think that came out of the Road Safety Forum was that really positive story that from some regional councils, I think particularly Orange might have been one of them, where they'd been a bit resistant, but then realised a really significant benefit for the economic and just amenity of their social cohesion in that community once they'd sort of done that in the CBD, so reducing it there. In terms of the specific assistance or engagement, I think it might be better if I give you to Mr. Carlin.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep. So with those regional speed zone reviews, clearly they're conducted in consultation with local government by our regional staff who are expert in implementing speed zone reviews. We provide financial support through the Community Road Safety Fund for infrastructure changes, and so the example the Minister was referring to in orange, more than $1 million worth of support for the infrastructure changes, signage and other elements of the program in orange was actually implemented. As a result of the forum, we've also working on a program to work with 10 regional councils to fast-track the implementation of safer speed limits, particularly in the areas of high pedestrian activity. We'd note that last year, significant increase in the level of fatalities in country-urban locations, which was pretty unprecedented increase in the number of fatalities. We have a number of councils who've come forward who are keen to work with Transport for New South Wales in that program of accelerating those place-making speed zones within their local areas. Note that even recently both Cootamundra and Blaney have implemented high pedestrian activity area zones within their local government areas with support from the Community Road Safety Fund as well.
Thank you. Can I just go to the announcement around the $7 million for heavy vehicle safety upgrades on the Golden Highway between Dubbo and Dunedoo? How much money has been expended from that currently?
Yeah, I have to look up the exact number in the budget. I can get that for you, or we can get it. Someone can give it to you right now. But it's been something we're really focused on. So, just to give you some context around that. I guess we went into the election and we had a lot of concerns being raised, particularly around Merriwa, around the lack of overtaking lanes, and then obviously with the increase in heavy vehicles with particularly res componentry coming through, we knew that the Golden Highway was sort of getting a hammering. So in the budget we actually put extra money in there. So there's $128.5 million which we're spending with the feds on port to project. And that is on the Golden Highway from Port of Newcastle right through. So I think the port gets about $5 million and it's going right the way through. And one of the things in the conversations that I've been having with councils that they've been really appreciative is that we are working on those heavy vehicle rest stops, but also that we're just working on the road network in general. So yeah, it's a big piece of work now, and I think that election commitment really kicked off a much better engagement from Transport in that particular part of the network, which has been very long neglected.
Thank you, Minister. We might come back to that $7 million figure.
Thank you. We'll go back to questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, well, as a regional roads minister, do you agree that giving young drivers access to safer, newer ANCAP, 5-star ANCAP rated vehicles would save more lives on our road network?
Look, there's a trial that's being undertaken in Victoria on that particular issue, and they're in the evaluation phase, I think, and they're still reporting on that. So, that's been an idea that's been talked about, and they are doing that work. So, yeah.
Have you advocated for a similar program
look, I'm aware that there has been a program that I think was put in by yourselves, or not put in, but flagged, and it hadn't proceeded when we came to government, and we just thought, given it was a trial, I think it was $5 million, so 5,000 for 1,000 people.
So have you advocated for a similar program to what you've alluded to in what the coalition took to the last state election, but also with what the Victorian government are doing? Have you advocated for a trial in New South Wales of that program, or a similar program?
Mr. Farraway, I'm really keen to see evidence-based programs, and my understanding, obviously, if Centre for Road Safety says to me, we're very comfortable, we think that this is something that should go, then, I'll do strong advocacy for it. But, at the moment, I think that my understanding is it's on hold pending the outcome of the Victorian experience.
Mr. Carlin, do you support a program similar to what was taken by the former government to the last state election? Do you support a program developed under the new state government on something similar to what the Victorians are doing?
As the Minister's pointed out, we're working very closely with our colleagues in Victoria. My understanding is that they're envisaging over the next 12 months to have completed an evaluation of the program to see what sort of benefits have been derived from that, and the lessons learned from the implementation, so that we can actually have a look at the benefits associated with that. Meanwhile, this month we'll have publishing our used car safety rating, which demonstrates, the sort of vehicles that you can purchase in the second-hand market, where younger drivers tend to purchase their vehicles rather than new vehicles. And we'll be releasing again the star rating for used cars, so that we can provide transparent information to young people and their parents about the sort of vehicles to purchase in the second-hand market that are safer and not necessarily more expensive.
No, thank you, Mr. Cullen. So, Minister, it sounds like your government is contracting out a program that could make a real difference to regional kids, country youth, to the results of another state government. Why don't you advocate for a program and a trial in New South Wales that could benefit New South Wales drivers? Because, as we know, our road network is not the same as Victoria's. So why haven't you done the work to advocate for a similar program and trial in New South Wales?
Thanks for that question, Mr. Faraway. And it's always... Look, there are so many different things we can do in road safety, and as Mr. Carlin said, obviously having a look at, giving people the information in order to make a good decision about buying a car is really important. We want to make sure that people are going to follow that information if they are given additional funds to do it. We want to make sure that it is robust, that giving people that money
Would you support a program on a trial basis? Because we know you're going down the path of raising possibly some serious cash and slugging motorists long term with turning on average speed cameras for cars. So that's a given based on your commentary this morning and what's in the media. Don't we think we should be using some of that cash to invest into programs and possibly a trial to get more regional kids and country youth into safer cars?
Look, Mr. Farrow, we do want to, as I said, I have to go back to this. I really hope we raise no money. I hope there's no money for any of these projects, because we've actually got people to comply with the law, and we actually have a zero road toll. That's our goal. That's the goal of your government when you were in government. It's the goal of this government now. So, that's the starting point. In terms of what activities we're doing in terms of trying to achieve that, they are very many and varied. It's everything from, as we've seen in the Road Safety Forum, level crossings, the Wildlife Strike Forum, the Cadal extensions. There's been quite a very varied approach in terms of projects that we've been looking at to do this. I'm always happy to consider things. I'm not going to make an announcement that, yes, we're going to do something here in budget estimates about that. These things are always under consideration, and as an evidence-based person and as a government that's committed to, putting money into things that we think will have a positive benefit, that are being trialled. If you look at our average speed camera trial, for example, we are the only jurisdiction that only uses those cameras for heavy vehicles, not for light vehicles. So that was a no-brainer to trial it.
I suppose taking that point, Minister, as the Regional Roads Minister, you would then agree that investing to make our roads safer is the best way we could save lives on the road network. That is a fair statement?
Well, it's one of the ways, and that's where the Towards Zero road safety comes in.
But you would agree that ultimately better roads, safer roads, is the best way to reduce fatalities and the road toll?
Well, 45% of the road toll, or somewhere in that order, I may be wrong exactly whether it's 45 or 48, but it's a huge number, huge percentage of fatalities are caused by speeding. So, the road might be, silky smooth, but if 45% of crashes are caused by people speeding, that cause fatalities, then I can't say that it's to do with road conditions or having, a better car or whatever the individual thing is. We're being told, the data says, the biggest indicator or the biggest factor is speed.
So if the average speed camera trial is successful by the by your own standards, and you want to roll these out, will you roll out additional average speed cameras to the existing infrastructure across the state?
Look, we're focused on the trial at this stage, and that's what we want to have a look at. I know, of the 25 regional cameras that have been put in there, 23 of them were put in under the last government in the regions. It wasn't until 2020
For trucks, for
that
heavy
they
vehicles,
actually
for
put
heavy
them in.
vehicles.
Well, for
heavy
any,
vehicles.
but it wasn't until 2020 that they turned their attention to the metro. So, and that's understandable because a third of the population lives in regional New South Wales. 2/3 or more actually of the fatalities are in regional New South Wales. We need to act in regional New South Wales. That's our concern. There's a trial. We're focused on the trial. We've just announced it. It's far too early to be hypothesising what happens at the end of it.
Do you think, Minister, there should be more average speed cameras detecting cars for speeding throughout the Hunter Valley?
I don't have that data to be able to give it to you off the top of the head.
If the data suggested, or if there was a push to roll out more cameras, would you implement new cameras if they were warranted in the Hunter Valley and throughout possibly your own electorate?
Look, my thing is it's about evidence. I'm always about the evidence, and I have many people who have been complaining to me just recently, in fact, about speeding on a particular road in my electorate that has caused some fatalities. It's a horrific situation, and people are saying, well, the road should be this or the road should be that, but, reality is that the vehicle was not travelling at the signposted speed of 60 kilometres an hour, and there was a fatality.
So I just want to go back to 2 questions ago and just get you to elucidate a little bit on your answer. You, as Regional Roads Minister, and to meet the community expectation, the best way to reduce the road toll would be to have safer and better roads, correct?
That's one aspect of it. It's not. You've got to be looking at it holistically.
Do you think average speed cameras are going to be a greater deterrent to reduce the road toll versus road upgrades?
No, it's not an either or, Mr. Faraway, but you said, is it the best? And I'm saying to you that there are plenty of crashes that occur on really good roads, which are caused by speed.
So which goes to the second part of the question. Do you believe that implementing existing average speed camera technology and extending that to cars and more sites long term, is that your government's approach long term to reduce the road toll?
Our plan at the moment, and that's what it is to do a trial for at least 12 months, and we'll have a look at see what the data says, and then we'll make a decision based on the data, on the evidence.
Thank you, Minister, for appearing today. Just in relation to this trial, how did you go about selecting the sites?
Look, there was some, there was roads that were put up. I think mainly it was through the department, and I thought when I looked at the list, it did cover, a regional road in a inland area, one on a coastal area.
So was it the case that there was evidence that was used in order to select those sites, as in increased crash activity? Is that the sort of technical information that was used to determine the sites?
Yeah, as I said to you, there was, and I said at the beginning, I think maybe to Mr. Faraway, the crash history came into that process.
Okay. Obviously, one of the sites is on the Hume Highway in the Cootamundra-Gundagai LGA. Minister, can you tell me how many fatal crashes they have had in the previous 2 reporting years?
At the moment, so the data that I've seen on those has been aggregated across the 2 sites, and it's been 6 crashes between 2018 and 2022. Mr. Carlin might be able to get you more recent crash data for those sites.
Mr. Carlin, are you able to tell me how many fatal crashes occurred in the Cootamundra-Gundagai LGA area for the previous 2 reporting years?
Not for the previous 2 reporting years. I can take that on notice.
Okay, well, I can tell you because I'm looking at the Transport for New South Wales site, and there have been no fatal crashes in the Cootamundra-Gundagai electorate for the previous 2 years. So, Minister,
So if
why...
I just clarify, we did this on a 5-year data basis on 2018 to 2022.
Yes.
These are indicative sites, that have been selected.
Yes.
As the Minister mentioned, there's 61 crashes and 8 crashes.
Mr. Cullen, I'm probably
8 crashes on the Hume Highway between Coolac and Gundagai,
Mr. Cullen,
resulting
I'm
in 4 serious injury crashes and no fatality crashes.
I'm probably going to come to some of these issues as we go through. So before we jump ahead, I'm just going to break some things down, if that's all right. So, Minister, I'm looking at the crash and casualty summary for Cootamundra-Gundagai. 2018 there was 1 crash. 2019 there was 3 fatal accidents. 2020 there was 2, but 2021, 2022 there's been 0. Why did you select that site where they've got a clearly improving road safety issue in relation to fatalities? Yet I look at some of the Sydney LGAs where you've got the ability to do similar implementation, and you've chosen a rural and regional area.
So, Mr. Fang, that's a really interesting question, and I want to thank you for it. I really want to thank you for your interest in this matter, because I think it is important to get these issues ventilated in the public space. Really, in 2021 and 2022, we did see very low crash data and fatalities across the whole state. So really, COVID meant that there were a lot less people on the road, and particularly in that period of time. My concern as the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads is really about the regions, and the crash history you're talking about is just the deaths. That's people who've died. When you're talking to people who've also had serious injuries, and I'm talking about life-changing injuries with people who no longer can walk, unaided, who are confined to a wheelchair, maybe spend months or years in
Minister,
rehab.
I
It's not just one data
I
point
appreciate
that you're
Minister.
talking about. So,
Point of order's been taken by Mr. Lawrence.
A question was asked that presented such a misuse of statistics that I would have thought the Minister for Regional Transport should be able to answer it and dispel the misinformation inherent in the question without being interrupted.
I won't uphold the point of order in terms of misuse of statistics, but about just allowing the Minister to please get out her response to some degree before you interrupt.
And Chair, I do believe I had. However, I was actually going to ask the Minister some further questions in relation to the statistics. And so I guess she might be traversing some areas that I wanted to cover, and so I was just hoping to bring her to that area.
Okay, just to this, we know how this works here. I give a fair degree of room for interjections if the Minister isn't responding to the question and is talking for the sake of talking. I do allow that, but on the same level, you do have to allow the Minister to at least respond so you hear what she's about to say.
And Minister, sorry, Chair, I do believe I had. The Minister had probably...
Order, that's fine. I've just ruled if you just wanted to continue your questions. I think I ruled in favour of you, Wes, so if you just now continue.
Chair, I'm not...
Order.
Yeah, interesting. Minister, if you look at the casualty rate around the Cootamundra-Gundagai electorate, it's actually decreasing yet again. Why was that site selected?
So when you say that, are you talking about...
I'm now looking at the casualty figures.
At 2021, 2022?
Yes, that's correct, but also...
So the same period that those sort of crash data was reducing across the whole state?
Yes.
Right. I think that's your answer, actually.
Well, no, Minister, I'm trying to work out how you've selected a site where there's been no fatalities in the previous 2 reporting years. The casualty figures appear to be stable or decreasing, and if you look at equivalent metropolitan figures in areas that would cover, say, areas on the M5 or the M4, where you could implement similar programs, they appear to be increasing. Why would you select a metropolitan? Why wouldn't you select a metropolitan area where you can implement average speed camera trials over somewhere in a rural and regional area?
Look, Mr. Sorry, I can't hear what you said, Mr. Farraway. Was that something?
Order, just no.
I wasn't
not directed
sure.
to you, that's
Sorry.
fine. Continue.
So, Mr. Fang, I understand that you are concerned for regional communities.
I am.
As I am too. And I'm really concerned about an increasing road toll in the regions. The data points that you're looking at are points in time where there was across the state a downward trend in crashes that cause serious injury and fatalities. And so that is something that we are trying to look at in this trial. We have selected that area and also the coast. There's been obviously, there's a safe systems approach to road safety in New South Wales.
Minister, can I just ask you, do you agree with the premise that on a metropolitan versus rural and regional basis, metropolitan crash and fatality rates are higher than what rural and regional fatality rates are, given the differences, and that the increase in metropolitan areas has been far greater over the last couple of years than what the rural and regional areas have been?
Mr. Fang, I will just repeat again that 1/3 of the population lives in regional, rural, remote New South Wales, and the crash statistics for fatalities, people dying on our roads, show that 2/3 of those crashes happen on our regional road network. So I absolutely and categorically do not accept
Do you
your
agree that
premise.
the increase in rate is higher in metropolitan areas than it is in rural and regional areas?
I'm saying that the actual number of people who die on our roads is higher in our regional areas. Like, they represent 2/3 or more of the death toll, people dying on our roads in regional roads.
I appreciate that bit, Minister. What I'm talking about is the increase in the rate. So is there a higher rate of increase in metropolitan areas than there is in rural and regional?
Well, Mr. Fang, it would be, to my understanding, I can get down into the mathematics of this for you, but of course, if you've got a smaller number, if say the figures, to make it easy, were 10 in the regional, in the metro area, and 20 in the rural areas,
Minister,
but you would have a higher rate if you have one person die in each. It would be higher rate of increase in the metro. But I'm worried about not the rate of increasing for the future right now. I'm worried about 2/3 of the fatalities on our road network happen in regional roads.
Okay,
and that's what we're trying to do.
Questions from the crossbench. Order.
It did for 2
We now have
years
questions from
during
the
COVID,
crossbench.
yes.
That is the end, and no interruptions from the opposition while we have crossbench time. Okay, thank you, Minister. I just wanted to turn to the issue of which I've asked about in, I think, every budget estimates for you so far, has been the roll-on bike trials. Why are the bike trials on the Sydney to Dubbo XPT services, why are they so severely restricted, firstly?
Thanks so much, and I do really acknowledge your interest in this. I won't take up your time with just saying that, but I really do appreciate it. And it has been something I was really concerned about in opposition too. So very exciting that we're having the trial. And, obviously with trials it's always, you can't get exactly what you want because there's a physical constraint within the train. We have to make sure there's space. We're having a look at the safe handling for the drivers and the guards and anyone else on the train, most particularly the passengers. So that is predominantly it. So the trial is essentially, so not school holidays, so that's out. Only between Monday and Thursday, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday's out.
You can't have bikes with like panniers, for example, which a lot of people, if they're travelling regionally, will have. A lot of the bike social media platforms and threads that I've read suggest that the trial is being set up to fail. Can you see why people are saying that?
Look, I'm really wanting it to succeed. That's my hope. It is something that I know people are really passionate about. But I also have to, if you talk about setting up a trial to fail, it would be if you set it up so that there was an accident, or an injury to cause to someone by not thinking it through properly in advance.
Who made the decision? Who made the decision to do a trial for in terms of regional trains for bikes and not allow luggage and panniers?
Look, this is something maybe you can get some more information from Mr. Weeks during the break, because I understand his carriage of that area. I do understand the concerns, but we also have to make sure that we're not creating a potential for risk of harm or injury to other passengers or to even the people who are taking those bikes. So, these are on the existing trains, so we are, obviously constrained in what we can do in terms of, fitting them for that. Even I understand the concern about the school holidays, where they're operating there. That was a question I asked myself. But obviously these are things that have been determined in terms of the work health safety. It may be, once they've done some of the trial, that they say, okay, no, we can extend it a bit more or whatever. And I'm hopeful of that too, because I'm very passionate about this.
So some of the bike threads that I've read in terms of commenting on this by cyclists says that this trial has set conditions of bikes based on what a commuter bike would match in terms of tyre thickness, size of the frame, the fact that you can't have the saddlebags or panniers on a rail line destination that would be used mostly by bike packing, as they call it, and cycle touring riders. So again, someone within your department is in charge of this trial that does look like they're setting it up to fail. Because if you're trialling right now, just to be clear, you're trialling without allowing bikes to be rolled on with their saddlebags, for example, then that's what you'll be rolling out permanently. Or are you going to trial after this bikes with saddlebags? Because a lot of people want to use that and will be using that if they do have the bikes on those trains.
Look, Ms. Chairman, Chair, I'm really keen to hear that feedback, and it's very helpful. And I can just urge you to give the feedback to Mr. Weeks, or even through to my office, and we can get that to him at some point. As it comes to us, obviously we don't want this to fail. We do want to have bikes rolling onto trains. We do want to make sure that it is a safe environment, so that there is a social licence for it, that other train users don't suddenly say, I can't get through, the carriage because there's so many bikes, or there's, the bikes are too bulky, or all those sorts of things that can do it. We are trying to make it so that we can get this to happen, and the trial is obviously going to have feedback incorporated into it. And, if there's feedback that you've got now, I'm more than happy if you want to send it through to us, and we'll act on it and give you some feedback on it. Or obviously you can talk to Mr. Weeks more in the afternoon session.
Because there's also the situation of having to pay, I think, an extra additional $12 or something for the bike. In Victoria, bikes are simply rolled on into the guards' carriages. I understand they're not packed down. I think they're able to have their panniers and things, and they roll on and roll off. Why, again, I am happy to ask Mr. Weeks, but the fact that you're here as the minister setting the policy direction. See, the issue is you go and we ask the bureaucrats about stuff like this, and they say, oh, that's policy. It's not us. You've got to ask the minister. That's the issue.
Right.
So I'm asking you as the minister now, will you be able to ensure that this roll-on bike trial is actually fit for purpose? Because, again, it's astounding that you're trialling a roll-on bike service without people being able to just have a standard bike that they'd be riding in the country with.
Yeah, look, I understand your concerns. I'm absolutely committed to this working. What I see is we have to just get it in a way that we can make it work for the longer term. I think, you know, I know many people who are cyclists, and I know they're really passionate about what they do, and they do like going out regionally and doing that. We just need to make sure that we have some parameters around it so that we have an understanding of how it would work in practice.
Okay.
If you look at Victoria, for example, you know, it's a smaller network, and it's not such a long period to be on a train, getting back and forth towards bathrooms and all the other sort of things that could be changing the way people are working on it.
All right.
So, yeah.
So just sticking with bikes in a way, but active transport, the New South Wales, Get New South Wales active funding, there was some advocacy for that to be increased in the last budget to double that. It's an extremely popular grant funding stream, which many councils miss out on.
Yeah.
Did you advocate for that to be increased in the last budget, and why didn't we see the significant kind of increases that we really need to see to get bike paths and other active transport funding infrastructure happening in the regions?
Yeah. So look, I'm really passionate about this in the regions as well, and I think it is something where we have had some advocacy that maybe it hasn't resulted in an overall increase in the dollars in the program, as you say, but the main thing for me is that the regions got their fair share. Like I can't remember the exact number, it's 45 or 51%, sorry. Yes, we got more than our fair share. 51 projects, yeah. But the other thing we were doing is looking at the parameters of the program, so limiting it to for councils so that there was a maximum number of projects. So you didn't have the councils that are really great at writing grant applications getting all the cash, because that's been a real concern for smaller councils, perhaps, or ones that aren't as well resourced. The other thing is we put in development funding as well as delivery funding. So I was really pleased when I saw the grants come back and they'd been approved that we actually had projects where there was, you know, a cycle or an active transport plan being implemented, and that was across quite a number of regional councils for the first time. So we're actually giving them the tools. And I actually sat down with one of the councils at one point, and before the program, the applications closed. But I do say I wasn't a decision maker in it. So, but we did have that conversation about how they could sort of go from zero to hero, if you like, in terms of being able to access these grants, because they really were starting from such a low base. So having those development grants, having a limit on the number of grants, having
Thank you. You don't need to wrap it up. Minister Maitland, Transport. So what planning has been undertaken to increase the frequency of passenger train services between Maitland and, for example, Scone and Dungog? I get constituents asking about this, firstly.
Yeah. So obviously the Strategic Regional Integrated Transport Plan is part of that, looking at, you know, what modes of transport are available to people. I was really pleased towards the end of last year in a one of those silver lining moments that we actually had a 10 to 15% uplift of train usage in Maitland when the Taro Bridge was having challenges. So we can do it, and that was good. We also had some protest activity earlier this year, which also severely restricted people using the train. So it is a tricky issue for us to deal with. We are looking at all sorts of things. I know there's, I think one of my advisors is having a meeting with one of those groups, advocacy groups, later this week. We're looking at it. It will come through the Strategic Regional Integrated Transport Plan.
Questions from Mr Banasiak now.
Thank you, Chair. Mr, we just go back to what we were talking about before, the $7 million project to upgrade the heavy vehicle station, high-tech heavy vehicle station between Dubbo and Dunedoo. Do we have a figure on how much was actually spent on that project?
Sorry, is that the Ballymore one?
Yes.
Yeah. The actual figure, I'd have to get that for you. Sorry, I haven't got it on the...
Okay, it was earmarked at $7 million. Has that project been complete, or it's still in progress?
We're just seeking an update, Mr Banasiak, on that. We might be able to have that this afternoon.
Yeah, I think when I was driving the other day, it didn't look finished, but...
Yeah, you'd hope it didn't. What I've been reported, you would hope it hasn't been finished, but it's there for $7 million.
Yeah.
Can we just, the $128 million you mentioned, how much of that is being dedicated to roads like the Golden Highway and other key links
Sorry, which
to
one?
the Central West? The $128 million
yep.
you mentioned, like how much of that is going
Yeah,
towards, I guess, physical changes to the Golden Highway?
Yeah, look, so I'll get Mr Fuller to go through it in more detail with you, but just the overview for me is some of it is delivery money and some of it's for the Golden Highway, and then there's planning money specifically, I think $10 million we fought for in ERC and we got to actually specifically just go on the Golden Highway. So there is a real focus on this, and I just really want to reassure you about that. I think it's one of those ones we can have a more detailed briefing to give you the information, but like I've been on that road quite a number of times, and it is, the easiest road in one sense to get from the coast to Central West if you're in the northern part of the state, and so it definitely is going to uplift. The other thing I want to say,
but if you're driving one of these big trucks with one of these big wind turbine blades, or a stack of solar panels out to the res, it's probably not the greatest road to be driving on, or if you're stuck behind one of these trucks, it's probably not the greatest road to be on.
So that's why, so we've done a number of things in that, and I think it speaks to that sort of broader piece. Transport's been working since last year with Energy Co, and we've got the MOU there, which has had transport planners within Transport. During this year, we've been really focused on getting that as a better engagement and relationship between transport planning and environment to try and get that right. So now, as well as that MOU, Transport is now leading the steerco for the whole of government response to ensure that on transport and logistics. So we are leading that, and that is meaning that all of those issues around the main roads, like the Golden Highway, are coming to that, but also the last mile. So for shires like, for example, Warrumbungles, where their local roads are being impacted, Transport's really leaning in and providing assistance on that. We've also done a big major reclassification up in Wybong Road and Bengala Road so that we can get through Denman, because we know there's a constraint there with the bridge. So look, we're really focused on that whole road. In terms of even the heavy vehicles, I know there's been some early talk about, you've already got rest areas there, wouldn't you just use those? Well, no, you wouldn't, because they're already there to do
We need more rest areas, not less.
Exactly. So I think you'll be really pleased. I can get Matt to have a chat about more of that specifics, but
Mr. Benasiak, so essentially, as the Minister said, the 128.5 is dedicated on the port project. So that will be physical infrastructure upgrades, that will be work on the road corridors. There are 19 sites at the moment that are targeted for that work to ensure that we get the uplift and available, space to be able to take the wind blades, as you say, carry turbines, etc.
On notice, can you provide those 18 details of those 18 sites?
19.
19,
yes,
sorry.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. As the Minister said, there is also the work that we're undertaking and working with Muswellbrook Shire on. Minister's committed to reclassifying Wybong and Bengala roads across to support the project to enable us to have the fastest response with sensible upgrades to ensure that we can get around sections of the Golden Highway. And the $10 million that the Minister talked about is an additional amount for us to do a further detailed corridor assessment to really think about not just the development of the res and this initial period where we'll be servicing the commencement of the project, but the whole life cycle of the project and other growth considerations for the corridor around freight and logistics more broadly, housing, increased population in the Central West, etc. So there's a lot of work going on around the Golden Highway corridor to really ensure that it is fit for future. And as the Minister said, there's also now a much more better coordinated approach across the whole of government. I sit on a steerco that's led by premiers across the energy infrastructure roadmap, which is really about making sure that the coordination across all areas of government's considered for the infrastructure, the other community investment we need to support the transition to renewables. As the Minister said, we have the steerco that is led by Transport on transport and logistics matters. That picks up a range of other participants across government. It's got Premiers, Infrastructure New South Wales, Energy Co, the Department of Planning, the Office of Local Government. It also has New South Wales Police in terms of helping us with the coordination of pilotage and the logistics element. So that's met numerous times now and is really going to help us bring other areas of government together to make sure that we have all of the thinking involved to support the development of these renewable energy zones.
Okay, thank you. Minister, could I just jump across to the Singleton bypass?
Yeah.
You announced the other day a significant milestone of turning of the sod. Are you conscious of the feedback within the committee around the adequacy of the design of that bypass? In it being that it's a single lane, and there's many concerns that it's not going to be adequate and future-proof.
Yeah, look, thanks for that. And I know, this is a massive project, $700 million worth of state and federal funding. It's going to take, I think it's 15,000 cars off the road, get rid of 5 traffic lights. The single lane that is happening there is going to obviously be additive, so that will be good. In terms of potential for future growth, it is a corridor that can be widened. I mean, if you look at the situation in Singleton, and I go through that area regularly enough, not as regularly as some of the people in our community who are going up there every day for mining, etc. It is a car park. It needs work now. We just put it down, get the roads happening. And in terms of duplication, that's something that could be looked at in the future, and it's certainly been designed with that in mind. But the urgency, I mean, this is a piece of infrastructure, and with the investment that's been coming out of the Hunter Valley over, decades, should have been done most definitely in the last 12 years. Hadn't been done, we're catching up.
Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment that it hasn't been done, should have been done ages ago. But I'm also of the view of do it once, do it right, do it once.
Yeah.
And what other extra delays are we and costs are we going to have by essentially 6 months down the track or a year down the track? Start looking at duplication, because clearly the community is saying there's a need for duplication right here and now, and they're saying that the inconvenience and the stresses and pressures that have been placed on people, particularly with farmers losing land over this project, to then see a project that they see as inadequate because it's only single lane. Why don't we just do the duplication right there and then?
Yeah,
while we're there.
Yeah, Mr. Banasiak, I totally have sympathy with that view, and I'm someone who would love to do things right, do it once, etc. And in terms of reducing congestion in Singleton, we are going to make a significant difference here, and also in terms of journey times around Singleton, it will be a massive improvement. But the reality is, we don't have the money. Like, that would have to come from other projects to do that at this stage. So what we've done is not sterilised the road. We've actually given the capacity to have the duplication later on, but it just, while we can get in there, get this done, it's quicker to build it, to make sure that we get the relief. Because if you're in traffic in Singleton any time between, say, probably 2 to 3 to 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night, it's difficult. There's also an issue around flood egress and evacuation, which is a real concern for that community up there. So, look, we have to act. We are acting. We're getting the job done. And then, as the increase happens, we will duplicate.
Okay. And on notice, can you provide any data or modelling showing us the potential time savings, single lane versus dual lane, as part of the planning process? Perhaps on notice?
Yep, that's right. Chair, just before anyone else starts their time, I just thought I'd go back to Mr. Fang. He just asked about the increase in fatalities and the rate. So the increase in fatalities in the regional versus the metropolitan in 2023 was higher by the rate and also by the number of lives lost. So,
do you have those figures, Minister?
Yes, I do. So Metropolitan in 2022, there was 83 lives lost, which rose by 19 people, which is, I just really want to say, when we're talking about statistics like this, these are people's lives and all the families. In 2023, it went up to 102. The regional road deaths in 2022 went from 198 up by 51 to 249. So my maths in the middle of an estimates could be wrong, but I'm looking at about a 22% increase in the metropolitan and 25% percentage increase in the regional.
And do you have the figures to now, to current 2024?
We can get them on notice, but I mean, they're the annual full year figures, so we don't have it because we're still in the middle of 2024.
No, I appreciate that. I was just after the cumulative.
It's government time, so we can get those potentially after the break. Does government have any questions?
No questions,
No.
Chair.
All right, thank you. We'll now break for morning tea. We'll be back at 11:15.
On the dot.
On the dot. Okay, great. Thank you and welcome back. We'll proceed straight to questions from the opposition, starting with Mr Farrelly.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome back, Minister. How much of the $334 million from the Regional Roads Fund has been committed to and announced to date?
My understanding is, I was looking at this last night, I think it's about 125 million, but if you look, it's on budget paper. Where did I see this? Sorry, I'm just trying to get it for you. Oh, yeah. But paper, the infrastructure statement P238, it's 125.1 million's been committed to specific projects.
So 125?
Yeah.
Yep, 0.8.
0.1.
0.1 million, okay.
Yeah.
So, of that 125.1 million, the majority of those projects were announced in 2023, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Of those projects, how much has been done on the $15 million for the duplication of the Thornton Rail Bridge?
Now, I've been looking at this one again. I may as well get that paper out. I mean, you can look these up. I think it's in there, in the budget papers on that number. Was it P2? Early stage planning. Yeah, it's early stage planning, but do you want a dollar figure or what are you looking for, sorry?
Well, I'm interested to see how far you've progressed these projects between the financial year 23 and the financial year 24.
Yeah, so we've been doing some planning on it, yeah.
Right, so only planning, so there's no actual going to market, there's no...
No, not yet.
Right, okay. So of the 15 million that you have previously announced for the duplication of the Thornton Rail Bridge, it's just planning money. How much has been...
No, it's not just planning money, the 15 million, no.
No. But of the 15 million, you're saying that you've only allocated how much of that, of 15 million towards planning?
Yeah, I have to take it exactly on notice, I think. But, there's some for planning and then there'll be some for, obviously, early works and delivery and all that sort of thing. We always said when we made that commitment it would be towards, because I think the day after I put it, we put out the announcement based on what had been put on Maitland's website, this council's website for a long time as what their projection was. It escalated up the next day, I think. So we saw that and we put that it would be towards. So, yeah.
Okay, so...
And to put it in perspective, Mr Farrow, I think it's really important to have this. That project for the duplication was meant to be started back in 2011. So when we were in government, we raised that road substantially to enable the duplication process to commence. And then the former government did not continue with that program. So
of your commitment, though, Minister, $15 million that you've announced in 2023 for the Thornton Rail Bridge, no construction and only a small amount of funding put towards planning, correct?
Look, it's a election commitment was made for the term, and obviously we're getting on with it. But I can get Mr.
No, that's fine. So we'll move on. So $12 million was from the Regional Roads Fund was allocated for the Golden Highway improvements for the Hunter section. How much of the $12 million has been expended?
Look, I can probably take the exact figures on notice, but if you want to, I can give you. How about we do this? Because I realise
I'm more than happy for you to take it on notice, Minister. I've got lots of questions. So
So let's do that. If you're doing specific projects where you want to know the exact numbers, just say I want to know that number.
Estimates,
it's on notice. And then we'll
that's fine.
We'll answer some standard.
Mr Farroway, there's $2 million allocated in this year's budget towards the Golden Highway.
That's fine. So of the $2 million, that is of the 12 million, is that correct, Mr Fuller?
Correct.
So what's been delivered for the $2 million?
Well, as the Minister said, last year, or the second half of last year, when the budgets were confirmed after the government coming in, the work has started in terms of planning and assessments. Some of these projects involve traffic count surveys, initial consultation with community just to assess requirements. So that work has started, and depending on the projects and their commitments, that will lead us to logical work like strategic business cases. In some cases, it may lead to some early works and preparation. So there's a range of things to be considered on a number of these regional road fund projects.
That's right. Well, we'll move on to $20 million for the Bulli bypass investigation. How much of the $20 million has been expended? Where are we up to with that project?
I think that really has to go to Camilla, is that, or have you got that?
No, the Bulli bypass is the extension of Memorial
Yeah.
Drive. And
Yeah.
again, as Mr Benaziak asked about, we're in the stages of doing a consultation summary on that after being out and talking to the community about that project.
So how much of the 20 million has been
I
expended?
have to take the exact number on
that's fine.
notice. I can tell you what's allocated in this year's budget.
So there was an additional 6 million that was put and allocated for the Spears Point roundabout at Lake Macquarie. And I'm sure the Speaker of the House would be interested to know where this is up to. So where are we up to with this project? How much has been expended and what's the update on progress?
Look, we're in constant dialogue with all the members where we've made commitments. So, Matt can give you the update. But I know Mr Speaker is very happy that we are considering that.
So how much has been
program.
expended, Minister?
We have $3.8 million in this year's budget, and again, on Spears Point Roundabout, we've just recently been out with some options to community. We're seeking their feedback. Once we have that, that'll refine the work, and we'll move to the delivery phase in due course.
Thank you, Mr Fuller. $40 million, Minister, is put towards planning and design for the Gosford bypass on the Central Coast. How much of the $40 million has been expended, and where are we up to with progress, Minister?
That one, we had something on that the other day, didn't we? We'll just get that figure for you, yeah.
Mr Farraway, we have $3 million in this year's budget, and again, this is in the early stages of planning and development.
Right, okay.
It's an options
that's
assessment.
fine. The entry and exit ramps on the M1 Princess Highway at Dapto Illawarra, $10 million, Minister. How much has been expended?
We have just over $1 million this year, and again, it's in the early phases of consulting with the community on what those options would be.
Okay, Minister, $10 million on the Yass Bungendore Ellerton Road intersection near Queanbeyan. How much has been expended on this project, and where are we up to?
You got that one? Yeah, and that's right, well, he's going to, so let's do it.
There's $1.5 million allocated in this year's budget.
Okay, $7.5 million for the Alphadale Crossroads on the Bruxton Highway near Lismore.
Yeah, there's $1 million allocated in this year's budget.
So, the question I've got is, can you tell me how much is OPEX and how much is CAPEX in all this as well?
Yeah, do you want that on,
So,
do you want it for all the projects?
I'm happy if you take that additional point on notice as well about the difference between CAPEX and OPEX, and maybe so we definitively know how the money is proportioned in that space. So, Minister, it's fair to say that no deeds have been issued for any of those projects that you have announced from the Regional Roads Fund?
I believe that's not correct. Mr Fuller will be able to give you a bit more detail on that one.
My understanding is on a range of council projects, we've been progressively entering into deeds with local government areas.
So which projects have had deeds issued?
I'd take that on notice and come back and update.
Okay. Is there a BCR, Minister, that is applicable to these projects that I've outlined today?
As you're aware, Mr Farraway, they were election commitments, so they came from, really clear need for projects that was articulated. We were coming at from opposition. You don't have the capacity to make a BCR determination, but, if I go back to Thornton, for example, the history of that project, that duplication was supposed to commence. There was a caveat on...
So to confirm, Minister, I accept your answer that they were election commitments. You weren't in government, but no BCR has been allocated to those projects. You will fulfil them as election commitments?
Well, yes, those
That's
ones
fine.
are election
So
commitments.
can you tell me...
I just want to make it clear. These were no-brainers, right? So if we look at that particular example in Thornton, once the former government lifted the cap on, there was a caveat on that bridge that stopped any more development north of that bridge, which gave Maitland City Council the opportunity to refuse applications
I'm sure there's a lot
if that was not duplicated, and your government in 2012 took that off.
And then
they built another
I'm going to move on, Minister.
10,000 homes
Minister,
or something
can I
up
just
there.
go through the projects that we've outlined in the Regional Roads Fund, which is your flagship roads fund as the new minister?
Well, one of them.
Which electorate is the Thornton Rail Bridge in?
Well, that's in my electorate.
So that's the Maitland electorate?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it the Turos Head intersection which we have a $1.5 million commitment from the fund, what electorate is that in?
I believe that's in the Bega electorate.
So, and that's a Labor electorate?
Well, it is.
Okay.
It's held by Labor
Okay,
at
that's
this
fine.
time, yes.
The $20 million for the Bulli bypass investigation, is that, which electorate is that in?
I don't know off the top of my head, to be honest. Is it Wollongong? It is Wollongong. Sorry, it's Wollongong.
So
yeah.
Labor electorate?
Yeah. At the moment, yeah.
Moving ahead, the $40 million for the design and planning for the Gosford bypass.
Well, I assume that's in Gosford. To be
That's
honest,
fine.
Mr. Fairway, I wasn't
I'm
looking
just-
at.
No, they're legitimate questions. You're
that's
answering them,
absolutely-
so no, I appreciate
absolutely
that.
legitimate.
So moving on, the $10 million from the entry and exit ramps off the M1 Princess Highway, Dapto Illawarra. What electorate is that in?
So I'm not sure on that one because I think it could be Shell Harbour, it could be Wollongong. I'm not sure on that one because there was a change in the redistribution.
We'll take it on
around
notice, that's fine. The $10 million for the Yass, Bungendore, Ellerton Road intersection, what electorate is that in?
That one's in Monero.
Labor electorate.
It is now. I
Yeah,
think
so
it wasn't before the election.
The $7.5 million for the Alphadale Crossroads on the Bruxner Highway. Now, so what electorate is that in?
I think that one's Lismore from memory.
So it's another Labor electorate. So from this list that I've been through, the only funding I can find is $6 million going to the Spears Point roundabout at Lake Macquarie, which it's fair to say that the local member did lobby both sides of politics for. But other than that, I can only see $12 million for the Golden Highway improvements that might go to a non-Labor seat. Is that correct, Minister?
It could be. My understanding, and this is when we were looking at election commitments, we were looking at community need, and obviously, unfortunately, I didn't have many Nationals members knocking on my door asking me for assistance in their electorates, so it was difficult to kind of get that understanding of what their communities needed. I know since we've come to government, they've understood that our door is always open to all communities across the state, and we're very happy to hear from them. And of course, if you look at our regional emergency road repair fund, the $390 million, so more than the regional roads fund, that went to every electorate.
It was a duplication of the former government's program. So moving on, Minister. So
one, yeah.
in budget paper 3 for the financial year 24, a lot of these projects you have listed, which is understandable because it was the Treasurer's and your government's first budget. So these projects are listed there with very little spend, Minister. And just for your reference, financial year 324, and then if we look to budget paper 3 for the current financial year, so financial year 25, there's little or no movement between two budget cycles, 2 budget years, in the projected spend on these projects. So whilst we're talking about, as you said, 125.1 million, of that has been, how much of that has actually been expended, not committed?
Yeah, so look, that's only in that particular budget paper. It's only on the state roads, so there's also ones that are local roads or regional
but
roads.
I'm only interested in these that are in budget paper 3. I'm happy to give you the page numbers, but I'm interested in your regional roads fund. These projects we've outlined, it appears that there is a significant issue with Transport for New South Wales actually getting on with the job, because you've got 2 budget years and almost very, very little movement between the funding. It appears that you've literally re-announced the same projects a second year with very little expenditure change.
So there's a couple of aspects in that question, Mr. Farrow, which I think we should really be clear about. So firstly, as I said, they are the state roads. So there's a lot of, there's other projects that are not on the state road network. The other thing in terms of re-announcement, I mean, we had calls in the budget of people telling us that, there was some money or money being re-announced, etc., from, I think it was it Restart or whatever, with one of the projects under your government, which just gets announced. I think it's set up in the rules of how that fund was that it just gets re-announced every year. It feels like in perpetuity.
So I'll redirect you,
So-
Minister. I've got a question specifically to, let's talk about the Thornton Rail Bridge, because it's in your electorate, so
Yeah.
you would know it well. In the Budget Paper 3 financial year 23-24, there is a expenditure allocated in the New South Wales budget of $1 million. Okay? In Budget Paper 3 for financial year 24-25, you have Thornton Rail Bridge, the same expenditure at $1 million. So you've said today that it is an important project. It's one that has history back to 2011, but over 2 financial years, Minister, you've spent a measly $1 million on it.
Yeah, so we're getting on with the job.
So that's correct. You've only spent $1 million on the Thornton
Faraway,
Rail Bridge.
Just to be clear, there's a lot of projects that Transport's working on for roads which are quite urgent in the state. And if you look at our, for example, disaster recovery at the moment, we are really muscling in on that to get those roads back to scratch. Now, we have totally increased the funding that we're allocating to disaster recovery. So, and I know what your next bit's going to be, but I just need to make this point of context. We've got a staggering increase from $190 million a year you were spending on disaster recovery
But
previously.
Minister, we're
We've gone to
talking about,
over $800 million.
I'm going to redirect you to the regional
so that
road
means,
fund, Minister. I'm going to bring you back because the questions are around the regional road fund. So we've touched on the Thornton Rail Bridge. Let's touch on the Golden Highway, because I know for a fact that you have spoken about it in Parliament, and good on you. We know we need more money invested in the Golden Highway. But in Budget Paper 3 for financial year 23-24, you allocated $1 million. $1 million from a $12 million commitment. And then when I fast forward to Budget Paper 3, the current financial year 24-25, you've got $2 million. So you've spent only $2 million in 2 years from a $12 million commitment in a highway that, by your own admission, needs investment. Like, is this regional roads fund ever, when is it going to deliver the actual commitments that you have made?
So, Mr Faraway, I'm advised that those commitments are all on track. There were commitments for the whole term of government. We have been working on them. There's been a lot of work happening on the Golden Highway. I'm not sure, you might have stepped out when Mr Banasiak was also asking about...
No, I was watching, it's fine.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make any judgment there. I was just saying, I didn't remember you in the room, but I just wanted to be clear. There's a lot of funding going on in that space, on that particular highway, that's not necessarily just related to the Regional Roads Fund. And so we are trying to do these things in a coordinated way, and so that means not just throwing money out the door.
So would you be happy to take on notice, Minister, for the committee to outline your expenditure on these projects in the forward years, because they are not included in the budget?
In the budget papers, no, I'm aware of that.
Are you able to take that on notice for the committee?
I'm not sure if we can provide that. I mean, because a lot of this will be contracted work, and I think that could be an issue there. So I think
it's a good comparison, Minister, because the previous government did outline more trajectory of spend in the latter years than what the current government is doing. So I'd be interested to know, under the Regional Roads Fund, those projects that you've committed to, we've got 2 years of expenditure that hasn't moved much. Clearly, one would hope that the expenditure is coming in the latter years when you actually start building something. But could you, for the committee's sake, perhaps share the expected expenditure in the latter years?
So, Mr Faraway, I think we need to have a look at, this issue around later years, because I remember you went to the election with $1 billion commitment for roads,
Minister,
of which
Minister,
not $1 was going,
Minister,
to be spent
Minister,
in
I'll bring you back to the
2023,
regional.
in 2024,
Mr. Murphy.
in 2025.
Sorry, Minister, I've got a point of order.
Point of order,
Fox is in charge of the
Deputy Chair. You asked a question, and then as the Minister was answering, you interrupted before she could get even 5 or 6 words out in answer to that question. As a matter of fairness, you need to provide the Minister with a reasonable opportunity to answer before you just pepper her with new questions.
To the point of order, Chair, clearly the Minister wasn't addressing the question you asked, and I would say that the point of order is out of order.
Yes,
Look,
Mr. Lawrence.
It's also my view the Minister has not had a reasonable opportunity to answer the question, and that you should make a ruling accordingly, notwithstanding that it was you that asked the question.
Thank you, Mr Lawrence. I'm going to allow the Minister to go back to her commentary, but I do remind the Minister the question was specifically addressed around the Regional Roads Fund.
Yes, and I do understand that. And what the part of your question that I was getting to was you were talking about the profiling of the spending of the election commitment. And I'm saying to you, we've got a $334 million commitment here that we're talking about over 4 years. As comparison point, your $1 billion was over 10 years with no funding, not $1 in 2023, 2024, and I think you only spent less than 10%, allocated 10% in the third year. So really, it's quite strange to hear that from you, particularly given that you were the architect of that policy. Of course, we're happy to give
time
you.
has expired.
Yeah.
Minister,
Okay. Well,
so
I just to finish that answer. Can I finish the answer?
Well, we're going to move on to
I think you can
questions.
finish the answer.
No, we're going to move on to the
I'm
next
happy to
session,
give you
Minister.
the profiling on the Golden Highway. I can give you that
Excellent.
now. We're looking at commencing construction by 2026.
2026. Thank you, Minister. I appreciate that. For the record, members, there are no crossbench members present, so the opposition will continue our questioning. Mr. Fuller, Mr. Fuller, I noticed
The world is run by those who turn up.
Mr. Fuller, I noticed you were sworn in today, and I note here Deputy Secretary, Regional and Outer Metro Transport for New South Wales, but that's how I knew you, but that's not your title on the Transport website. Your title is Deputy Secretary, Road Network Resilience Maintenance and Programs. So what are you? Who are you?
I'm not sure which part of the Transport website that you're referring to.
Well, it's actually an email signature of yours. But I'm happy for you to take it on notice, and I'm happy to talk to. But I'm just, what is your job title at Transport?
My job title at the moment is the Deputy Secretary of the Regional Outer Metropolitan Division. We haven't transitioned yet to the new. I am proposed to take on the new division that is the Road Maintenance and Resilience area of Transport, but we haven't moved to that yet.
Okay, so Mr. Murray, is Mr. Fuller's new title going to be Deputy Secretary, Road Network Resilience and Maintenance Programs?
Yes, that's correct. That's what's been proposed, and as Mr. Fuller has just said, we are going through the stand-up of the new divisions in Transport at the moment. Many have been completed, and others, such as the ROM division, is going through that at the moment.
So when will that all take effect?
It's occurring, there's a staged process, obviously, with the size of the organisation, and some of the divisions are dependent on other elements being done before they can start. So that is happening over coming weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Minister, no, actually, I'll ask Mr. Fuller this one first. The Minister referred to a heritage claim with regard to the westbound lane at Mount Victoria earlier. Could you elaborate from Transport's view, what is the heritage claim the Minister referred to earlier?
Certainly. So, as you would know, we had a couple of slips that affected the Great Western Highway at Mount Victoria. Slips, whether they be upslope or downslope, often require some pretty complex work with geotechnical investigations and a range of other activity to ensure that we undertake the work safely.
What was the date what was the date that lane closed?
I'd have to take that on notice for you.
Would you be able to come back to me and the committee today on that?
We'll have a look at. I do know that it was that it occurred during 2022, but and I know then and certainly acknowledge the frustration in community that we've still had those lanes under management. But as I was saying,
the primary reason for that lane closure, that westbound lane closure, was due to severe weather event in a date in 2022 that you'll confirm the date for us.
Yes, we can confirm that. But what the Minister was referring to this morning was about the important heritage work that goes alongside the other technical work, given the sensitivities that are in that vicinity of the Blue Mountains. So we've got some, very significant heritage items and considerations in and around that work. So unfortunately, it has been a bit of a delayed process to work through that and ensure that we respect both the safety and the geotechnical considerations as well as the heritage considerations.
So has there ever been a cultural heritage claim put on that stretch of road or the rock face and the slip area, Mr. Fuller?
A cultural heritage claim, I might have to clarify. I take
Has-
that on notice.
has-
Mr.
has-
Groskopf, are you aware
Has there
of
been any
claim?
heritage claims of any significance or any relevance put on that stretch of road?
I can clarify a few things for you, Mr. Faraway. The first is that it was in July of 2022 that we had the failures at Victoria Pass. The second is that the road corridor through that area of the Great Western Highway is listed under the State Heritage, on the State Heritage Register. And that is, with that listing, we were then required to gain approval, lodge a section, what's called a Section 60 request under the Heritage Act to undertake those works. Those, there were two applications made, one on the 29th of July 2024 for the downslope embankment failure, which is the one further up the hill, and 9th of August for the one lower down, which is the upslope failure. And on Friday we received an approval, conditional approval from the Heritage Council for the upslope embankment failure.
Okay.
So I'll jump in now. Yeah, I won't, probably 10 minutes because I've got to jump back. There's 3 estimates going on today, which is just ridiculous. Formally put that on the record. The Port Macquarie Hastings Ferry Minister, I've been contacted again by a number of constituents and councillors there about that ferry. Basically, they're needing... My computer's talking to me. I just want it to go, yep. They are wanting financial support. They're saying it's proving financially unsustainable to maintain the Hibberton Settlement Point services. I do understand that they have written to you, the Northside Progress Association from that area. What can the government do about this situation, given that it does subsidise other ferry services? Why isn't it looking at Port Macquarie Hastings? Really, that is an essential public transport service within that area of New South Wales.
Look, thanks for that question, and I have had a fair bit of correspondence. I've been very clear in responding to that and tried to put that clearly in there. Obviously, it is a local service. It was established by the local council. They have put funding in there they have approved development applications for housing to be located there. So that has been, their decision to do that. Look, I understand that council would like us to take it over, but they've always been run by Port Macquarie Hastings Council. I've met with the council on it, and Transport's conducted a review of the request and has been advised that the government's just not in a position to take that in. I mean, it's always the challenge. We would love to do everything, but we can't. And I also want to put on record that we are investing in Port Macquarie. We've invested more than $51 million through our emergency road repairs, road safety grants, natural disaster recovery support.
Yeah.
So we're continuing to do that, but that's just...
Thank you, Minister. The roads aren't going to help the people that have to get from one side of a body of water to another.
Council did approve those housing developments to be there, and they did take on to put the ferry in that location.
I understand the government has contributed towards the lower Portland ferry, though. I think this is the previous government back on in 2020. The contribution that the Port Macquarie Hastings or Northside Progress Association, but the council is requesting, I understand, is say $500,000 to $800,000 per year, which would be annual operational costs for both ferries. So it's, it's not much. I think, especially given how much is being spent on highways and roads and senior public servants' salaries. So $500,000 to $800,000 a year. What were the reasons put forward by Transport for saying that funding shouldn't go towards this essential public transport service?
Yeah, I might get you to... It might be better for you, actually, if you talk to... I get that from the departmental people. I don't know, I'm just trying to think back to the correspondence I've had, whether they've actually come to me with that figure before, exactly of what they were asking for. I think at one stage it was take over the whole ferry, and I mean that has an ongoing recurrent cost, and then it has the capital expenditure, etc. Like, it's quite an undertaking. So yeah, I think it'd be better if you want to know the more specific details of that, whether you talk to one of the officials either now or in the afternoon.
So, okay, so then just in terms of if the ferry, the council can't continue operating the ferry and the private sector that thinks that, there's not enough money in it, so they stop operating as well, the contractor, what happens then?
Well, that would obviously be a different consideration. That's something that government would take on board. I mean, I can't.
Well, I think that's what the locals are saying.
Well, I can't be making, government decisions about how to allocate much hard-won taxpayer funds on the basis of hypothetical questions. And if there is that concern clearly being articulated, which it hasn't been put to me in that way.
I think it has in their correspondence to you, in fact. I think that's why they're asking, because it is unsustainable for the council, and they can't see the council continuing to operate the service for too much longer. I think that's the whole point, Minister.
Well, there's one thing to say that in terms of a letter, but the council has to make its decisions about how it allocates its funding, and at some point in time they were getting developer contributions from that, the development that they approved over there, and that's a decision of former councils that has been made. I mean, always happy to engage, but I have met and spoken to them a number of times on this, but happy for them to continue the conversation.
So you are aware as well, my understanding is that it's one of Port Macquarie Hastings Council is one of the few remaining councils left in New South Wales that do actually run ferry services. I mean, it does seem, to be honest, like something that it would make sense given the extraordinary costs. I know all governments, levels of governments are faced with a lot of costs, but this is just running at a huge deficit. So in terms of the other ferry services, wouldn't it just make sense to kind of just see if you can take those out of council's hands, because people can't do without ferries if they need ferries to get from one side to another in these regional areas where there's lots of water and lots of islands.
Look, I understand the concern, and that's one of the reasons why we wanted to have the strategic regional integrated transport plans, because what we'd seen had been this kind of growth in organic decision making, really is probably the best way to describe it, around doing things on a bespoke process, and then it does lead to different treatments in different areas. Obviously, Port Macquarie will be having their plan. That will be something that it will be considered, because we are looking at all modes of transport in those plans, not just one or two. We're looking at all of them. So there'll obviously be opportunities there to have a look at it in a more holistic way. But yeah.
Okay, I wanted to go back to the previous line of questioning as well before the break, which was around the transport provisions in Maitland. But also being asked whether the government is undertaking, looking at the feasibility of constructing a new station, we're talking trains now, on the Hunter line at Maitland Hospital. Which would also, of course, make that hospital much, in terms of accessibility for towns and up the train line like Scone and Dungog.
Yeah, look, that has been something that's been raised with me a number of times. And I myself have raised it, in terms of the new hospital going on. If you look at the distance between Metford Station and Victoria Street Station, it's the longest point in the network in Maitland that doesn't have a train station. The one at Metford is only half a station. I tried for many years to get the former government to look at it when that property came up for sale. There's a lot of benefits that could come, particularly for those communities that you're talking about. It is going to be it is being looked at in terms of the strategic regional integrated transport plan. So we will be looking at that definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so going back to that plan again, the plans for the different areas. So my previous question to you as well was around the planning for increasing the frequency of passenger train services between Maitland and the Upper Hunter Valley towns, and this is all being looked at in the strategic plan. Again, I assume it's all starting in January for every plan, is that right?
No. So
that was just Northern Rivers.
Hunter is already on the way. It was the first one because it does have that sort of, if you like, blueprint of every kind of transport mode available and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, so Hunter is under consideration now.
And so when is that, so has that been released, or is it still in
It's still in development, and there's a website, so you can actually go up and Google SRITPs or Strategic Regional Integrated Transport Plans, or probably any combination. It's the worst acronym ever, sorry.
As most of the government ones are.
And so
I take full responsibility for this one myself, whereas it was
the timeline,
all my own work.
The timeline for that,
Yep.
the timeline for that then is when in terms of release of the plan, when in terms of implementation. I mean, if there's anything like the bus industry task force, which did very good work, but has come out and now there's a medium-term bus plan, which I thought the task force was almost going to put together a plan for what buses. It just seems like there's plans and plans and plans and no action. Is there going to be action on any of this before the election?
Look, I'm hoping that there will be. I mean, I know there will be some action on it. The issue that we have, like, we've come from an environment in government here in New South Wales where the only thing that shifted the dial on things was really the electoral pendulum, right, to be honest. And so what we have gone to is, let's look at the regions in alignment with where are the new schools going, where are the new hospitals going, where are the new houses going, where are those things there that have been neglected for the last 10 or 12 years, how can we better service them, how can we look at freight and passenger movements, how can we look at air, rail, bus, active transport, community transport, point to point, the whole gamut of transport that's in there, and how can we do it. So if you are looking for these, we're very open about it. As I said, we've written to MPs. If we look at the Hunter, for example, you can just go on the website. It gives you, you can follow it online. It tells you what's happening. You can actually pin on the map where your particular issue is and say, right, I don't like this particular road because I think it's a big constraint, or I need more services here.
Okay.
So it's very useful. I think if you want to have a look at that, and then I'm happy to give you a briefing and, if
Thank
there's
you.
any questions.
Thank you. This will be my final question before I've got to duck out again. You said earlier when I asked about the Maitland passenger trains and whether they would be increased in terms of frequency, the passenger rail services, you mentioned disruptions in terms of protests.
Yeah.
Are you saying that the protesters have caused more of the trains to stop than other disruptions such as mechanical failures, track failures, etc.?
No, obviously not, because track work's a regular thing that happens all the time, right?
Failures.
Yeah, and I have to get you that on notice.
If
but
you could get that on notice, please.
What I was actually saying, so just to be clear, is because it was in such a concentrated period, the feedback we were getting from the community was that they were not able to rely on the trains during that period of the action, and it was protracted. And where we'd seen an increase in the Taro Bridge scenario, we saw a decrease. The other thing, just also for your information around the increase in services, there is a constraint, because one of the things we found during the Taro exercise is, you have a limited capacity with extra trains and also drivers that are accredited to drive on the track in that area. So you can't just put on another, train service. It does have a requirement of planning in terms of the logistics of doing it, of getting the rolling stock and getting the drivers to do it.
Yes, thank you. I'll hand over.
Thank you, Chair. Back to the Regional Roads Fund, Minister. So in the last session of questioning, we had 9 projects, of which 7 are in Labor seats, 1 is in the Speaker's seat, and 1 is across the Hunter, which is in your region. Is that correct?
There's one. I think there's more. There were other ones there.
But of the state roads that we and I referred to in the last session where we went through, there were 9 projects I referred to, 7 of which you are confirmed were in Labor seats, 1 in the Speaker's seat, and 1 the Golden Highway Hunter End project across the Hunter region. Is that correct?
It could be. I'd have to check it.
So, I want to go back to, did you apply any process at all to those projects around a BCR or any cost-benefit analysis for those projects beyond just a political election commitment?
Look, Mr Faraway, I think to say just a political election commitment would be really quite wrong, in the sense that these were community concerns that had been raised with us, sometimes for years, sometimes over a shorter period, and by not political parties necessarily. Sometimes community groups had come to us over a period of time and said, we just can't get traction on this. Or there were projects that, like in the case of Thornton Bridge, in the case of Turos Heads, where there'd been some investment by government, but not enough to do the whole job.
Because it's obviously, there was a lot said in their campaign about pork barrelling, but stakeholders have approached the opposition minister to say that, and described your regional roads fund as a Labor pork barrelling and slush fund. Do you agree with that sentiment, that the fact that the overwhelming majority of projects have been allocated to Labor seats?
Look, I totally reject that, because if we had have had approaches from any, people from, it didn't matter where they were from areas, we just looked at where we knew there was a no-brainer that needed to be done. If we look at, the Golden Highway example in Upper Hunter, not a Labor-held seat, but one where, there's a whole body of work now being undertaken on the Golden Highway, which I think communities right from the Hunter back down to Central West would say was very necessary and should have been thought of when the regional renewable energy zones were slated to happen. And so, I totally reject that assertion. It was really in terms of what was the need we were seeing. And if you look at my travel plans that I did right across the state...
Thank you, Minister. You're now straying away from it. The 9 projects...
Well, no, because you asked me a political question to say, did I pork barrel? And that is absolutely incorrect.
Of the 9 projects,
absolutely
Minister,
incorrect.
I just want to know...
And I haven't finished answering this question, and I'd like to have the chance to finish it. Does that bell mean that you've finished? I'm not sure.
Point of order, Mr Lawrence.
I think the Minister should be able to complete the question, particularly in circumstances where such an argumentative proposition was put to her.
I don't uphold the point of order, Mr Lawrence.
So to
Minister,
your question, there are assurances that processes that have to go on in any of these projects. So anything over $10 million has to go through a gateway, it has to go through an assurance, business cases, etc. That's part of the reason. So, like, on the one hand, you're being critical that these things are taking time to spend the money, but at the same time... Mr Chair, I thought I am allowed to finish answering my question without you talking over me.
No. Mr Lawrence?
It's my suggestion that the Minister is being treated discourteously and is not being given a reasonable opportunity to answer questions that are put to her before she's again peppered with more interruptions and questions.
To the point of order, Chair, I believe that the Minister is straying from the question that you asked, and I think that it's appropriate that you bring her back to the question.
With due respect, Mr Lawrence, I gave the Minister latitude and she is swaying well away from the question was asked. I do not uphold the point of order. Minister, referring directly, I have a question that follows from your evidence, from your response. Of the projects through the Regional Roads Fund, were you the person in the Labor Party within the opposition at the time that signed off on those projects? So there was no interaction with other ministers. This was your space. You signed off on them.
Look, no, that's not correct. Like, there was obviously consultation with, other ministers and with, the Expenditure Review Committee of the opposition. So yes, no, there's definitely not. And they had gone through an assurance process as we've come to government, which has been on, they have to satisfy business cases, etc. And I just take it really...
So that's actually a great point. So to confirm, there has been a process since coming to government and you've put those projects through the assurance process and there have been no issues identified through that assurance process?
Look, Mr Faraway, you have been critical of the speed of these election commitments being undertaken
Well,
and the
slowness,
planning,
the slowness.
and that is part of that assurance process, is part of that. I can't speak because I'm not involving myself in the minutiae of every project. I can get Mr. Fuller to give you some of the
Well, we can come
background on
back in
that
the
question
afternoon, 'cause
specifically,
I'm-
whether
yeah,
there's been any flags
that's
on
fine.
assurances, but not that has been raised with me.
There's $97 million unallocated still left there in that fund. Who will decide what projects are funded from that $97 million? When will you have a process, or have you already undertaken a process of taking applications for the $97 million, and when will future announcements be made regarding that unallocated expenditure?
So, Mr. Faraway, those questions, I'm not in a position to answer them at this time. So, really, they do. That's all I can say.
Will there be a transparent process for local councils and other state roads to be able to apply for funding from that $97 million pot across the 4 years? Will there be an opportunity, or will it be purely the discretion of the minister to decide where that funding will go?
Mr. Faraway, those decisions, as you know, from being in government, would have to go through an ERC process, depending, on the quantifiable amounts anyway. And so that's certainly, there's an oversight in that space. But also, I would say that, as the minister, I have been a minister for all members in this place, all electorates. And coming to government, I think, local members from across the political divide have seen that I'm very willing to hear from them about issues and concerns that they have in their electorates. And I would hope certainly that we would be able to, hear from all members of Parliament about projects. And in fact, that's what part of the strategic regional integrated transport planning part has been, to see what are some of these issues, how can we prioritise them by region and then across the state.
So to confirm, Minister, you can't update the committee today on when you will make decisions around opening a process for applications for the $97 million that's left over from the Regional Road Fund.
That's correct. And to your point about where this money will be spent, that's the reason why we didn't allocate, because we knew, and we're very clear about this in the election campaign, extremely clear, that being in opposition and in the height of election campaign, you don't have access to knowledge of every electorate across the state at the granular level that would be required to make those kind of determinations. So we did want to have it so that it would be open to everyone in the state, because just like we did with the Regional Emergency Road Repair Fund, we allocated that fairly across all of the electorates, and we hope that this one will be also similarly fair to other electorates as well across the state, regardless of political persuasion of the people that they might have elected to represent them.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Grosskopf, has there been any other claims put on the Mount Victoria westbound lane that are non-heritage? Have there been any other claims put on that stretch of road or that infrastructure that Transport have had to deal with over the last 18 to 24 months?
I'm unaware of any other claims on that road, stretch of road.
Okay, so it's only claims that relate to the State Heritage Act.
So I'm a little bit confused by the term claims, Mr. Faraway.
Well,
but
could be a we've seen recently throughout the Central West a Section 10 claim that went to the federal government. We have seen cultural claims put on road infrastructure in the past. So I'm interested to know, is it only the State Heritage Act and a process that Transport has had to follow under the State Heritage Act that has delayed the government and Transport to do any work on that road?
I'm unaware of any other impediments to the progress of the project.
How much will it cost to fix that lane, that westbound lane coming out over Mount Victoria?
We won't have a final cost until we get a final design and the price back from the market.
Okay, so when do you plan now, with the most recent update that you gave in the last session, when do you plan to go to market to look for a contractor?
We'll go to market as soon as possible now that we have that. We have been running in parallel with the assessment of the Section 60 application by the Heritage Council. We've been running in parallel with our designs and market testing, but we will be going to market now.
Okay. And do you how long do you envisage, once going to market, that process will be concluded and works can start on site?
It's very difficult to predict the response from the market at the moment, Mr. Farraway, given the amount of work that is out right across the state, and most of that work being slope work, and there being a limited number of people available in the market to tender for this kind of work. At this stage, we would hope to get tenders back in a 8 to 12 week period and move through a tender assessment process following that with start dates in...
So it'll be 2024,
it'll be
realistically, before...
2025, Minister.
2025.
Mr. Farraway, yep.
Yep, sorry. 2025, before any actual works can be initiated on site.
That's my prediction,
Okay.
yes.
Is the repair of this road infrastructure part of DRFA arrangements or Cat B disaster funding?
It's my understanding that it is part funded by the by disaster funding, yes. Disaster
Okay, so it
recovery
would
funding.
be somewhat under the DRFA arrangements.
Yeah,
okay.
the specifics of it I'd have to take on
Can you
notice.
take that on notice, Mr. Groskopf? Okay, so has there been, has Transport for New South Wales prepared any briefs to the Minister's office on a projected timeline for the repair of that road infrastructure?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not aware of all briefs that are provided to the Minister.
Okay. Moving on, Minister, are you familiar with the Northern Distributor Road in the
At
Central
Orange.
West?
Yep.
Okay. Who manages that road?
I think I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm familiar with it. I've driven on it. Yeah. So do you want to just say that? Yeah.
Mr. Farraway, we have an agreement with Orange Council. It's my understanding that they continue to maintain the road now that it's been transferred, reclassified as a state road.
Right. So when was it reclassified, Minister?
I'm not sure. It's a year ago. Was it one of the last minute ones I think you did before you left office? What year? March 23, yeah.
March 23. Okay. So the state government, under the control of Transport for New South Wales, have been responsible for that road since March 2023. How much money has been spent via Transport's budget or its contractual arrangements with Orange City Council to improve or at least maintain that stretch of road infrastructure?
I'd have to take that one on notice, Mr. Farraway.
What's the current speed limit of the Northern Distributor?
I can't remember when I was up there. I'd have to take that on notice. I just can't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Mr. Fuller?
I think from memory it varies between 80 and 60 kilometres in different sections.
Has the speed limit changed in recent months of the Northern Distributor, Minister?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice. I would have said that around the similar sort of figures, but yes, I'd have to take it on notice.
Okay.
What's the question here, Mr. Farraway?
No, there's plenty of questions. I'll keep asking them. So, how much is in
Well, your concern,
how much is in the budget, Minister, for maintenance works for the Northern Distributor Road that has become essentially an extension of the Mitchell Highway? How much have you planned as Regional Roads Minister in the budget for the upkeep of that road?
Okay, I think that's another one that's going to have to go on notice, because I mean, I know it's your primary concern. It's, you know, part of your
I drive that road
campaign.
every day.
I
drive the road every day, Minister.
Do you?
Yep.
Oh, okay, that's surprising. But anyway,
Drive it every day.
I get it's a major concern for you,
and everyone in Orange and the Central West, Minister.
and I do agree with that, and I do understand that, but I do, at the granular level of going down to individual maintenance, I don't have that in mind.
Okay. So, Mr. Fuller, has the speed limit been reduced on the eastern section of the Northern Distributor in recent months due to the absolute disgusting and poor condition of the road?
I'd take that on notice.
The answer is yes.
If the speed limit has been adjusted, it would have been due to considerations in regard to the user's safety.
Right.
And to that point, Mr. Faraway, if you've got concerns about any road in New South Wales, there are numbers you can ring that are on websites, or also you can alternatively contact my office or contact Transport for New South Wales and raise it.
Thank you, Minister. Or even I could ask them today to the Minister herself in a budget estimate. So moving on, Mr. Fuller, can you outline or take on notice, and it may be an extension to the previous answer from the Minister, around how much funding Transport for New South Wales has allocated for the maintenance and repairs and upkeep of the Northern Distributor Road with Orange City Council for the next 24 months?
We can
24 months, right.
We can take on notice the direct allocations. Obviously, as you're well aware, we have both an operational budget and a capital maintenance budget. We can confirm whether or not there's operational allocations or capital upgrades for that piece of road.
Do you know, firstly, Minister or Mr. Fuller, do you know how many cars use that bypass on a daily basis as an average for estimates and for the committee?
Again, we would have to take that exact number on notice, Mr. Faraway, as we would with every, there's a lot. We're talking an area of 800,000 square kilometres in the state of roads and 21,000 kilometres of regional roads.
We are also talking about a bypass on one of regional New South Wales' largest and fastest growing cities. We're also talking about a road, Minister, that is essentially an extension to a highway now. And the speed limit has had to be reduced in previous months from 80 to 60, including all the heavy traffic that bypasses throughout the Central West because of the lack of investment and actual repairs and maintenance on that road. That's why I raise it. And will you, and are you in a position, Minister, to take on notice where we're going to be able to fix this road and what the plans are in place?
Look, absolutely, Mr. Faraway, very happy to help you. I'm very pleased that you have taken the opportunity of estimates to raise this issue, and I would just encourage you not to leave it till estimates next time. It's something that is very concerning to me if we have had a road not performing as it should due to maintenance, and obviously we'll have a look at it, and not only will we give you the information, but I will make sure the team has a look at it from your perspective.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Faraway, if I could add, I think it's been well documented over a long period of time that road has had some very considerable issues since its construction, and it was owned and maintained by local government. Transport's had it obviously in its possession for what's a fairly short period of time. I'm sure there's detailed work happening in the background in terms of assessments of the long-term maintenance and uplift of that corridor, but the specifics we would take.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. So to that point you've raised, do you know how much Transport for New South Wales have expended on the upkeep of that road since it came into its ownership in March 2023?
No, we're talking about a 9.9 kilometre section of road in amongst about 20,000 kilometres that we manage as a state, so we would take it on notice.
If you don't have it, take it on notice. I'm happy with that. Minister, do you support the extension of the Bathurst Bullet, the existing service, to Orange?
Look, I've been in consultation with the member for Orange, and he's very very keen, and we are holding community consultations about it. There's some, really sound reasons that we need to do something around the stabling, so yeah.
So has there been any initial plan within your office or department to look at an extension of one of the Bathurst Bullet services to be stabled and initiate from Orange?
Look, certainly we've been looking at it. That's been on the record that we've been looking at this, for the last couple of months. Took the Premier out there when we were in Orange and met with the local member.
So beyond looking at it, what has been done within your office and department to progress that policy or that initiative that the member for Orange has been looking to deliver for his community?
Look, I think I'd probably think it would be better to give you the department someone to give that information so that you've got it up to date.
So have you, Minister, have you instructed your department to prepare a brief on the feasibility of extending one of the Bathurst Bullet services to Orange and to have that train stabled with its crew in Orange overnight?
Yeah, look, I'll get the Secretary.
Minister, we'll come back to Mr Murray in the afternoon, I'd like to know, have you, as the Minister for Regional Transport, have you instructed the department to do that work?
I've asked them to look at it, yes, definitely, because we've got, obviously the new trains coming and we need to have some preparation for that. So, yeah.
So are you, because the bullets, the current Bathurst bullet trains, what type of train are they under the existing models of trains that we use on that network?
Oh, gosh, I hate these. I can never remember whether it's XPTs or Explorers.
Are you saying you hate trains?
No, I hate these questions, thanks, Mr. Fang. Which one? Explorer, yeah, it's an Explorer. Oh, no, it's an Endeavour, sorry. It's just
That's
a
fine.
thing.
That's fine. So, Minister,
It's not an Explorer.
with regard to transitioning that train to the new fleet, what will be the equivalent replacement of the new fleet that will take over the Endeavours?
Look, can I really refer you back to the department to get that kind of detail on that? I think that one would, at this stage, would probably be the NIF, to be honest. But that's short regional. That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So,
It's very early days, Mr.
Yeah,
Faraway.
I know, and
and you're on the record as saying you don't want that for the people of Orange. I think
I'm on the record as saying I want it. No, I've never
why didn't you do it when you were the minister?
No, I'm a big supporter. We're on the same page here, Minister. So,
Minister, you're across the detail, Mr.
Minister,
Faraway.
when we talk
Is it
about
Mr. Toole that doesn't want it from Bathurst? I get confused between you two.
I'm a big supporter in rail in the Central West, Minister.
One of them is taller than the other, Minister.
So moving on.
Oh, which one?
Moving on, Minister, moving on. With regard to the short regional, so you said, is the short regional replacing the Endeavour trains?
It will be in this one. Look, I think really you should spend the time in
These are important. We're getting new trains, Minister. These
yeah,
are
but I haven't had
questions.
a full briefing on that sort of level of detail.
Okay.
We really just asked the department to have a look. We're having some community consultation at the end of October. You're more than welcome to come along to that.
Love it. I'll take that offer.
Yeah, so I think in terms of getting the detail on it, Mr. Faraway, you'd be better to really ask the department.
More broadly, when we're talking about the Endeavour fleet, there are multiple communities, including the Hunter, actually use some of the Endeavour fleet.
Yeah.
So as the Minister for Regional Transport, when we look to transition our older trains, whether they're XPTs, Endeavours or Explorers, to our new fleet, obviously XPTs will be long regional from memory.
Yeah, that's right.
When will we be transitioning Endeavours to short regionals?
Look, Mr. Faraway, that is the $64 million question, right? It's the one of how do we get that to happen, because we've got to get those trains built, and we are dealing with a project. Your government decided to build them offshore, so there's been a delay. So obviously we're trying to get
have the first trains arrived? The first batch of long regional trains, have they arrived?
The first trains have arrived. I'm not sure if they're long or short. I think they're long.
The first two are long regional.
Okay. Yeah. So my question, Minister, is with regard to the Bathurst Bullet Services, if you don't have a timeline on when we're transitioning Endeavours to short regionals, will you give a commitment to the committee today and to the people of the Central West and the member for Orange that you will look at an interim extension of one of the bullet services to Orange and transition that service to the new fleet when they're introduced?
Look, Mr. Faraway, the member for Orange has been a really strong advocate on this, and not just to myself but to the Premier, and there's a lot of will within government to get something to happen here, and I'm happy to keep you in that briefing. I know it's very important to you with your election campaign, but basically we are having the community consultation on the 31st of October. I don't want to be making commitments that I can't keep or just are done off the back of a conversation with you as the candidate. I'd really like to be in a position where we're giving the community certainty, because one of the things that I've had feedback about as I've been in this role is community wants certainty. They want to know. They can see if it's a fair time frame.
And that is a fair comment, Minister, because the Orange Rail Action Group, I've met with them multiple times. The member from Orange has met with them. You have met with them. They approach me regularly and they want more answers, and that's why I'm asking today. So with regard to the new regional fleet, and I note there are no crossbenchers in the room, so the opposition will continue with the questioning until one returns. Minister, with regard to to the new Dubbo maintenance facility, have you settled on a date for an open day for the Central West community to see that fantastic facility that has been built and what it will offer, not only for the efficiency of rail services, but jobs and for the future of rail across regional New South Wales?
Yeah, so just the first bit of your question, or your statement, or whatever it was before that, I just want to be clear. Orange Rail Action Group, great organisation. If they want to have more information around the bullet, more than happy for them to reach out to me directly or to have a conversation. We can get briefings for them from Transport, no problem. And I urge them to come to that community consultation date. It'll be the 31st of October. So that will be there. In relation to the Mindiara, the facility at Dubbo, I did have a letter from the leader of the Nationals asking me about that, and I think I've written back to him from memory about whether there could be an open day. I gather there'd been someone in the community that wanted to do that, and like I'm a former tour operator, I'm a local member, I understand there's a lot of excitement about these places, but it is also an operating facility that is very focused on the health and safety of A, its workforce, and B, anyone else who's on site. So my understanding is that an open day is not going to be possible in that. I queried that myself because, we know there's a lot of buzz in the community around it. But what I know the department is very keen to do is if people want to have a presentation, if you've got your local probus groups or whatever, they want to do one, happy to do that. But at this stage, we're not planning a big open day as such where the community go and walk through, because when I was there a couple of weeks ago, there's a lot of safety constraints in that, as there should be as a rail facility. So
thank you, Minister. So just back to, I specifically want to know that you have not settled on the rollout of the new regional fleet, and I accept that answer.
Yeah, and it's also...
Will you be prepared to look at getting Transport for New South Wales to look at interim arrangements to extend one of the existing 2 Bathurst Bullet services to Orange, and to have that service initiate and start from Orange, and for the crew and train to be stabled there?
Oh, Mr. Faraway, we're looking at all of those options all the time. We are really...
When do you think there will be a decision on that option or that request from the member for Orange and the Orange Rail Action Group and the people in Orange?
Well, the timing will come when it comes. I can't give you a timing on that today, but what I can say is that obviously there's a lot of things to get right here. We've got to manage, the existing rolling stock, the existing services, the existing staffing, the existing training accreditation of all that rolling stock, and we've got to make sure that it is achieving the work that it's meant to do, and then we need to look at what is the capacity for additional services and things. So I can't. That's why I can't give you a time frame.
So I suppose a simpler question is, will you only look at extending those services to Orange with the new regional fleet?
Sorry,
will you only look to extend rail services to Orange when the new regional fleet is introduced?
Oh, no, not necessarily, no. That's why we're doing the community consultation, Mr. Faraway. We want to have a look at exactly what the community is. We want to have an open and transparent conversation with them. So, again, 31st of October, I really urge you to come along.
Fine. So if the decision is not reliant on the introduction of the new regional fleet, which you've just said, no, not necessarily, I think they were your words, does that mean that it is a live possibility that you will look at the feasibility of extending one of the 2 Bathurst Bullet services to Orange, and to have the train stabled there, and for the crew to be based there, and for the service to initiate from Orange in the morning?
Look, Mr. Faraway, we're kind of getting into all that hypothetical, if this, if that, we'll do that, whatever. I'm happy to take it on notice, but I think it's probably better to put it on that. In terms of, we are looking at the feasibility of it. We want to make sure that we are meeting the customer service obligations of the existing services we have, but we also are aware of the very strong, passionate views within the community and the, to be frank, need for the services to improve. So, we're balancing all of that.
Yep, now, you've got a supporter here, Minister, so...
Well, that's great to know.
Willerrawang Station.
Yes.
The local Progress Association recently had a town hall meeting on site.
They didn't invite me, I was surprised.
They are disappointed. They are disappointed with the lack of action from Transport from New South Wales and the New South Wales Government. Can you tell me where this project is up to in getting that station reopened? And secondly, if you support the reopening of that station longer term?
Look, Mr. Faraway, that station has been non-operational since 1989. So there's been, quite a long time where it could have been reopened, and it hasn't been.
But it's fair to say, Minister, that the former New South Wales Government did commit money.
Yes, the $7 million. I was going
wasn't
to.
an election commitment. It was a
October 2022,
Correct.
a total of $7 million announced to reopen it, and we've allocated $3.46 million in the latest budget.
So how much work has been done for that $3.46 million? What have you got to show the community for $3.46 million?
So they're assessing the scope and costs, including progressing the site investigations and doing the design development. That includes things like development of station upgrade options that will meet the operational requirements as well as the passenger and community expectations. So, I'm not sure if anyone can give it more detail than that if there's more updated information, but I think that's probably
Do you support the reopening of that station, Minister?
Well, obviously the government's put money in the budget to do that.
So is $7 million enough? Does that be due to rising costs? Do you need to allocate more funding towards it to make it happen?
I hope not, Mr. Faraway, but a lot of the projects that your government promised, unfortunately, that's been the case. So we will see how we go.
Will the Bathurst Bullet stop at Willerowang Station when it's reopened?
That one would have to be on notice. And I think, again, we're getting into hypothetical territory of, if this, if that, and then, it's going to be some timing points that are important here, and we'll need to make sure that they all work in alignment. And the other point too, Mr. Faraway, one of the successes of the Bathurst Bullet has been that it's been a fairly direct service, so then that's another consideration in that too.
So what do you say to local stakeholders, including the full room, the full turnout or a large turnout of the local Willerowang community who say they have seen no visible progress at Willerowang Station after your 18 months of being in office?
Well, Mr. Faraway, I couldn't say anything to them because I wasn't invited to the community meeting. I'd love to have been there and I'd love to have known about it. I'm happy to go and meet with them again. There has been funding allocated in this year's budget, so work is happening. And as I've outlined to you today, it's happening. So, that's what I'd say.
Do you have questions, Kate?
Thank you. Minister, you would be familiar with the Edmondson Street Bridge in Wagga Wagga.
I am.
You are. Minister, after 18 months since your candidate for the seat of Wagga Wagga committed funding for the work, why hasn't it been completed yet?
Yeah, so we've been having a conversation about this with Inland Rail because they obviously are doing some work in Wagga in that area, and we know that they are looking at what they are. We don't want to be in a situation where we upgrade the pedestrian bridge at expense and then it all has to be pulled down and they do their work. So it's really about getting that in alignment. Now that was a local candidate's commitment, so not one we had huge visibility over, but I was aware of it before the election. And given that, the state that it's in, I've been over it a couple of times and seen it, it is one that we need to do work on.
So, Minister, in that case, was the commitment made solely by the candidate alone? Was there no consultation with the then opposition in relation to that commitment before it was made?
No, I didn't. I said I had visibility of it, and obviously it was into the local commitments that was committed under that, rather than, as I say, like a transport commitment.
But you would understand, Minister, that commitment was made in light of the fact that Inland Rail was already planned through that section of railway crossing, and therefore you would have known beforehand that there was likely to be an upgrade of that bridge, no?
No, we did know that there was likely to be, but in light of the timings, it wasn't clear exactly what the timeframes were for Inland Rail, and then what the timeframes were with us, with government taking it on and then getting all the work done. So, obviously when you come to government, there's slippages in terms of timing because, you get more information as you get here about those timings.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
So I'll continue this line of questioning when we come back.
Thank you. I'll just jump in and use the rest if I have those, the 6 minutes of it. Minister, I noticed that on the Sapphire Coast, there's been two, I suppose they're medium size, the electric-powered minibuses. Have they been provided by the government or the private sector? Just to be, those two new buses.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit less. I know the one you're talking about. Sorry, it was a
media release by you on the 7th of June.
Yeah, I know. I was actually going to get down there, but I think it was such horrendous weather I was going to get blown off the plane, so we couldn't get there. But Holly, can you give that detail?
Thanks, Ms. Taylor.
Yes, thank you for the question. So these are two small minibuses.
Yes.
They're zero-emission buses. They provide our on-demand services. So the operator liaises directly with the manufacturer and leases those vehicles. And then we essentially, in terms of the contract arrangement, ensure that we pay for the vehicle.
So ultimately those are paid for. Are there other plans? So I think on demand is working in some areas, but a lot of the community regionally, particularly in the coastal areas, but have been asking for more buses, smaller buses, shuttle buses that can travel around quite quickly and conveniently. What's the expectation for other buses like this to be delivered in other parts of the state, Minister?
So do you mean ZEBs or do you mean point-to-point, on-demands or both?
So these are two new electric battery-powered mini buses that look, fantastic. So it's those particular buses. Are they being rolled out in any way?
Yeah, we're doing trials. So we've got trials going on at the moment in Armidale. I think if they're not there already, there's going to be, I don't know if we've announced it anyway, here we go. No, we have, good. Narrabri, Queanbeyan and Deniliquin.
Yes.
And so we're trying to get, a diversity of operating conditions and climate. So, for example, in Armidale, it's really important because battery buses or battery vehicles don't perform as well in the cold. So it's important to know how that might impact in terms of operation. So the ZEBs we're trialling them in different locations before we sort of go, right, here we go, that's what the solution will be for particular regions because they might operate differently in those environments. In terms of the point-to-point aspect of it, the on-demand sort of part, as I said before, we've rolled out on-demand in, or minibuses similar to that in Brewarrina and Collarenebri this year, and we've continued Wilbur in Burke. And
thank you. I've noticed that as well. When you saying that it's being trialled, are you saying at the electric component of it, the fact that they're electric is the trial?
Yes. Sorry, I'm talking about those electric trials. Those ones. Yeah.
So you're not trialling the bus service to see whether it's convenient for people, but you're trialling whether electric vehicles work. I assume because, as you said, the coal, but charging everything, is that right?
Yeah, charging infrastructure, all of that. Sorry, that's why I wasn't quite sure whether you were talking about the on-demand or the ZEB. So
So let's go back. I mean, the fact that on-demand, so you're trialling that as well, I assume, as to whether how much the community is responding and needs it. Is that correct? So in terms of trialling the on-demand, you said that there's a number of other areas. I've been contacted by other communities around the kind of Queanbeyan, Braidwood areas. That's another region that has a severe lack of transport options, particularly transport services in terms of medical appointments, but obviously many others. And if you take school buses out of it, there's not really much else. What's being planned for that area?
Look, I will throw to Holly on that more detail, but we have been looking at that again. Obviously, the Cross-Border Commission, we've been engaging with their office around, particularly Queanbeyan, because that is a concern, even with taxis and point-to-point there. So, yeah, we are trying to make it smoother across borders for bus journeys so that people don't have to have such reliance on point-to-point, but also we know that there's some some inconsistencies in terms of, you know, which side of the border you pick up on point to point, and that's why we had the wheelchair accessible round tables, which also really we had a lot of issues raised just about taxis generally and point to point.
Particularly in relation to around this area, lots of elderly residents needing to get to medical appointments. This is back to Braidwood, Goulburn, Queanbeyan. Whether there is has been any investigation into more community transport services. I think there's one at the moment that's being run called Valmar Community Transport, but it's got very ad hoc bus services, and that's about it, according to the communication I've had with locals. Yeah. Is there anything else planned or at least being investigated, Ms Taylor?
So thank you for the question. I might take that question on notice.
Okay, and is that one of the areas as well in terms of the strategic,
so
transport,
that's the seats,
regional
that would be the
transport
southeast and
strategy.
Tablelands, which is live at the moment. People have been consulting, so that was in the tranche one, particularly because it had the one thing that the Hunter doesn't have, which is that cross-border issue. And so obviously that region you have quite a number of border issues because you've got Canberra and then you've also got Victoria.
More transport in the ACT and less in New South Wales is probably one of the big border issues, I think. Mr Fang.
Thank you. Minister, just back to the issue of the Aitchison Street Bridge in Wagga Wagga. Do you agree with the candidate when she said that speaking to Wagga Council, I know this is a priority for them at the moment, and that good government looks at needs and addresses needs. Minister, when can the people of Wagga Wagga expect that bridge to reopen?
Look, I would have to take that one on notice because I do want to have that conversation with Inland Rail. I know that we have spoken about it and where they're up to with that. And I just, as I said, we don't want to be duplicating where there might be. And that's the feedback too, Mr Fang, that we've had from the community, was that they were very concerned that if there was a amount of money spent and then it was just going to be replicated within a short period of 6 to 12 months, then that would be a problem. So that's why we've been talking. And also, sorry, just should say, I have been really engaged with council in Wagga about their issues just generally in terms of Inland Rail, how their planning's going. And we've actually been doing a bit of a whiteboarding exercise with Transport for New South Wales. And the regional director down there, I want to give her a shout out, Acting Director Cassie French, because she's really been leaning into that to try and, get more work done on that sort of whole of Wagga transport.
Well, Minister, in that case, then no doubt they will have raised the issue of Marshalls Creek Bridge with you as well.
Yes,
and,
absolutely.
Minister, why has this government delayed Wagga being able to have that free flow through the Sturt Highway, which should have been delivered, sometime next year, which is now probably not going to be delivered until after the election? So
you're talking about Marshalls Creek Bridge?
Yes.
So we've actually escalated that. Like we said, that's the focus of the work we're wanting to do. So, that has certainly not been held back, and it was underfunded by the former government in terms of commitment. So definitely we have got that done. We've had a lot of work with council, a lot of work with the Progress Association, the citizens, the ratepayers, all of those different groups that were advocating for it, as well as council. So, look, I'm pretty confident on that one that we're pulling out all stops to get it done.
So you're saying to this committee that you're ahead of schedule with Marshall Creek Bridge?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just, and I, as I say, I know that it's a priority for the community. If it's not moving at pace, again, I'd urge you to come and have a chat to me about it, or drop me a line, or get, someone that, is not afraid to talk to me. That's fine, whatever.
Minister, I can assure you I am not afraid to talk to you.
Well, that's fine. Well, that's great, Mr.
And on that, I'll pass over to my good friend and colleague, the Honourable
Thank
Senator
you.
Faraway.
Minister, do you still support the ability for a noise wall to be built on the
Sorry?
bypass? Do you still support the ability for a noise wall to be built as part of the Coffs Harbour bypass project to support the potential film studio project?
Do I still support the potential? Yes.
Okay. So has it been costed?
No. Oh, I don't. I've seen a figure that the proponents put up there, but I don't think it's been costed.
Have you had direct meetings and discussions with the Treasurer and/or Premier about finding additional funding to make that sound wall a part of the Coffs Harbour bypass to allow the film project, studio project, to proceed?
Mr. Faraway, we have been very clear with the proponent that there are other pathways for funding to government. We've encouraged them to do that. There's also been an issue in the sense they haven't submitted plans for. It was the last I got. I stand to be corrected. No, that's right. So we're up to that.
So have you discussed the matter with the Treasurer or Premier about finding additional pathways for funding to make this project happen as part of a broader Coffs Harbour bypass project?
I haven't spoken to those two. I have spoken to other ministers and...
So which ministers, Minister?
Particularly John Graham, Minister for Roads and Arts, etc. And I think I've also directed them to speak to Minister Moriarty. But really, without a plan in place, lodged with Transport, and we've been very clear with the proponents that we would urge them to lodge that, it then enables us to make a decision, or etc. So, these are just challenges that are there.
Given that Transport for New South Wales eventually settled with Rochelle Hicks, do you regret your office victim blaming and briefing against her?
Mr. Faraway, I am surprised you would ask that question. I categorically reject the assumption of your question, and I absolutely think it is inappropriate to be raising that case in this forum again, because I do not think it's appropriate to be...
The question
Order. It's my turn.
Actions.
No, that's it. Sorry. Okay, Minister, I'm not sure whether this was asked earlier, so apologies if so, but let's talk about it again. The regional rail fleet, the poor delayed regional rail fleet, with your media release on the 28th of August that says that the first 2 trains have been inspected. What's the expectation? So they've been inspected. They're at the maintenance centre. They're doing testing now, are they, literally on the tracks?
I'll give that to Camilla about whether they're actually testing right now, but I will say they're bimodal trains. They will involve testing as diesel and as electric. And we were very clear when we were out there that there is still a way to go because of that need to test in both modes as well, and to get through the huge accreditation process for these rolling stock.
Yes, I can confirm we've got 2 trains at Dubbo. They are both long regional trains, so 6 carriages each. There are final fit-out works that are occurring that will be done locally in Dubbo, but the first of those trains will make its way south to Sydney later this month, and it will start its dynamic testing on the network. The first dynamic set of testing will actually be on the electrified city network. It needs to do that testing, and eventually it will go on the regional network, which is a diesel network. It's a bimode train. It needs to be tested thoroughly.
Is the reason that it's bimodal for regional New South Wales, which at this point doesn't have any electric network, I'm assuming, and I'm assuming that it's not in this government's strategy to put in place an electrified network for the regional rail, is it, Minister?
Oh, not for the whole state, no.
Not for
but obviously going into Sydney.
Obviously, it's a great idea, the Greens support that, but I haven't heard government talking
That's
about
right.
that.
It'd be a big announcement. No, obviously the trains are going into Sydney, so then there's an opportunity there to do it. So there is reduction in emissions there, and also just future-proofing it. And there may be certain sections of track that are electrified. You know, those conversations are always happening. So yeah, but as a
So it's being fitted out. The first fleet, the first carriage or train, will be finalised in terms of fit out this month to go to Sydney, or is the fit out still needing to occur?
We'll start the dynamic testing of the first train from Sydney. There are final fit-out works that are occurring locally in Dubbo. So the second train, for example, will commence those fit-out works shortly. Some of the fit-out works for the first train have already occurred because the train arrived in February earlier this year. Just in terms of the bi-mode, it will travel on the electrified network when it comes in and out of Sydney. The long regionals go up to Brisbane and down to Melbourne, out to Broken Hill, but they do come via Central.
Minister, with those two trains, if they're ready, perhaps well ahead of others, I'm not sure what the expectation is in terms of the delivery of more of them. Do you have an idea of when the next train is going to arrive in the country?
look, we do have some ideas. I'm not sure if we're telegraphing those at this stage.
Yeah, we'll have a third train in Australia later this year, and then from early next year the trains will be arriving regularly, so every couple of months we'll have an additional train.
Every couple of months. So for those first two trains, when they do get on the tracks, how are you determining which communities get them? Which services will be provided with those?
Probably Labor electorates.
I don't think there's many west of the Divide, so we'll...
That's true.
Minister?
Look, they'll be done on an operational basis of what's the most appropriate. There'll be, obviously, you know, like it's a bit... it's a long process because you've got to get the drivers accredited to drive them, so that there'll be staffing arrangements, there'll be stabling arrangements. So there will be a number of considerations that have to be taken operationally before that decision is made, and that will be the sole and only decision. I have no desire to be having a train in a particular area of any political persuasion. That's not how we roll.
And back to the bikes. So on those trains, because these roll-on bikes are taking place on the old trains, the trial. What has been? I think we went through this last time, but are there specific areas of those new trains that will allow quite a few bikes at once to be rolled on?
When we were on the train the other day having a look at it, there were areas that they were able to be have a few bikes in there. I mean, not whole carriages or not caboose at the end or anything like that, but there will be some. And we were just talking actually in the break around, your question earlier, and one of the concerns you might. Well, no, because as I said, I'm 100% behind you on this, and we want to ensure that, for instance, there's bike tours that go on, and you don't want to have 20 cyclists all turn up with their bikes wanting to roll on when all the carriage is booked out fully, and you end up having an unintended consequence of really poisoning community sentiment towards it, because people are saying, well, it's not safe to have them on there. So we are trying to make sure that is facilitated, and that's part of where the fee is, to make sure really so that there's a booking and an understanding that there will be bike coming on that train. It's not a case of you're on the train for 10 or 20 minutes or a half an hour in a city service and then you're out and people can kind of put up with it. You could be on it for 4 or 5 hours or overnight. You want to make sure that people know that that's what they need to expect.
Okay, all right, thank you, Minister. Any questions from government members? I think
Come
they're
on, Murphy,
raring to
mop
go.
up
You got
the-
your questions?
Mop up the speed mate.
Thank you very much, Minister. That's the end of your time here with us today. Thanks for making yourself available.
Thank you so much.
And I'm pretty sure we have everybody else coming
Even
back.
the barrister couldn't defend the speed
So
camera.
we'll now break. We'll come back at 2:00 and see all the officials then. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. All right, welcome back for this afternoon's session. We'll begin straight away, throwing to the opposition, Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Cullen, I want to just do a little bit of a deep dive into the way that, I guess, analysis is done in relation to the rollout of speed zones, safety zones, analysis for speed camera operations, etc. I guess I want to start in relation to the rollout of these point-to-point average speed assessment zones. Is it fair to say that the ones that are currently set up on places like the Hume Highway were originally set up for heavy vehicles?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. Yes, so about 2009 there was a spate of fatality crashes, a spike in relation to heavy vehicles, and that was the commencement of a program to establish average speed camera lengths on regional roads in particular where that took place. And so gradually over that period of time since 2009 there's been a gradual expansion of the number of those sites, which are prioritised around, again, heavy vehicle casualty crashes. And in 2018, as part of the then government's Road Safety Action Plan 2021, in response to a significant increase in heavy vehicle crashes across the metropolitan area, there was a decision to expand the average speed cameras associated with heavy vehicle enforcement to the metropolitan area.
So Crossy Tunnel, Eastern Distributor, Lane Cove Tunnel, etc.?
Yep.
Okay.
And the motorways as well,
Yes.
currently. I think there are now 31 sites, 6 of which are in the metropolitan area, with an additional 5 sites which are planned for the metropolitan area.
Yes, thank you. In relation to the location of those camera sites, I've got the fact sheet in front of me and it says that it's that they've been, I guess, worked out in relation to heavy vehicle hotspots. How might that differ from a passenger car hotspot?
Look, we have comprehensive data sets around casualty crashes across New South Wales, and clearly we don't. We have a range of enforcement options associated with the enforcement of speeding for all vehicles, including police enforcement, fixed speed camera enforcement, red light speed camera enforcement, and mobile speed camera enforcement. So the combination of all of those programs, the fixed locations are generally around concentrations of casualty crashes where there's identified. The mobile and average speed cameras average for heavy vehicles are generally applied to areas. Mobile speed camera programs across the world are generally applied in a way to randomise enforcement in order to get a general deterrence across the whole of the road network.
Yep. So, I guess if I want to start doing a broader analysis of instances that occur in relation to, say, heavy vehicles in the first instance, and then we'll move to passenger vehicles later, are you able to determine how many instances occur because of speed and how many occur because of something like fatigue?
Yes, so every crash investigation where there's a fatality, police actually, as well as our own experts within the Centre for Road Safety and through the contract we have in place for putting together the data for New South Wales, I think a more than 30-year contract with the SDIA, the Spinal Cord Injury Association, who've been doing that data cleansing for us for a number of decades, to ensure that there's clear information about every crash. So from every police report as well, there's an indication by the investigators, particularly in fatality crashes, detailed investigations around the site, the location, the vehicle, the the conditions, and all of that data is available on our website and also available in open data. And and clearly there are always, not always, but there are very regularly multiple causes to crashes, so contributing factors to crashes. And in terms of the outcomes for crashes, whether it's a fatality or serious injury, there's a system sort of based approach which would indicate whether the vehicle itself contributed to saving the individual's life or the safety features of the vehicle. As would be the road environment, and so the investment that we have in barrier systems, audio tactile, wide centre lines, shoulders, speed zones. An analysis of the degree to which the whole safe system is actually contributing to the reduction of the impact of the crash as well.
Okay, so say over the last year, and you might have figures going back a bit further, but I imagine you have the last year in front of you. In relation to heavy vehicles, how many accidents on, say, the Hume Highway or the Pacific Highway were in relation to speed, and how many were in relation to other issues like fatigue? Are you able to provide?
So I'll just take that on notice for the heavy vehicle crashes, because I know that you're interested in the process by which we've selected the 2 trial sites, and we've excluded the heavy vehicle crashes from an analysis as part of that process.
I guess part of what I'm seeking to find out is that obviously when there is an accident, I think there's predominantly it seems to be the fault of speed is, considered to be a contributing factor in a lot of crashes. And that's certainly the evidence that I think you've provided in numerous inquiries that we've had these issues come up. But I wonder how much work has been done in relation to something like fatigue as opposed to speed, whether fatigue crashes are increasing, decreasing, or do you able to provide some insight into that?
Yes, certainly. And fatigue-related crashes over a longer period of time, based on the research, have actually been increasing as a proportion. Clearly, the speed at which you travel and the speed at which you crash determines from a physics perspective the impact on the human body and therefore whether you're seriously injured or killed. But we have seen a disturbing increase in the level of fatigue, and we have a range of specific criteria for the classification of crashes where fatigue is determined to be a factor in that crash. So, for example, run-off road crash where there's no indication of any self-harm indicated, where there's no braking and somebody hits an object, clearly would be identified as fatigue contributing to that crash. And we have seen in the data in the year to date a significant increase in fatigue-related crashes, and we have over time as well. There is general research around sleep debt and the health research around sleep patterns has impacted on a whole range of health issues, but areas, and it has also impacted on road trauma.
Okay. The Hume Highway, and I only use the Hume Highway, and I'll keep coming back to that because I travel it twice a week. I live in Wagga, work here. I often drive it. I drove it last night. That's 110 predominantly along the majority of the Hume Highway, which is the speed limit, 110 kilometres per hour. Mr. Collins, do you know how long it has been a speed limit of 110 kilometres per hour on that road?
No, I'd have to take that on notice. In terms of a time frame for when that speed zone review is done.
The only reason I ask is because for as long as I can remember, and I've certainly been driving, I got my learners in 1993/4 on 30th of December, so on my birthday. So, for around that period, the Hume Highway has always been 110 kilometres an hour. Would that be a fair?
Well, there are sections which are lower speed zones because of the entry points onto the network or the design of the network.
Yes. So it's been 110 for the last, I don't know, let's say 3 decades thereabouts. Have we ever seen a road in Australia that's had an increase in its speed limit as opposed to a decrease?
Yeah, absolutely.
And how do we come to that conclusion that we can do that?
I'll get some data for you as the evaluations of our speed zones over the last period. So we've actually in 2021 seen speed zone reviews conducted in the 305, where 14 increased in the regional areas and 73 increased in Greater Sydney.
Is that usually
So, a bit
associated with
change.
an improvement program along with the road?
Yeah, exactly. And so, I'd point to the 30 or 40 years in the investment that we've made on the Pacific Highway, where we've halved the number of fatalities over that period of time.
Yes.
Growing up, it used to take 7 hours for me to travel with my family when I was young to Sydney.
So about 2 or 3 decades ago?
From Taree, and so now it's down to a little over 3.5 hours. So speed zones have actually increased in terms of the speed increases, and the fatalities have reduced on that part of the network.
Right. Is it fair to say that fatigue on the road is predominantly a sleep debt issue, or is it a late night issue, or is it the fact that people are spending long periods of time behind the wheel?
So it's a combination of those factors. So what some of the research indicates is that, and we've seen an increase in the sort of 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. and the 3 till sort of 7 p.m. periods increase in fatigue-related crashes. So the early morning fatigue-related crashes actually can be where people just haven't had enough sleep over a period of time. Certainly people not resting when they're on long trips and they get fatigued is a factor, but people getting into their vehicles already fatigued is also a factor in fatigue.
Finish at work late, working a long shift and then trying to drive home, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and also accumulated sleep debt as well. So there's a lot of research that indicates that if you don't, get more around 7 to 8 hours a night, so if you're getting 5 a night over time, that accumulates in terms of your sleep
I wish
debt.
I got 5 hours a night.
Affecting your fatigue.
Cullen. So, given that we've had the same speed limit on that stretch of road for quite a number of decades, given that it's fair to say that cars are now much safer, a lot of them have radar cruise controls, they have lane keep assist, some of them have levels of autonomous driving indeed. Why is it that there hasn't been any work done in relation to increasing the speed limit on some of these major roads where we've got an opportunity to reduce the amount of time people are spending in their cars on the road, therefore reducing the fatigue levels that we have and perhaps reducing those crash levels?
Okay, so the research is pretty clear in this area. The faster you travel in a vehicle, the higher the cognitive load on your brain. So your response times, your control over the vehicle actually fatigues you more when you're travelling at faster speeds. The other point that you're trying to get at as well, we have a vision for reducing the level of trauma on our roads to zero, and we have specific targets for the reduction of trauma. So by 2030, the previous government's target of 50% reduction of fatalities and 30% reduction of serious injuries. And we still have a significant number of fatal and serious injury crashes on the Hume Highway. And so we would say we need to take more measures in order to reduce that trauma, rather than allowing additional speed, which actually would produce a higher cognitive burden on the person who's driving a vehicle at higher speeds, reduce your stopping distances, and potentially, the research is pretty clear that additional speed will create more crashes, and at higher speeds, the outcomes are more severe, so you will see more serious injuries and more fatalities in a context where the policy settings are actually to reduce the trauma.
Is it possible that we can engineer the roads with which we currently have, such as the Hume Highway, to accommodate a faster speed limit?
Yes. So the answer to that's yes. It's a balance between the level of investment that we make in the road network. What I would say is that the level of trauma on roads that are not on our major thoroughfares like Hume Highway, M4, M8, tunnel systems, the Pacific Highway, there are literally tens of thousands of kilometres of roads where people are dying and being seriously injured at higher volumes on those parts of the road network where, from a road safety outcome perspective in reducing trauma, the cost benefit of actually investing your funds on road safety initiatives in those locations would reduce the number of fatalities and serious injuries at a faster rate than an investment in additional capital for enabling the Hume Highway to be at 120 kilometres.
Let's live in a utopia for a moment where we're, I guess, looking at things in isolation, and we're looking at what we would need to do to have a, say, 130 kilometre an hour limit on, and I'm not suggesting on all of the Hume Highway. There are certainly sections where I wouldn't think that you could have 130 kilometres an hour, but there are like long straight sections where there's potential there. What improvements would need to be engineered into it to actually allow that to happen?
So I would suggest that the standard of the safety of our vehicles in Australia would need to significantly increase. So when we compare ourselves with the European standards for the safety features and of vehicles in our fleet, and you have a look at, you mentioned the advanced driver system technologies which are coming into our fleet, which in the last decade have increased from about 3% of the vehicles registered on our roads up to around 15 to 20%. So you still have 80% of the vehicles that don't have those technologies. You have a significant proportion of the fleet which, when you crash, those that are 15 years or older have much worse outcomes compared to those vehicles which are in the fleet in those other jurisdictions which permit higher speeds. So that would be one area. That transition will take a significant period of time as well in Australia to turn over the fleet and have vehicles as safe as they are in Northern Europe.
Which is, I think, why my colleague was asking certain questions about fleet renewal and certainly safety of vehicles for P-plate and learner drivers.
Yep, absolutely. And when you have, just if we can go aside, the 500 odd people, young drivers who've accessed that scheme in Victoria compared to the 84,000 young drivers who got their licence, their Ls in the last 12 months. The impact of a program like that in a utopian world, unlimited capital, unlimited ability to control the network and control people's behaviour, we could reduce the road trauma significantly. If everybody followed the rules, I might envisage that we would have a massive reduction in trauma on our roads. So if people drove under the speed limits on our roads, that would make a massive impact on the
You wouldn't find that slightly
levels.
annoying, though?
Pardon?
You wouldn't find that slightly annoying? God knows I do.
No, I think I
Perhaps you
drive,
wouldn't.
as you'd imagine,
Perhaps you
I
wouldn't.
drive under the speed limit, and
This doesn't surprise me, Mr. Cullen.
And the science is pretty clear. When you're driving on a road that's designed for a certain speed, your cognitive load and your stress is less. And so therefore,
I'm not sure I'd agree with that,
you get
but
a- you
I
actually
appreciate
have a
the
better
science is another thing. My last question on this, I guess, really is, again, it's utopia, I guess, almost, but somewhere like Germany has the Autobahn, which allows for stretches where there is unlimited speed permitted. What's the accident rate in say, in Germany on those sections of road compared to ours? Why is it that they're able to achieve those speeds and that circumstance when we're not? Is it better driver behaviour? Is it better vehicles? Is it that their engineering on the roads is better? Is it a combination?
Clearly, well, firstly, on the premise that they have better crash rates on those roads, I'm happy to come back with data. I'd also be able to come back with data on the number of those roads which they actually have started applying speed limits to rather than unlimited speeds, which has been the case.
Yeah.
And
as I said, there are
I'd end
sections.
I'd end by saying, again, investment in those areas where we have the majority of trauma rather than upgrading specific roads to get higher speeds is what will save more lives.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on, I can't help but want to ask questions now about the road speed limit. Just extraordinary to hear the Nats advocating for higher speed limits and how bad it is to slow down. What do you know, Mr. Cullen, about the Northern Territory situation? I think of some reading information here that for the last 3 decades the Northern Territory road death has been 4 times the national average in terms of like per capita. The Productivity Commission found that. There's a number of different issues in relation to that, but is speed one of those? Do you know?
Yes. What we would, it's fairly clear in the evidence.
I mean, it's all fairly clear, really.
Yeah. The rate of fatalities and serious injuries in the Northern Territory is significantly higher than in New South Wales. I'd point as well to 2022 when New South Wales had the lowest rate of fatalities in Australia, and for the first time of any of the territories as well. ACT, which normally is better, and Victoria, and we went to 11th on the OECD list in terms of the rate of fatalities. But tragically, the number of people who died on our roads last year, we slipped back down to 16th. But New South Wales has had a much better and higher rate of performance than the Northern Territory for as long as those data have been available, and speeding is a significant contributing factor to the fatalities in Northern Territory.
Yeah. I feel like it's like the multiplication table in terms of being that obvious. But thank you. The bus driver shortage, I just wanted to get an update on that if we could. There's the immediate actions that were released in the first report of the bus industry task force with the regions that were most impacted by driver vacancies. This was April 2023. Obviously this is regional, so just wanting to get an update on how that is going for the most impacted contract regions as identified in that report. Thanks, Ms. Taylor.
So thank you for the question. In terms of bus driver shortages, so we track driver shortages across the outer metropolitan region, and that's because that's where we've identified most of our driver shortages. In terms of the rural and regional space, driver shortages are managed by exception. Some of the areas in which...
What does that mean?
What it means is that 94% of our operators are small and very small operators, so owner-operated businesses, and we don't experience shortages in those areas. So we manage driver shortages in the rural and regional space by exception. And for the outer metropolitan contracts, we manage those on a monthly basis and track figures. In terms of our July numbers, so we're currently tracking at 3% for July, which is an improvement from October 22, we're at 12%.
Right.
So we still see some pockets, so predominantly in Newcastle, Upper Hunter and Central Coast.
And so we've gone from 12% vacancy. Sorry, did you say that was for the regions, not including Greater Sydney and outer metropolitan, or is
that is for outer metropolitan?
Yeah, outer metropolitan. And does that include the same level with that dropping from 12 or improving from 12 to 3%? Does that include the same level of services really, or has that had to necessitate some cuts to services to get those figures?
So thank you for the question. Yes, that is the same level of services.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Wanted to turn to the issue of wildlife underpasses now. I did ask this question in the transport estimates or roads. I know it was transport, I believe, with Minister Halen, but I do no. Anyway, sometime in the I think I may have asked them at both. I'll ask them for a third time. But I do just want to get a response as to whether the department is looking at particularly underpasses and overpasses. I think there's been some response, obviously, about the wildlife symposium that I think Minister Graham said he attended, and also discussions about fencing. But what work has been done to look at overpasses and underpasses, which really are the pick of all of the options to ensure wildlife have safe passage across highways? So is anything being done at all, or is that kind of being struck off as in that is just too complicated and too expensive? Ms. Webb. That's right. We spoke about this.
Yes, Chair, we spoke about it on Friday, and I mentioned that, so we've talked about koalas, but also there are improvements and initiatives that are put into place for a whole range of wildlife.
Yes, because I think, so just to interrupt, because this was largely a little Appin Road, Greater Sydney, but now we're regional estimates.
That's
just
right.
Yes, wanting to know what's going on in other parts of the state for wildlife beyond koalas as well.
Yes, so for example, and I think I mentioned the Pacific Highway between Newcastle and the border. There are strategies including 450 kilometres of fauna fencing, the installation of, there are some fauna underpass structures, and planting of koala feed trees. I'll have to take on notice the exact specifics of any underpasses.
You know those big overpasses that are on the Pacific Highway that are really just quite remarkable. There has been evidence, cameras put in place showing the amount of wildlife that do use that. I think I asked specifically around particular important wildlife corridors in the state. It does sound like, to be honest, if you're taking this on notice again, that it's not really something that the department has before it in terms of that type of agenda or plan to look at where any wildlife overpasses would be beneficial.
Look, I will pass to my colleagues on specific projects, but certainly wildlife preservation is part of all of our planning work when we're building new roads and those significant upgrades that we're doing on the road network.
Have you done an options analysis within the department on what wildlife, compared to fencing, compared to overpasses and underpasses, what options are most beneficial in terms of wildlife, and a kind of cost-benefit analysis, if you like, recognising that we are in Australia and a lot of those those highways go through biodiverse hotspots, an incredible amount of wildlife, a lot of which are threatened. Recognising all of that, has there been any analysis, or is that something that the Environment Department would look at, not Transport?
Look, as we do our design for all of our projects, we will be looking at the impact on the wildlife for that project. But I'm not aware of a particular study that we've done that looks at, has that more generic review of all of the different types of wildlife and the most effective. A more generic study as opposed to looking at the specific wildlife at specific locations. But I will defer to Mr. Fuller to see if he's got any specifics for.
Do you have anything else, Mr. Fuller? Anything else beyond not much? I mean, thank you though, Ms. Webb. I know you're trying to answer to the best of your ability with not much of a
We do have
priority
specifics. So,
within
for
Transport.
example, we can give you all the details around a range of wildlife on a range of our projects, but in terms of a collective answer to your question, I don't have that.
Is there anybody, sorry, Mr. Fuller, we'll go to you. Is there anybody within Transport that actually has a position, as in their job is?
Yes.
Where is that within?
So within my environment and sustainability team, there are a range of specialists who work on biodiversity protection, including, obviously, animals.
Yes, and so they are responsible for
so they
wildlife
will work
crossings.
they will work with both Matt and Camilla's teams to provide specialist advice and support as the EISs are developed for each of their programs and projects.
That's
Anything else?
correct, Chair. So, look, essentially any time we touch any part of the network in any substantive way, we obviously do very thorough assessments on any environmental impact, including wildlife. So the environment team support both our team, Camilla's team, to go out there and do thorough species assessments. So it's really, I'm just trying to think of the last time we might have done a review of the effectiveness of some of those wildlife crossings.
Because I understand,
I know there has been some work done in the past.
I understand species assessment when highways, major infrastructure is going through sensitive environmental areas. I understand what they do largely offset. Really, sometimes there's avoidance, but not much as we know. But the question, I suppose, really is around when they do go through key corridors, what's the requirement for the department, if there is any, to try and ensure that there is still safe passage or crossing. Absolutely. I don't think it's feasible to just put fencing up right along and just pretend that that's going to work for these populations of animals that you're essentially dividing. So the question is, how regularly does that happen? Because I feel like there was a little bit of a burst with the Pacific Highway around the Ballina area it is, but not much else that I see when I'm travelling around the state.
There's certainly a substantive amount of work goes on whenever we go into a new project. So if I could give you a couple of examples at the moment, and Ms. Drover's probably got some more detail. We definitely have wildlife overpass crossings in place for Coffs Harbour Bypass, Jervis Bay Road intersection, as a couple of examples. One of the key issues at the moment we're contending with and working through between our teams for the Milton Ulladulla bypass is the impact on the Greater Glider, and making sure that we have the right settings to support its movement through the corridor, and understanding what sort of structures would be most effective for that species. So it is something that's undertaken very regularly in an ongoing way, and I do recall some work that has been done on the efficacy of some of the different corridor options that we've provided. You're right, it's a balance between actually, fencing and absolute restriction and deterrent through to effective movement corridors, and how we do those through either overpass or underpass.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I was going to share some of the same examples, but we also do things like vegetation selection, and putting vegetation in certain areas to attract wildlife to it, and so it doesn't need to traverse, for example. The glider work we're doing, we haven't yet got the SEERs for that project, but even ahead of getting the planning department's requirements, we're looking at how we will address that glider issue. And certainly, as you say, on Coffs Harbour, there are a number of koala crossings proposed, but more work will be done on that Princess Highway on the south coast, looking at the wildlife issues as we develop those projects.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that, thank you. I've been contacted by somebody in the Hunter area that their property is within, this is in relation to the M1 extension to Raymond Terrace, which I understand is under construction at the moment. This is for you, Ms. Drover, is it? Depending on the question. Their property is within the 200-metre survey corridor for the Hunter gas pipeline, and they have been told, and they've got the documentation that shows that the pipeline is approved to go straight through the entire road construction area. So what happens with that situation. Firstly, are you aware of that construction is going to have to accommodate the gas pipeline at some point?
I'm not clear on the exact gas pipeline.
This is the
there,
Hunter gas pipeline from Queensland's going all the way through,
Yep.
well, ultimately I certainly hope it doesn't, but going through the Liverpool Plains, through the Upper Hunter, and then to Newcastle, the M1 extension to
Yep.
Raymond Terrace. I suppose the question is whether this pipeline, which is quite a big pipeline, gas pipeline, if it does go ahead, is going to carry a lot of gas. For something like that, what are the requirements, safety requirements? I assume that if the road is already built, that would be that would have to be constructed underneath the road at some point, and the road, if the road is already open.
Yeah, look, I'm not familiar with that pipeline.
Sorry, in place.
And I'm not sure that we necessarily have contemplated it for the project, but happy to take that away and see what information we can bring back. It hasn't been one of the major issues to date on the project. And yes, we've been doing major construction work since December last year.
Yes, apparently some of the construction workers on that project were basically laughing and saying they're certainly not building a gas pipeline through here in terms of what they knew about that. Thank you. That's the end of my questions for now. Mr. Farraway.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Murray, I will go to you. I'd like to know, Mr. Murray, has any of the transport ministers ever requested a PowerPoint or other presentation to be provided to them from the department on average speed camera policy?
Sorry, could you just repeat? Have they ever asked for a PowerPoint?
A PowerPoint
only?
presentation on the rollout of the average speed camera policy that was announced yesterday.
I would have to take that on notice. I'm sure there has been numerous briefings of different subjects, but I can't speak to PowerPoint presentations.
Okay. Have the ministers requested policy or briefings from the department to be provided via a PowerPoint presentation since you've been the secretary?
Not specifically. The department does provide PowerPoint style presentations for some specific subjects. Other times it would be written briefs. Other times it might just be a conversation presentation rather than specifically a PowerPoint deck.
Okay. So has your department provided, whether it be a PowerPoint or any other type of presentation, to the offices of Minister Graham, Halen or Aitchison
on
average speed camera policy?
Cameras. Well, coming out of the Road Safety Forum in February, the average speed camera issue was tabled in that session by a number of the experts, and one of the commitments was to investigate that policy further from that point in time, which the government committed to. As a result, I'm aware that we did a number of pieces of work within the organisation, and many of those would have made their way up to the government for consideration or for ongoing discussion in terms of the research which Mr. Carlin has already spoken to today.
Would you consider a PowerPoint presentation to any of the transport ministers to be a form of briefing document?
Yes, I would consider that as part of a briefing, not a briefing necessarily in itself.
Okay. So if briefing notes were requested in a Freedom of Information request, would a PowerPoint or other presentations be included?
I couldn't answer that in terms of the hypothetical nature of the request.
Okay, so if there was a request, a request through Freedom of Information to your department, if any representatives within transport had given a PowerPoint presentation, would that be picked up, or would you expect that that'd be picked up in a Freedom of Information request?
In a GIPA?
Yes.
I have certainly seen before, again, I can't comment on any specific applications, but I have certainly seen PowerPoint style decks in previous GIPAs.
Right,
if
so
that's
you're-
helpful.
Okay, so, but as the secretary, would it be your expectation that any PowerPoint presentations that were given to ministers' offices, whether it be the minister or chief of staff or advisors, as part of a briefing, that the PowerPoint presentation that was included should be part of any GIPA?
Again, difficult to speculate on any PowerPoint presentation without knowing the individual document or the request that was actually
But
submitted.
in general, as the secretary, Mr. Murray, would you expect that if there was a PowerPoint presentation as part of a briefing process to any transport minister's office, that should be included in any GIPA request?
Again, and I'm not trying to be obstructive here. I certainly would see no reason why it might be ruled out, but to say any PowerPoint should be included, I think is too sweeping without knowing the particulars.
Has the Premier or Treasurer's Office ever requested a PowerPoint presentation as part of a briefing document on average speed cameras?
Not that I'm aware of. They would most likely do that through the ministers, in which case we would service the ministers.
Keep going.
Thank you. Now moving back to the Regional Road Fund, Mr. Fuller, we heard the Minister in her contributions earlier talk about an assurance process. So firstly, I'd like to know, of the 28 projects in total, so we touched on 8 or 9 projects this morning that were state roads, but to my knowledge there's 28 projects in total that have been announced through the Regional Road Fund. So I'd like to know, have all 28 projects been through an assurance process?
So the short answer to your question is yes. They have any investment commitment that is undertaken by Transport on behalf of government. We have internal governance arrangements around. So it could be through a committee oversight, say for example on local government investment, where we have assurance activities over the investments undertaken by different councils, through to the most robust assurance process, which is in partnership with Infrastructure New South Wales on projects greater than $10 million. So given that a number of the commitments are for development and planning considerations to explore options for future delivery investment, and some of those obviously amount to more than $10 million, we are subject to the same assurance processes on any government project of that size and nature. So we'll be undertaking a strategic case, having that assessed at the appropriate gates in partnership with INSW. So it really depends on the project, the size, the scale. There is a governance and assurance arrangement across transport broadly. I can outline, a number of the committees and a number of the processes that we go through.
I suppose that the next part of my question is, Mr. Fuller, is when was Transport given that list of projects, and who was the list given to start the assurance process before, I suspect, that those projects were put forward to ERC?
Well, I guess like any election process, there's a series of commitments made by governments.
I'm talking about I'm talking about post-election. I'm talking about who, at what stage, where did the list of projects come from, and who initiated the assurance process internally in Transport?
Generally speaking, there's a list of projects that come down through election commitments that is, endorsed by Cabinet, and they are then tracked, monitored, measured through, in this case now, I think it's the Cabinet Office that's monitoring those election commitments, but at a point early after the government's appointment, we would have been provided that list of confirmed election commitments.
Yeah, so where did the list come from?
That would have come, I think at that stage, probably by Premier and Cabinet, until they were ultimately reformed and then split into two. So from memory, and then obviously those election commitments had to be confirmed in the government's first budget provided to us, and then appropriately at the different levels of investment, the different layers of assurance then come in and line up against those.
So for people listening at home, and I'm sure there's heaps of them. Are you sure? No. You would have Transport would have needed to have done that assurance process before ERC would have signed off on the funding from government. Is that fair?
No, not necessarily. Election commitments are normally fairly clearly handed to departments.
So had the New South Wales Cabinet approved those projects before Transport initiated the assurance process?
Well, the Cabinet endorses a series of election commitments, and then it's up to government departments, once they are allocated that funding and that investment portfolio, to apply the appropriate assurance regime. And like I said, projects over $10 million will come under the same level of scrutiny as others do in that nature, through the gated assurance process in conjunction with Infrastructure New South Wales.
As part of that assurance process, is there a requirement for a BCR return of one?
My understanding is the only funding envelope that requires a definitive BCR greater than one is that through restart funding. So for others, it's really just an assessment of by government on the value and decisions taken by cabinet. There's been many decisions over a long period of time where governments invest in
Mr.
projects
Fuller,
that are under one.
The Regional Road Fund, what you're saying, it doesn't have a BCR requirement.
It doesn't have a minimum requirement, no.
Right. Okay. So it can have a BCR of less than one and be approved.
Well, that's a hypothetical, but it doesn't have a minimum requirement for a BCR.
Have any of the 28 projects that have been announced by government that Transport are now administering for government, have any of them had a BCR test put on them?
As I've just said, the assurance process that happens is tiered in accordance with the level of investment, and primarily substantive business cases are generally only done on your more major projects, i.e. most of those the $10 million mark and above. So it wouldn't be our intention to run BCR assessments and substantive business cases and chew up lots of the funding for some of the smaller examples that have been provided for local government as a contribution to an existing project or to do, investigation work.
Has the Minister's office given any indication to Transport on when the $97 million that is left unallocated, when a process would be initiated to start Transport to go to market to councils and stakeholders looking for applications?
That's not something that I could provide this committee. That's obviously an ongoing consideration for government.
Yes, but so the point would be, Mr. Fuller, is that you haven't received advice from the Minister's office to start a process.
The Minister would be the one making announcements about what a future process for any further applications to the Regional Roads Fund would be.
All right, so with regards to deeds, you said earlier, I think you were going to take one of those questions on notice about how many councils have received deeds. Have you got anything back for us yet?
I don't at the moment, but we could certainly take that on notice. I do understand that many of the projects, as we've been going through and monitoring our election commitments, we have provided funding to councils, particularly for some of those smaller arrangements where they were pretty straightforward deeds. And I think there's probably still a few that are in the process of being finalised with councils.
So in a previous estimates, I asked for a full list of the projects, which was provided, and I've got them here. Interestingly, of the 28 projects, you have mapped them per electorate, or we have mapped them per electorate. So has Transport mapped the total projects per electorate as well?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not aware of or seen a report that does that.
Right. So, do you know how many projects are in Labor-held seats, Mr. Fuller?
No, I couldn't say off the top of my head.
It's 24. It's 88%. So, with regard to the Regional Road Fund, with the deeds, you'll come back to us.
I've actually just had that information come through to say that all 19 of those local government council deeds have actually been executed.
Yep. Okay. So you've got an executed document back from those councils.
Yep, we've got executed deeds according to the information I've just received for all 19 projects.
Yep. No worries at all. Thank you. Moving on, I'd like to ask some questions around the Willerowang station upgrade. So who's looking after that?
we can probably do that in combination. But I can...
Okay. So back to some of the questions to the Minister earlier. 3.4 million, I think, was the figure that was quoted, has been spent or expended of the $7 million that was allocated. Does Transport have a timeline of when more meaningful works and activity will commence on site? And secondly, does Transport for New South Wales have enough funding in real dollar terms to deliver that commitment?
I think, just to clarify, I think what the Minister said this morning is 3.46 has been allocated in this year's budget, so of the 7 million that was announced previously.
So that means even if we wanted to, we couldn't deliver the upgrade in this financial year because we don't have the funding envelope allocated for any meaningful works, correct?
Well, like with all projects, they go through a process of design and development phase, which is what we're in. The government's allocated a substantial amount to ensure that we're able to, fulfil the final design requirements to provide options back as to what works can be undertaken at Wallaroway.
Okay, so in terms of the process and in terms of some of the initial works, has Transport for New South Wales identified significant upgrades to the platform that would be required to make that station operational?
I think in our investigations early, platform requirements obviously dictate whether or not we can have all of the carriages associated with different trains accessible from the platform. So in many of the smaller stations across regional New South Wales, there are only some carriages that you can alight from or enter the train because of the shorter platform. So that may have been, I think that was some of the consideration being thought about by team. That's a logical consideration when we're thinking about smaller regional stations.
When will more community consultation commence with the community around the reopening or progress on the reopening of that station?
Could I have to take that on notice? I think you heard this morning from the Minister that she was pretty clear that we're very happy to touch base with any of the local community groups just to engage and to give them an update as to where we are with the project. So,
well, that's fine, but I think they're frustrated because they're not hearing anything from Transport. That's why they're organising their own meetings. So does Transport have any scheduled community consultation sessions planned as of today?
I'd have to take that on notice just to check in with the
I
team
can
and
add a couple
exactly
of
schedule.
lines.
You have one? Yeah.
Just a little bit. I don't have an enormous amount either because it is very early days in the process. So early investigations and survey works, excuse me, have started. There will be a number of options looked at for what the solution could be, and community consultation will be included as part of that design phase, but we would expect that is more likely to be next year than this calendar year.
So when does Transport for New South Wales expect that phase of works will be completed? You're saying what time in 2025? Q1 or Q2? Or?
No, I'm sorry, I really don't know at this early stage. It really is very early in the process of looking at the various options.
Well, I'll continue with you, Mr. Hayes, for the moment. Then, if that's the case, see what else you've got there.
That serves me right.
Will the station be able to access their on-demand service as part of the upgrade?
Couldn't answer that at this stage.
Okay. Has there been any work or consideration that the Bathurst Bullet services would be able to use the platform and that station as part of its reopening?
No, I would say not at this early stage.
Okay. So, with regard to the Bathurst Bullet services that we spoke with earlier with the Minister, is this something for you, Mr. Weeks, or it might be back to you, Mr. Fuller? Bathurst Bullet services?
I'm happy to take that initially and then perhaps Mr. Weeks.
Okay. Mr. Murray, has the Minister's office directed your department to look at an interim service or a modification of the existing Bathurst Bullet services, or one of the two existing Bathurst Bullet services, that one can be station housed, stabled in Orange and initiated from Orange?
At this present time, I'd say we're early in the process, but the Minister has certainly asked us and New South Wales Trainlink to look at the logistics involved in the current Bathurst Bullet service, and to do that on the basis of being able to speak further with the community, which I think the Minister indicated earlier today was in October. We have some dates set down. So really it is a early discussion around what logistics are required by the current services that we could go and then seek the views of the local community as to how we would look at that again for a future service. Again, with no commitment around what timing that would be, but just to see what the real local demands are travelling from Orange through to Sydney and that may be interested in using that same route.
Okay, so you have no data at the moment that would help justify an initial investigation based on the connection from coach from Orange Station through to Bathurst Station to utilise the Bullet?
They're the elements that we're actually looking at. So patronage obviously on the Bathurst Bullet, patronage on the Trainlink coach services from Orange to Bathurst, patronage on the Dubbo XPT, which then might be affected by any new services through the Central West. So all of these elements are what we want to have clear data on before we engage with the community so that we can actually see what their expectations are around what would potentially be a very early train or a train that perhaps doesn't get into Sydney until late, if we think about the morning services. So there's a number of logistics that we want to factor into that discussion before we meet with the community.
Okay, so will, as the Secretary and hearing some feedback from the region, is it fair to say that Transport, in your view, when going to conduct these consultations and engagement, need to go wider than just patronage numbers, that we need to, well, you need to be speaking and liaising with Council, Orange Rail Action Group, Business Orange or the Business Chamber. How far and wide will consultation be looking into this service?
I understand our initial plan is to hold this October session. Absolutely agree with you that the views of all stakeholders need to be taken into account, as does some of the other factors that will impact on both Sydney Trains and New South Wales train services, like provision of the new fleet and the staffing requirements for the intercity fleet and the future regional fleet. So all of those elements have to be looked at because they place additional stresses on current services, and then that affects the availability or future timing of a Orange-based service.
Okay. To confirm, this might be a question for Ms. Drover, the short regional trains will be the replacements, because obviously we didn't get an answer this morning from the Minister, but the short regionals will be the replacement for the Endeavour services?
The short regional trains would be envisaged to be, based on the fact that we don't yet have the deployment strategy for the new train. So it would be incorrect to say it's a like for like, because there may be network changes in between times. But yes, in effect, that is the replacement of the Endeavours.
And where is the short regional new train in the rollout phase of the entire new regional fleet?
Ms. Drover, when do we expect that?
Yeah, so as the Secretary said, we're still working with New South Wales Trainlink on the deployment strategy. We have both short and long regionals and the regional intercity, and then we will allocate those trains to the deployment strategy. So it may not necessarily be a one-for-one swap, as the Secretary said.
Okay, so Ms. Drover, but in terms of the trains coming in country and being manufactured, isn't the short regional the third tier of the new fleet to be built?
Well, the first trains we're getting are the long regional, yes.
Okay, no, but so the long regional is the new replacement for the XPT.
Yes.
So they've started to arrive, correct?
That's right.
Yep. So what is after all the long regional trains have arrived in country, because I suspect they will be being built as 3 phases, is that fair to say? So all the long regionals will be built first?
We're just in discussions with the manufacturer about the sequencing for the balance of the fleet. So I wouldn't like to be definitive on that today, but the original plan, you are right, was that the long regionals and then we'd followed with the short regionals.
I remember the briefings. So does that mean the rollout of the new regional fleet is slightly different to what Transport for New South Wales? I'm not talking about government or Parliament. I'm talking about within Transport, that the rollout could be very different to what was envisaged when the program was first commenced?
Well, we're working through that, obviously with the demand and needs of New South Wales TrainLink, but also what the manufacturer can deliver. There's also the enabling works across the network to be considered as well.
Okay. So just going back to Mr Murray regarding regional train services, will Transport be looking at, and yes, you've spoken about the end of October and the consultation, but with the new regional fleet, will there be a more holistic view in terms of consultation and how services can be rescheduled, or how we can have a different service offering with a new fleet, with the efficiencies that come with a new fleet?
I think, Mr Farraway, it would be our priority presently to focus on the completion of that contract and getting a clear timeline of train delivery, which is our priority at the moment. We're working with the consortium and the manufacturer. As Ms Drover has said, we would hope that in 2025 we have a regular stream of arrivals of the trains from Spain, and that will then enable us to reprofile how we get those trains into operational service. But I think, as has been put on the record a number of times, there is still a long way to go in terms of both on-track testing and readiness for the New South Wales market.
We'll keep going. I'll just finish with trains and I'll come to you. Does that work? While we're still on trains, I'll go back to Ms Drover. So with regard to, we have two long regional trains at Dubbo.
Yes, 6 cars each.
Yep, okay. When will we see the next long regional arrive? You may have said this earlier this morning.
It's later this year, so we should have 3 in country by the end of 24.
Yep, okay. And what is the estimated arrival of the rest of the long regional fleet?
They will come next year. As I said, we're just finalising the schedule for those, but we anticipate that every couple of months a new train will arrive into country.
So will we have all of the long regional fleet by the end of 2025?
I just need to check that, because there's about 9 or 10 in the long regional suite.
Could you come back to the committee?
Happy
That's
to take
okay.
that on notice.
So with the second part of, at this stage, what is the second phase of the regional rail fleet rollout? Obviously, it'll be approximately 2026.
We haven't confirmed the first passenger service date for the regional rail fleet.
I'm talking about the actual trains themselves. So when do you anticipate at this stage to see that in the second phase, once all the long regionals are delivered? Because you won't be receiving a batch of different configurations, will you? You will receive all of one configuration, and then you will start taking delivery of a new configuration.
As I said, I take that on notice because we are in final discussions with the manufacturer about the arrival of the various components of that order of 29 trains.
Right, okay. Okay, over to you, Wes.
Mr Murray, are you familiar with the Tullibrook Bridge?
Not specifically, no.
Is there anybody here on the panel that's familiar with the project?
Yes, I am.
Are you able to provide me an update as to where the project's at the moment?
Bear with me one moment, please. So Tullibrook Bridge was a key part of the Murray Rivers Crossings Strategic Business Plan, and Tullibrook, so the business case is being finalised, and then discussions happening with our Victorian colleagues at the moment.
Okay. Initially it was to be replaced, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that still the plan?
No, as part of the Timber Trust Bridge strategy, working with Heritage New South Wales, it was actually reprioritised, and that one is now not for replacement but for reinforcement rather than replacement.
Okay. Is that likely to be more or less expensive than a new bridge?
That would be less expensive than a new bridge.
Is it true that there was land acquired in order to facilitate the construction of a new bridge?
I don't know.
Okay, are you able to take that on notice?
Yes, of course.
And in the instance that there was land acquired, which I believe there was, can you provide on notice what is planned in relation to that those parcels of land that were acquired in order to construct the new bridge? Is there a time frame for when you think the upgrade work will occur?
I might have to take that on notice too, with specific regard to Tooleybuck, if I may.
Okay. And in relation to the previous replacement strategy, when was that to have been completed?
That's all tied up in the strategic business case. It's obviously a fairly expensive proposition, but I think, as mentioned during the last estimates hearing, a number of these crossings are coming to their end of life. So I think all parties, federal and state, agree that it is a priority that needs to be dealt with over the next 10 years.
Okay. If you could also take on notice just the, I guess, previous budget amount that was planned for the spend in relation to the replacement versus what you expect now will be the cost given the retention of the bridge, and also what the primary consideration was. Do you know if that was a heritage issue or was it more of a cost issue?
I think there were a number of factors involved. One of them was looking at the key freight routes and the freight industry requirements, which led to looking at which bridges should be prioritised from a freight perspective, and also local community sentiment on the matter.
I was about to ask that. Was it a case that there was community consultation in relation to the retention of the bridge as opposed to a replacement?
Yes.
Okay.
But certainly the conversation, and I'm sorry, I'm sounding vague, Swan Hill, I think it is, the bridge that was swapped, that was determined to be of significantly greater opportunity from a freight perspective, and it was very strongly supported by local council on both sides of the border. Local MPs, etc., were all very supportive.
Okay. Are you sure all the local MPs are supportive?
Of the Swan Hill Bridge or Tooleybuck?
Well, of the Tooleybuck.
I can't comment on Tooleybuck off the top of my head, no.
Okay.
Mr. Feng, I can probably add that on the Transport website it does have quite a specific outline of works that we're undertaking on Tooleybuck between August and November this year.
Yep.
And some of the particular interruptions to local traffic during that time, so both night and day works.
Okay. Excellent. Ms. Webb, probably time to throw some questions your way. Are you leading the lithium-ion battery safety working group for the whole of government?
No, I'm not.
Are you involved in one?
I'm not personally involved in that. I believe that members of my team are supporting that work, though.
Okay, so you don't have, I guess, any visibility in relation to that working group at all? Only through your team members?
I saw the submission to the whole of government, to the parliamentary inquiry about 12 months ago, I'd say.
Okay. So, I guess, given that you don't have direct involvement in the government working group on it, are you looking at issues around fire risk on trains and train platforms, ferries, etc., in relation to e-bikes, scooters, etc.?
Yes.
And how are you informing that work?
So we have a group within Transport that involves representatives from the rail agencies, safety representatives from the rail agencies, representatives from my team, from the asset management, from the asset standards piece, around with expertise in fire safety, and who are in liaison with with Fire and Rescue New South Wales. We also have other public transport modes representatives from the Coordinator General on that group, safety representatives, etc.
So I'm going to ask the obvious question now: is how is the work that you're doing in relation to this battery safety different from the whole of government battery safety group? Are you duplicating work, and how are you ensuring that there's a cohesive approach in relation to work that one part of the government's doing that you also seem to be doing?
So I think my starting point would be that it's important to consider safety risks for the particular property and risk environment of different parts of New South Wales government and areas with which are interacted with by the members of the public. So, it is necessary to make sure that we're comfortable around the risk profile of e-mobility devices on our network, and that's obviously drawing on information, etc., from other parts of government, and my team's tapped into those other parts of government.
Okay. Obviously, the government has their active transport strategy that's,
Yes.
I guess, underway. Is the whole of government working group in relation to the lithium-ion battery issue and the associated fires, are they the ones that are providing the, I guess, technical aspects to the active transport group, or is it perhaps your working group that's doing the work in relation to safety on transport assets?
So there is an e-micro-mobility interagency group that I am co-chair of, and that group is led by Transport but has representatives from police, fire and rescue, health, planning, housing, infrastructure, building commissions, Safe Work, Premier's Department, the EPA, Office of Local Government, Fair Trading, and from CIRA.
CIRA, you said, like the insurance?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, yep.
So that group is a multidisciplinary cross-agency group that is tapped into work that's being done around lithium-ion batteries. And I note the work of Fair Trading and announcements they've made.
Yep.
So that is a piece that's looking at the policy settings around use of e-micro-mobility devices and the policy framework around that. And that group has made a whole of government submission to the parliamentary inquiry.
Okay. Is there a possibility that you're looking to ban lithium-ion battery devices, so mobility scooters, e-bikes, etc., on Transport for New South Wales assets or public transport?
What we're doing is undertaking, and slightly separately from that cross-government interagency working group, that is obviously informing transport as well, but we are looking at the safety of lithium-ion batteries on our own network. So we are undertaking risk assessments, and that process is underway.
And is it fair to say that one of the outcomes of that risk assessment may be that you ban the carriage or use of devices that use lithium-ion batteries, such as mobility scooters, e-scooters, e-bikes, on Transport for New South Wales assets or public transport?
So what I would say to that is we're looking at the safety risks of lithium-ion batteries, and what we want to ensure is that the network is safe for passengers.
Okay. Let me rephrase it perhaps then in another way, because I think that was sort of the answer that you gave earlier. Can you guarantee that the Minns government will not ban devices that use lithium-ion batteries, i.e. e-bikes, mobility scooters, e-scooters, from public transport or Transport for New South Wales assets, so that people can have a holistic active transport and public transport opportunity to, to access these things, that you're not going to leave people stranded part of the way.
So,
Point of order has been taken, Mr. Lawrence.
I think that a question along the lines of can you guarantee that the Minns government won't do this or that is really seeking an opinion on a question of policy or preempting a question of policy.
That's fair. I'm happy to change the question. Yeah, sure. Can you guarantee that one of the recommendations that comes out of this working group won't be, and insert the rest of the question, that you won't ban the devices X, Y, Z, ABC plus everything else?
Look, we are really, it's part of government policy and part of transport's strategy to support active transport. And so as part of that, we know that e-micromobility is a part of that active transport strategy. However, we also know that it's important to keep the network safe, and if there are some, but each mode is also very different. So, for example, it may be that on buses where it's difficult to get some of those larger e-bikes onto the bus, I think it may be that those quite large e-bikes on buses are quite challenging for people to get on and off the bus. Yep. So in terms of you're asking me to give a guarantee, what I'm saying is the work that we're doing is undertaking a safety risk assessment of different types of e-micromobility on the public transport passenger network.
I appreciate the answer. I must say, however, I'm no clearer as to what a possible recommendation or set of recommendations that might come out of this working group might be. If you are a gig economy worker and you are seeking to get from, say, Manly into the city so that you can then do work, and you have a e-bike and you want to bring your e-bike on the ferry and bring it across to the city so you can do your gig economy work and then come back via a ferry, is there a possibility that your e-bike will not be allowed on the ferry, given it is powered by a lithium-ion battery, and that you're seeking to reduce the risk, therefore will ban that sort of device? That's what people are wanting to know. Is that a possibility?
Mr. Fang, I think if I take it to a slightly broader level, our task in pulling together the e-micromobility working group, you asked about what recommendations might come that would affect the scenario that you've pointed out, is much broader than batteries. It's about the whole use, it's about where they can be used, the scale of the devices, the power, etc. We're looking into all of those aspects. And the aim really is to coordinate amongst, I think, 14 government agencies to ensure that the Parliament can review all of the scenarios and may ask some further questions and also put some ideas together around the future policy settings around e-micromobility. That's the stage that we're up to at the moment, and we're exploring those issues. And I was just going to add on the earlier point that you asked about lithium-ion fires. That's a similar whole-of-government group, but it's one coordinated by the EPA with Fire and Rescue New South Wales, as the EPA has carriage of the Act about hazardous goods transport.
No, I appreciate that, and thank you for, I guess, the expansion of that. If there was and we've used the example of a ferry, if there was a lithium-ion battery fire on a ferry, what's the procedure in handling it if you're, say, between Manly and Circular Quay?
I'd have to take the actual operational specifics on notice.
Okay.
However, they are the exact elements that, in terms of the working group, that we're looking at, because, as Ms Webb has already said, the procedures on a ferry are very different to what might happen on a bus if someone tried to board, or a train or metro. So we are at the point where, as has been said previously, our organisation, it's very much part of what we are trying to achieve is to improve and expand the use of these devices, certainly support them. And I think it's fair to say we don't have concerns about the devices per se, but some of the way the devices are used, charged, stored, or perhaps modified are elements that we also need to look at, and that's what we'll be feeding into this inquiry.
I appreciate that, I guess, broader overview in relation to the safety aspects, but in relation to a lithium-ion fire on a ferry, does Transport for New South Wales have a dedicated procedure to deal with a lithium-ion fire on water?
So thank you for the question. So our ferries are operated by private operators. They have a range of procedures in place to ensure safety, and one of the aspects around say something like a lithium-ion fire battery on a ferry is the fact that it would be the bikes are required stored outside of the ferries. So except on the old Manly ferries when they're stored inside the ferry. But there are different procedures. So, for example, there would be fresh air that's diluting or blowing away the toxic fumes.
Right.
That's a different scenario from, for example, inside a light rail vehicle, although, you could open the doors for that. So
Yes.
each public transport mode is different, and the safety assessments will go and have, will be undertaken. We'll look at the specifics of each type of mode.
I'm interested in the way that you framed the first part of that answer in relation to my question, which was that the ferries are operated by a private, consortium. That means it's not actually part of, it's not owned by Transport for New South Wales, but it's operated by a private entity. Does that mean that there's a potential that there's a disconnect between the Transport for New South Wales strategies in that you may ban on say, New South Wales Transport for New South Wales bus, but a private operator might allow it on there. So you could be, depending on where you live and what sort of operation you have, you could be treated differently depending on whether you're on a public Transport for New South Wales bus or a private operator. So is it going to be consistent across the network?
So look, our safety policies and the safety policies of our operators are all based on safety, and safety comes first. There are mechanisms through ticketing, etc., and the Public Transport Act to look at access conditions to ensure safety. But what it is based on is any safety decision is based on a safety risk assessment, and that's informed by the specifics of the mode.
So if there is a ban that's actually going to be, implemented, and Mr. Murray's talked about, the inquiry that's being undertaken at the moment, and the fact that the policy is perhaps not set in stone, but it's my understanding at least that there is consideration of banning lithium-ion battery devices on a number of Transport for New South Wales assets and modes of public transport. Then if that's the case, is it going to be network-wide? Is that what we would see if we saw a ban implemented?
So we're not... what we're undertaking at the moment is safety risk assessments for our different modes, and they have different features, which means that they may have different outcomes. We are, however, supportive of active transport, and exactly the example you said of of someone being able to undertake their work as a delivery operator in the city and having to use a mode. But we want to make sure that passengers are safe, and those delivery drivers are also safe, and the crew on those different modes are also safe.
Okay, so at this stage, the public can, provided they can fit the device on a method of public transport, they can bring their e-bike, e-scooter, mobility scooters, and use them on public transport. And my understanding that the potential ban that may or may not come in is at the moment not being implemented, but may in the future. Is that...
I think it's important to say, you've said the word ban. There is no proposal for a ban. There is a risk assessment study that's going on, which needs to take into account the very big differences between being on the deck of a Manly ferry,
yes,
as opposed to a light rail vehicle or indeed a bus,
okay,
which doesn't matter if it's an e-vehicle or any other kind of mountain bike that would be very difficult to get on board a Sydney bus.
Yeah.
That work is ongoing at the moment, and that will be presented to the inquiry.
So is it fair to say then, Mr. Murray, that there are no proposals, no plans, no drafts that are currently before working groups that involve Transport for New South Wales that would have mobility scooters, e-bikes, any of those micro lithium-ion battery devices banned from Transport for New South Wales assets or public transport?
What I would say is, because it's an emerging technology, there are a lot of views coming from different organisations. We've seen reports come in from overseas experiences that have been put forward by one government department or another. What we've said here today is Transport's role is to advocate for greater accessibility and equality of transport. Yeah. We're certainly aware of the increasing demands on the Sydney network, in particular of the gig economy workers.
Yep.
And that's why we're trying to get all of the facts together with all of those government agencies and put them together for the Parliament.
Mr. Murray, I've been diving into these questions for, I'd say, about a good 15, 20 minutes now, and I am none the wiser as to what people can expect Transport for New South Wales is going to do in relation to the active transport plan, that the $60 million active transport plan that this government has. Are they going to be able to invest and buy these devices knowing that they'll be able to then use them on public transport, or are they going to buy these devices and find out in 6 months' time that they are not permitted to bring them on rail or on ferries or on buses?
Well,
I think there needs to be some clarity here, and my understanding is that there is a proposal to ban those devices on Transport for New South Wales assets. If that's the case, then people need to know so that they don't invest a lot of their hard-earned money into devices that they're then not able to use in an active transport way.
Thank you for the question. And with respect, while we're talking about active transport and in particularly e-micro mobility, we have gone into a fairly deep dive on battery safety and battery fires. What I'm saying is we are doing the work at present to advise the whole of government committee, which both sides of politics have committed to in terms of being an important step forward. We absolutely support that. We've committed a lot of resource across transport to getting that data together. We're simply not in a position here to comment on the likelihood of any kind of restriction or otherwise that might impact e-micromobility.
If there was a ban, would you accept that this would have a dramatic impact on the gig economy and gig economy workers being able to, I guess, shift from location to, I guess, a place that they're needed to operate in for deliveries, etc., if it was to be implemented?
I'd take the question as a hypothetical, but say that this is the reason why Transport, in its membership of the whole of government working group, is doing a lot of data work on the use of, and the proper use, that is not just safe for the user, but is safe for the other public transport passengers, especially as we try and build patronage and capacity, not just of people that might be bringing a bike or a skateboard, but everyone else who's already in the carriage.
Okay, and I note that we spoke earlier about the people that we've consulted in relation to the working groups that are currently underway from both the whole of government and with Transport for New South Wales. Has that included, I guess, a lot of those gig economy employers, the workers that are involved in that aspect of the economy?
I'd have to take that on notice as to exactly how we've engaged with those groups, but agree it's important.
Thank you. Have you got any more? I'll get us through till 3:30. I note that you've said it's a hypothetical, but it's my understanding that it's actually not a hypothetical, that you're currently looking at, I guess, drafts that are to go up to government. Do any of those drafts or plans that have been put forward to the ministers have the banning of lithium-ion battery devices on Transport for New South Wales assets?
So I note that, for example, New South Wales Fair Trading has announced standards for batteries and devices.
Yep.
So something like that is something that we will look at
I appreciate
and
that bit. I
understand.
guess I'm more looking at a draft plan that's gone to the government. I understand there is a draft plan, and that part of that draft plan has these devices being banned.
No
Is
draft
that the
plan has
case?
gone to government.
Is there a draft plan within Transport for New South Wales that indicates that these devices be banned?
So, as I've mentioned a few times, we are undertaking a risk assessment to understand the safety risks of lithium-ion batteries and different types of lithium-ion batteries and different e-micro-mobility devices on our network.
That didn't indicate that there was a draft plan.
So that work is underway, and that work will inform any safety settings that we make recommendations about to government.
Okay, so we'll pull it up there and have our scheduled break for 3:30. And 3:45 we're back? Yep, we'll be back at 3:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
So straight into opposition questions, and I'd like to go back to Mr. Fuller with regard to the regional road fund. Now, just to confirm, as part of the assurance process, and you said that anything with a $10 million spend or above obviously required infrastructure or INSW gateway approval, is that correct? Or part of the assurance process?
Part of the ongoing assurance is that we would go to INSW for future considerations around other investments. So, as an example, the Dapto ramps consideration, we would, if that was for a large scale, many millions of dollars project for delivery, we would go back and work with INSW.
So to confirm, if with regard to any project that was either 10 million or above, would that automatically trigger or bring about a trigger to engage with INSW on that project?
On $10 million projects, yes.
As part of that assurance process and work with INSW, do they put a BCR on that investment and that project that you refer to?
We will put a BCR as part of a strategic and final business case analysis. But we, as I said before, we haven't got a minimum requirement. We put a benefit cost ratio on all projects over $10 million. And as I've said, there's been many projects over time that have been delivered that have been underneath a BCR of 1.
So what is the BCR for the Gosford bypass?
Well, that work hasn't been undertaken yet. So we've got an election commitment in terms of a nominal amount that's been allocated to undertake the work, and then we now need to undertake that work to then establish.
So INSW haven't done the work?
No, well, Transport haven't done the work. We've got an allocation of funding to now go and do the development work, including options assessments, strategic business cases, final business cases. At that time, we would be determining what benefit cost ratio would come from different options that are being presented to government for further investment.
So what happens if it comes back with a really low BCR as part of the INSW gateway process?
Well, that's a decision for government in terms of any future investment.
So has a BCR or has INSW done any work on the M1 Princess motorway exit ramps?
INSW would not, because we're
Transport. Yeah.
Well, as we briefly touched on this morning, we've done early investigation work. We've been out to community to seek input.
So no BCR would have been completed.
We haven't
on that?
done that detailed assessment work.
What
yet,
about
no.
the Bulleye bypass? Any BCR on that?
No, we don't. These projects are in the early stages of planning. We're going out and doing community consultation to assess need. We're doing traffic modelling. We're doing other site-related investigations in and around these projects. They're not at a stage where we'll have benefit cost ratios.
None of the 10 projects that are 10 million or above that would trigger that process to engage INSW and look at a BCR, none of them have had that work done on them to date.
It's an ongoing process. We will engage and have projects registered with INSW well before we have an established benefit cost ratio. That's really down to the policies that exist across government for an investment level. We will, through the process of determining strategic and final business cases, work on options to present to government and the associated benefits cost ratios with those. INSW would assure that work and to give their assessment and support or otherwise to government as part of the independent assurance framework they have.
Okay, so just without going through every project, I'm sort of interested in Cuttagee Bridge though, because Transport have done a lot of work over a few years with regard to funding for that bridge under previous programs, under a previous government that never eventuated. Do you know if the Cuttagee Bridge has a BCR that may have been determined previously under a different program for that investment?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not aware, no.
Okay, so to confirm, you said all the deeds have been executed, even for Cuttagee Bridge?
My understanding is the 19 local government projects we've entered into deeds.
Okay. So moving on, a question for probably Ms Drover, if that's all right. It's regarding the Coffs Harbour bypass. Have all the property acquisitions for the Coffs bypass been completed?
That's my understanding, because we're well advanced with construction.
Yeah, so all the property you require has been acquired.
That's my understanding. I'll just confirm that. I can also give you an update on the regional rail issue too, if you want that.
Yep.
So we are expecting to take possession of the first 9 out of the 10 long regionals, then the short regionals, and then the balance of the fleet, the 9 intercities will arrive. The last train to arrive will be the very first long regional, and that's because it's not built to the resolution agreement design. So
Right.
it goes to the back of the queue.
And just whilst we'll stick to trains, the equivalent Endeavour replacement train would be an intercity train, wouldn't it? Not a short regional like was discussed this morning.
That'll be a decision for New South Wales Trainlink.
Right. Mr Weeks?
Yes, so as part of the transition under Recommendation 12 of the Independent Rail Review, all of the intercity services, including diesel intercity services, transition to Sydney Trains on the 1st of July. So, as Ms Drover said, part of the arrangements in terms of distribution of fleet is currently being worked on. In broad terms, we would expect those short regional fleet, so the second tranche that Ms Drover indicated, would primarily replace our current Explorer fleet. And then the third tranche, most likely the Hunter and Endeavour fleet. But there is still some operational decisions and scheduling and planning that we need to be making in conjunction with Sydney Trains around those services.
Okay.
And then getting back to Coffs Harbour.
Yes.
So we have access to all 178 properties required for construction. 175 of those properties have transferred their ownership to Transport. There are 3 properties that we're still under negotiation, but we have got access agreements in place for the construction activities.
Thank you. Do you know what noise wall panelling would actually cost to produce per metre? And I'm talking about produce, not build. So what you could source it for.
Are you referring to the proposed noise wall outside the resort?
Well, I'm talking about what the panelling costs, because you would have put up similar infrastructure as part of other projects in terms of sourcing the actual infrastructure itself. Maybe the cost in installation might be different, but what do you think a noise wall panelling would cost to produce before installation?
Look, I wouldn't like to speculate on that. As you are aware, under the environmental approval conditions for the Coffs Harbour bypass, we're not required to deliver that noise wall. Having said that, though, we have space-proofed for it. So if in the future the resort was to put a planning proposal in, there is at least space-proofing for it. I think the other thing to note is that the new Coffs Harbour bypass is either 300 or up to 900 metres further away from that resort. There's also forecast to be a materially less amount of traffic running along the old Pacific Highway next to the resort. In fact, over 5,200 vehicles per day will transfer onto the new Coffs Harbour bypass away from the old Pacific Highway.
When is the operational noise review for the Coffs Harbour bypass due for release?
So we are doing the operational noise review based on the final design for the Coffs Harbour bypass. That was due to the Department of Planning, Heritage and Infrastructure by the end of this year. So that will be done by the end of the year and submitted to the department for their review.
So that work needs to be done by Transport for you then to submit to Planning and Heritage?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
Yep, and it's obviously being done on the final design.
Yep.
And you'll be aware that the motorway moved even further west away from the resort under the adjustments that were made to the design.
Okay, so but you would still include, irrespective, a corridor or the proofing to install a wall if...
We have space-proofed that, absolutely.
Yeah. So, Ms Drover, is the issue funding rather than anything else with the wall?
No, I think it's the fact that the planning conditions didn't stipulate that we had to deliver the noise wall. I think the other factor is the bypass is even further away from where the traffic impact of the old Pacific Highway was. And I think the other factor is we don't have details of the planning proposal, so the use within that land is not certain, and therefore any noise wall requirements could not be confirmed.
Is the operational noise review taking into consideration the updated traffic conditions, which I'm pretty sure it is, but including the imposed new traffic lights that have been
Yes,
added?
it will reflect the final design for the Coffs Harbour bypass and any changes to traffic in that area. You'll also be aware that under the planning approval conditions, we have to do a noise review at the end of the project as well. So that will occur after construction has been completed.
Okay. So you've confirmed today and in previous estimates that you've got the corridor and the scoping space for the wall. That's fine. The final question, I suppose, is have you or has Transport for New South Wales costed that wall as part of your project, or costed or had any costings to reflect in the event that was included in the project?
Look, I haven't seen any myself. And I think in terms of noise wall, it's often the foundations of the noise wall, not the panelling itself, where the main money is spent. So it would depend on the conditions, etc.
Mr. Murray, as the Secretary, have you seen, requested or know of any costings that Transport has undertaken for a sound wall as part of that project?
No, not aware of any costings. Certainly, as Ms Drover has said, we are aware that there is provision in terms of space for a future wall if the proponents' plans reach that level of maturity.
Mr. Murray, would Transport for New South Wales be prepared to undertake costing of a sound wall to have as a reference point for any future DAs, negotiations, or I suppose negotiations with other ministers or departments around having that piece of infrastructure support another major development in Coffs Harbour?
I'd take that on notice, accepting that there are the nature of the proposed development might mean there is other government interest. However, it wouldn't normally be Transport's position that we would do feasibility work for a private development.
No, but when the development includes something that could be in the middle of what you're building, and I accept you've taken this on notice, but hopefully you understand in a genuine way that I'm saying, would Transport entertain at least costing the wall so other agencies and other arms of government know what the actual cost is that has been identified by the actual highway builders in the event of additional government funding or grants to become available?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and understand that, as I said, given there may be wider arts community engagement or business engagement in that particular project, I'll take that on notice and we can have a review of that.
Not sure who this question is for, but it's regarding the Cudal pedestrian bridge, which is part of recovery efforts in Cudal that was damaged in the significant flooding back in 2022. So I don't know who looks after, looking at Mr. Groskopf or maybe Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
This was their swinging bridge that went over the creek or the river that we had just opened in government, and then the floods came and it, yeah. I am told by the local community that the process, because it is a pedestrian bridge within that precinct, it's actually sitting with Transport for New South Wales. So my question is where is it up to in terms of a approval process to allow local government to get on with rebuilding it through DRFA arrangements? Happy for you to take it on notice and maybe come back to us. Yep.
Yes.
So moving now to Mr. Grosskopf, back to the Mount Vic lane closure. So I just wanted to run through that process again. So obviously the State Heritage Act has slowed things up. About 8 weeks ago, you put the applications in. You have received the first, was it upslope or east?
The upslope one, which is the embankment.
Yes. Okay.
The below road.
Okay. Do you have any indication on when you will receive anything back regarding the second application?
We work closely with Heritage New South Wales and the Heritage Council. My expectation is, given that they were lodged 1 or 2 weeks apart, that we'll see the next response within the next couple of weeks.
Okay. Can you step the committee through the process of how you would repair that lane and that rock face and piece of road infrastructure?
The upslope?
Yep.
So the first thing to do with the upslope is to remove the loose debris that currently is there. So we'll basically release the catch net at the base, pick up the materials and remove them from site. That will require road closure to give us the room to move, and we'll do that at night. Once we've got that done, we will then...
So when you say road closure, is that both
lanes?
Both lanes. So east and west bound. So
Yes.
the highway, Great Western Highway, will have to be closed to repair that piece of infrastructure.
I would expect so. You know, if we're to do it efficiently and effectively, we'll want that room to manoeuvre heavy machinery. When we release that material from that catch net, you know, putting in place the kind of controls that would provide public safety and allow passage of traffic would be very difficult with that, with them in play.
Okay.
So
that means diversions, when you get to that point, will be via Bell's Line of Road for people commuting east-west.
And then across the causeway there back into Mount Vic. As I say, that would be done at night to minimise the impact on the travelling public. So once we've removed that, the loose materials, we'll then do the final assessments on how much what we call scaling work needs to be done, and that's scaling is effectively the scraping back of the rock face to find a solid foundation from which then the rock bolting and other activities and the resecuring of another net would come into play. In all of that, we need to look after the heritage listed items or the items of heritage significance on that slope, which are various openings from an old shale mine and some of those features. So we would work around those to ensure they're protected and remain in situ. So all of those works would then commence. We would then finish it off by reattaching some form of rock bolt, net, shotcrete type treatment. As I say, those final designs and the recommendations that the market will bring back to us will determine the final look and feel of that restoration works.
Okay. With regard to the Northern Distributor, maybe Mr. Fuller, back to you, if this is in your space. So Transport for New South Wales have a, what is it called, an RT, I can't remember, an RMCC contract. I don't know, anyone can take it, I don't mind. So you have an RMCC contract with Orange City Council. Yes. So can you advise the committee how much you have spent or expended since March 23 through the RMCC with Orange City Council on the upkeep of that road?
We've taken that on notice, and then we'll come back in terms of both the spend for Orange City Council, previous and future, and other works.
So in terms of, obviously, the expenditure for the next 24 months that I asked earlier, yes, you'll need to take that on notice, but you have no way of coming back today with
I
what
don't
you've
have that
spent.
immediately, no, we'll take that on notice.
Yeah. Do you have, in terms of that speed reduction, who would have made the decision to reduce the speed limit on the eastern end of the Northern Distributor?
Look, I take on notice, but broadly speaking, I would say that it's likely that Orange City Council has in their assessment of the condition of the road and what's been a safe use of that corridor, considering all of the impacts of the pavement as you've described.
Right, okay. Has there been any work done with Orange City Council to reclassify Summer Street and some of the existing Mitchell Highway infrastructure or hand that over to Council?
Taken on notice, but not that I'm aware. Sorry, so you're talking about the main Mitchell Highway through the centre of town, the Summer Street, the recently re-speed zoned area of 40 kilometres.
Because that is still, correct me if I'm wrong, that is still a Transport for New South Wales road?
The highway itself, yes.
Yeah. Which goes through the middle of Orange, correct?
Correct.
And there has been applications, though, in time from council to look to transfer that to them some time ago, and obviously the distributor has since become Transport for New South Wales Road. But has there been any discussions with Orange City Council to transfer any of your ownership as Transport of Summer Street to council?
I'm not aware of any recent, but I'll take it on notice as to what may have happened across the department.
Yep, okay. I'd like to go to, this might be you, Mr. Fuller, but it's regarding some oversize, overmass questions. Just to confirm, is Transport for New South Wales, do you still have a team that's embedded in Energy Co to coordinate freight routes and future developments and projects with the renewable energy zones?
So we have a memorandum of understanding with Energy Co, and we have a team within Transport that we have a dedicated funding arrangement to support the renewable energy zone projects for the Central West Orana development. And as I said this morning, there are now a raft of other responsibilities that the Minister highlighted also in regard to Transport chairing and leading a steering committee around the transport and logistics related to the renewable energy zones and their establishment. And we also sit and partake in a whole of government steerco around the energy infrastructure roadmap.
When renewable energy companies look to advance their developments, whether it's within or not within renewable energy zones, at what point do they need to liaise with Transport for New South Wales to discuss their routes of travel for mostly the turbine blades?
Look, depending on the proponent, we have been engaged with some of them in the very early stage thinking of their developments, and that's the ideal scenario. And then with others, it's been later in the process. We absolutely work lockstep with the Department of Planning in terms of any conditions that are placed on any development for the considerations, not just in terms of the road infrastructure, but also the logistics and the impact that has on the community. So ensuring that it's done safely, ensuring that it's done suitable hours as to minimise the disruption to other road users, and to ensure that it's able to be undertaken in a way that is efficient, productive, and minimises its any negative impacts it might have.
Has there been any approaches to Transport for New South Wales from Res Group, who is developing a renewable energy project at Kerrs Creek on the outskirts of Molong in the Cabonne Shire?
I would take that on notice and check in with the team. It's highly likely that they may have had discussions.
It's not. They're terrible. And so, but my question is though that how can a renewable energy proponent not engage Transport for New South Wales when they wish to move 80-90 metre turbine blades on the Mitchell Highway through communities like Molong? And when these companies are challenged about their engagement, not only with community, but with the enabling infrastructure of moving these blades, how can Transport have not been contacted by them? Like, is there shortcomings in this process from some proponents?
So I think in terms of a process, I think that's pretty robust. And I think us and many developers understand the process they need to follow, and the way in which, working with planning in particular, we would need to then engage with proponents on the logistics aspect. It is a very large aspect of these developments. Like I said, we've had varying degrees of engagement with different proponents. Some do it very early and very transparently and really good to work with. We've had others where it's been, quite late in the piece, and when they're literally discussing, more finite applications and things that were brought into those discussions. Needless to say, the process, is there as a safety net, if you like, and knowing the discussions that are going around the table at the whole of government between the varying departments. I think, any examples where they haven't had early engagement would be called out at some point, and we would be made aware and seek to engage with them. Otherwise, they just won't get an approval.
Does Transport for New South Wales have an embedded or dedicated representative that is dealing with the application and proponents who look to build renewable energy projects, or wind turbines, in our state forests?
So, not specific to state forests. We have, as I said, we have an MOU with EnergyCo, and we have a dedicated team, and it's a development team that works with not just RES projects, but other projects on ensuring that we're talking to proponents about suitable conditions of consent, and also hopefully proactive sorts of works and discussions that we can do in terms of road improvements and things that might be required to facilitate the project.
Has Transport for New South Wales, to your knowledge, been contacted by either the proponent that wishes to build a significant amount of wind turbines in and around Oberon and the state forest that borders Oberon, or Oberon Council, about the freight route they wish to take through O'Connell, which would desecrate and destroy an active and established war memorial?
I'm not aware, Mr. Hayes. Are you aware of any?
No, certainly not aware of it, but
No.
but
It's been
very
heavily publicised in media, but
so happy to take those details and look at that, though, because as Mr. Fuller said, the team we've set up is looking at infrastructure challenges, ongoing maintenance challenges, the relationship with councils, the operational challenges in terms of providing permits for OSOM movements. All of it needs to be dealt with, not just with EnergyCo, but more broadly. And this is a 10, 12-year challenge ahead of us. We need to get it right. So
if you could, Mr. Hayes, take on notice whether there has been any approaches regarding the freight routes that would be used for state forest DAs and applications, which include Oberon, Sunny Corner State Forests and Mount Canobolas near Orange, and specifically as to whether Transport for New South Wales has been approached by either Oberon Council or EnergyCo Oberon Council, or the proponent themselves, which I think is Stromlo, for a alternate route through O'Connell, or any other alternatives that could be suggested, which includes removing trees that are defined as a national war memorial. That's the question. I'm happy if you take it on notice, but that's the context.
I mean, broadly speaking, I can say that, any heritage considerations, as you've just heard in relation to Mount Victoria, with significant, whether they be trees, artefacts, other considerations, they would all be things that would be taken into consideration on any development application or proposal before it even gets to that point. And we would hope to look at suitable alternatives.
This will be a tricky one for them to deal with, but nevertheless, one really important question, Mr. Fuller, is around traffic modelling. Within your dedicated team that are in EnergyCo, do they need to look at traffic modelling for every DA or for every new development through new renewable energy project?
Yeah, so just to clarify, our dedicated team is not in EnergyCo. Our people are in Transport, dedicated to renewables projects.
Right, okay.
When it comes to traffic modelling, other broader considerations, the short answer is absolutely yes. And more broadly, what has been discussed across the whole of government is not just traffic modelling in relation to the movement of components for the renewables infrastructure, but also cumulative impacts. So brought about by things like the construction of construction camps, the increase in requirements on schools, policing, the local road network considerations for the increase in vehicle patronage in those sorts of areas. So there's an awful lot of work happening, not just by Transport, but by other parts of government, particularly planning, on cumulative impacts brought about by the transition to renewables.
So, just to operationally understand this, staff are in Transport, but they're dedicated to work with Energy Co and renewable energy projects. Got it. So my question is around the modelling. Does at any time that Energy Co approach Transport on a new proponent, a new renewable energy development, traffic modelling, in particular around wind turbines, traffic modelling must be done for their route that they wish to use?
Correct. Traffic modelling, planning, proposed routes, proposed requirements for upgrades or alterations to those routes. There are a range of things that need to be considered.
Do you know of projects that have where Transport has advised Energy Co or the proponent that based on traffic modelling, they couldn't support the development?
I'd have to take that on notice specific to traffic modelling, but I am certainly aware of energy infrastructure projects where we have gone back to proponents and sought alternatives to what may have been considered in their original application.
So as part of the modelling, do they look at how long a particular road could be closed to local traffic or local residents?
Any impacts to whether it be local, regional or state road networks are considered, and they would need to be absolutely forthright about any proposed closures or impacts to broader use by the community.
Yep, okay. Just one final question before I go to Mr. Fang. With regard to the old Regional Roads Fund, just to confirm, but because of we've confirmed their election commitments, if they're 10 million or above, there will be a gateway process and an INSW assessment as well. If an assessment comes back in the future that suggests that it doesn't have a BCR of 1 for those projects, that does not mean those projects in Transport for New South Wales lens would not be approved because they're election commitments, correct?
Correct. There's no minimum requirement for a BCR.
That's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Murray, you alluded to the fact that there was a restructure underway in Transport for New South Wales. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How many people outside of the Sydney, Newcastle, Wollongong area have been involved in the decision-making process of this reform? Have you got many voices from rural and regional parts of your department providing input into this restructure?
Yes, all of the, under normal practice, but as each of our divisions go through the consultation processes, there are built-in layers of feedback to get from all throughout the organisation. And as you're aware, we have a very diverse and regionally focused organisation with lots of staff in various parts of the state who have been engaged in that.
I'd agree with the diverse part, perhaps not regionally focused, but we'll come to that. So you've spoken about the feedback. I'm more interested in the decision-making itself. When it comes to this restructure, how many people that are currently based in rural and regional areas are involved in the decision-making around this restructure? Not in relation to feedback and providing commentary, but actual decision-making in relation to where jobs may be increased, decreased, the restructure is occurring.
Yeah, thank you for the question. At the moment, that would be difficult to answer. There's various modes of that restructure happening because, of course, we have the leaders, many of whom are present at this table, who have done work in restructuring their organisations. That hasn't been a geographic focus, that's been at looking at the tasks that they need to do and also ensuring that we have the right coverage across New South Wales. As that work continues, and there may be elements that need to roll out that would have particular geographic teams that would be involved, then those decisions would, of course, then be happening at a local basis, whether that's in suburban locations or people who are based in regional New South Wales.
Okay. I guess to get a better view of it, how many senior positions would you say exist outside of the Sydney, Newcastle, Wollongong area? How many senior positions do you have based in rural regional New South Wales in your department?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice, but we did have a question in one of the other estimates hearing for transport where we talked about ensuring the right level of regional representation. So while we have made changes regarding the regional and outer metropolitan division that has existed up until now and is going through a similar consultation process at the moment, we are ensuring that the roles that represent and reside in regional New South Wales are redistributed properly where they can have the most impact in the new organisation.
Is there a plan to focus those positions in rural and regional New South Wales and not centralise them into the Sydney, Newcastle, Wollongong area?
Yeah, one of the original, and if we go back, I launched this in mid-March this year as this process to roll out, while obviously not wanting to disrupt any operations that were ongoing. But one of the abiding principles of the operating model changes that I asked for was that we ensure that a statewide model means exactly that. It is statewide focus. You get the right regional representation, and I had seen that in my early period as secretary at the strength of the connections between our regional teams and local councils in particular.
Okay, so in relation to, I guess, senior service positions, there's obviously a commitment from the government that they're going to reduce the number of senior positions. Are you able to detail how many positions have been, I guess, removed from the department so far, and how many of those were, I guess, out of rural regional areas? Is there a percentage amount that you've...
I'd have to take the regional percentage on notice. It's certainly one of the filters that we put on any restructure considerations is where is the reach of the role as well as the scope of the role, the spans of control in terms of direct reporting lines and the appropriateness of those. In terms of the overall progress, as you say, each government department has a 15% target or an overall sector-wide target of 15% reduction in senior executive positions. We are working our way through that process. Transport has the largest, if not one of the largest, roles to undertake in terms of the New South Wales public sector, and around 93 positions had been impacted as of last financial year, the close of the financial year.
And what does that represent in relation to a percentage?
It's about 6.5%.
Okay, so you've got then probably another 100 odd positions-ish?
I've spoken to our teams and to the organisation of the need for our sustainability to, over about a 3-year period, to remove about 300 senior executive roles, but that also relates to the ebbs and flows of the capital program.
Okay. In relation to the natural disaster teams that you've got, where do you base them out of? Are they based out of regional areas that are, I guess, where you're likely to see, or historically you've seen those natural disasters strike, i.e., Lismore or down on the south coast, where it might be bushfires or floods or the like? Where have you got those teams based out of?
I'll ask Mr. Fuller to talk to that.
Thanks for the question, Mr. Fang. We have teams located in different locations around the state. We've got some sort of hubs, if you like, or cohorts, particularly in the northern region in Newcastle. Yep. We've got people in Wollongong, some in Sydney. We've also got dedicated people who have been placed with and have been working alongside the impacted areas. So, as an example, we've had people up in the Northern Rivers working with councils. At the moment, I'm not sure of the exact numbers, but I know we've got a handful of people working alongside Lismore City Council as we speak, finalising their sizable claim in terms of their essential public asset restoration claims.
Yep.
So it's really about, I guess, assessing the need and then placing our people where that need is and trying to line up the capability and capacity with the complexity that's being borne by the local government area and trying to support it the best way we can.
I do think, however, Mr. Fuller, you've sort of alluded to the what is my understanding, which is that the majority of those teams are based in the Sydney, Newcastle or Wollongong area. They're not predominantly based in those rural and regional areas where we would love to have those positions based, so that they're bringing the well-paying jobs and job security that is afforded to Transport for New South Wales employees.
We do have people dotted right across the state that are currently providing services
We'd
to
like
natural
some more.
disasters.
We'd love some more.
And look, reform gives us the opportunity to continue to reassess that. At the moment, I could give you examples. We have, technical assurance people that are based out of the western region and the southern region that are working north. We deploy people as per the need. We've got people working in the background on the administrative functions that are situated in parks.
Yep.
We have a range of people spread throughout the state, and on this one, particularly given the extent of the disasters from 2022, it's really been a case of not so much all hands on deck, but really scrambling to get as many hands as possible from different areas to that function. And a lot of those people are spread across regional New South Wales.
And Mr. Fang, if I may,
You may.
While overall, in the last year, Transport for New South Wales has reduced headcount, our regional headcount has increased by 200 positions.
I appreciate that. How many of them are senior positions, though? Because my fear is that I guess there's a centralisation of the senior positions into the Sydney, Newcastle, Wollongong area, and whilst there are increased number of jobs out in the rural and regional areas, we want those decision makers out in our regions, because ultimately the decision makers, if they live in our areas, they better understand, and then I don't end up with situations where the Marshall Creek Bridge is delayed by another couple of years because people haven't been able to be part of the decision-making process. So,
and again, it was one of the fundamentals of the operating model change, is that in the previous structure, it seemed that only one division was responsible for. If you looked at it on a base basis, I know people didn't work like this, but there was almost a presumption that only one division had the interests of regional New South Wales at heart, and everyone else was a facilitating function. So we have deliberately made the change to exactly what one of the elements you're talking about, which is ensuring local decision making and coverage.
I will hold you to that, Mr. Murray. My last question, Mr. Carlin, will please you that I'm going to throw the ball up in the air and see how much you want to swing at it. But would you agree that road improvements and increased police presence are more impactful than average speed cameras when it comes to managing vehicle speed?
So what I'd say is that there's comprehensive evaluations been done of a range of different measures in terms of road infrastructure. And so, for example, where we've invested in things like audio tactile and those other barrier systems, wide centre line, in a selection of around 260 odd projects. We saw a 44% reduction in the overall injuries from crashes, a 33% reduction in fatalities, and a 54% reduction in serious injuries. Mm-hmm. So from a policing perspective, police do a fantastic job, and they're out there on the network, covering as much as they can, particularly in regional New South Wales. Mm-hmm. The role of police in road safety has been critical, and we have a very strong partnership with policing over 40 years in terms of our support for police and enhanced enforcement, and in particular on those long weekend double demerit periods where we know the additional effort that we put in with police and with communication. Those long weekend periods have the lowest rate of fatalities of any day of the week. So a critical part of the puzzle. The international research, as well as the research on our heavy vehicle average speed cameras, shows about a 53% reduction where they're applied to those lengths of fatalities. The international sort of research on fatalities is about the same. So in Norway, the UK, other jurisdictions, we see about an overall 50% reduction in fatalities, and significant reductions in Norway and the UK in serious injury crashes as well. What I'd say is that international and world's best practice is around a safe systems approach to reducing trauma on our roads, so that where one of the pillars fails in a crash, so the barrier system may not be there on that particular road, but at the same time there's police enforcement on that road, or there's an average speed camera, or the design of that particular vehicle actually saves someone's life. That we need to be looking at all aspects of the system and not trading off one for the other, essentially because we've got a target for a 50% reduction of fatalities in New South Wales by 2030 and 30% reduction in serious injuries. We're way above that target now. We were under it a year and a half ago. In the last 5 years, there's been more than 600 people who've died on our roads where somebody was driving too fast. And more than 5,000 people admitted to hospital with serious injuries where someone was driving too fast. So clearly we have a major challenge in actually reducing that level of trauma associated with speeding on the roads, and road design, vehicle safety features, police enforcement, automated enforcement, all have a critical role to play.
But in relation to slowing vehicles down, at the point where I guess they're on the road as opposed to a number of weeks ahead where they might receive the letter in the mail, the visible policing, the visual components to indicate to a driver that, one, their speed is currently being monitored at that point, either by a police car or a mobile speed camera with their signage, is more likely to provide a behaviour altering enhancement than a letter 2 weeks later in the mail. Can you see that that's...
Yeah, look, I think the Honourable Member would be very pleased that Revenue New South Wales and our regulatory area have actually worked really hard and really well together. People are being issued infringements now within a week, sometimes maximum 10 days, across all of our camera automated enforcement programs. So people are getting that message much more quickly now.
I appreciate that.
And what I'd say is that it's actually, the research is very clear. Whilst at that point in time, the interaction with police is absolutely a great educational experience for people in changing their behaviour at the point in time. That actually getting an infringement and demerits is the major deterrent to people, and the research has been very clear about this. People, particularly those who admit to speeding regularly, are only motivated principally to change their behaviour when they get caught. 2/3 of the infringements are issued by automated enforcement in New South Wales. So it plays a critical role in ensuring that people change their behaviour as a result of us enforcing the Parliament's laws that have been put in place to keep people safe.
I can see I'm not going to convince you otherwise, but...
well, the evidence is pretty clear.
No. I accept that that is the case. I do feel that perhaps visible policing is more effective. However, it will be a philosophical discussion that we can continue in later estimates, Mr. Cullen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just going back, Mr. Fuller, you spoke about in a previous answer around oversize over mass and obviously traffic modelling and the community, the overall impact. Now, from what I've seen, that proponents with Transport's approval are starting to look and proposing to use local roads, the local road network, to move significant freight, in particular turbines for these projects, or in particular the turbine blades. So I suppose the question is how do you manage, or how does Transport measure and support the community when the access of these large loads are taken on these local council roads, community roads, which are possibly already congested due to the poor road network, or they're congested due to mining traffic, maybe through the Hunter Valley. So is all that taken into account?
Absolutely. It's of these projects and the size and scale of the renewables transition is a complex, overarching program of work. And as you rightly point out, it's coupled with what are already very busy corridors. I think one of the things that perhaps will give you confidence, and particularly in our recent discussions, the Minister referred to a meeting this morning with myself, the Secretary for Planning, other members of our executive, Ms Drover was there as well, where we spoke with all of the Upper Hunter councils as an example about the key issues affecting them and their transport network and how it related to other planning considerations. And we gave them a commitment that we're being very pragmatic about the requirements they have in terms of ongoing maintenance of those road networks. We've already committed to reclassifying some of those local and regional roads that will support the development of the energy transition, and we will continue to consider that and be, very sensible working with local government and supporting them the best we can. As I said, the other impacts like cumulative impacts, we will work in with the rest of government, and there is now, a very high degree of transparency right across government, with almost every department sitting on that steerco that guides that work, with definitive requirements and accountabilities placed that Cabinet has signed off and agreed through ministers and senior executives in the varying departments to ensure that those sorts of considerations are considered broadly across government.
So with regard to that contribution, Mr Fuller, has Transport for New South Wales worked out what the overall impact is to those councils on the road network? Because you spoke about it before.
Some of that work's still underway. Some of that where we've assessed, even without necessarily the overarching, cumulative impact, if you like, we've already made those pragmatic decisions to transfer roads in, take ownership and responsibility of those, both for their upgrades and ongoing maintenance.
So would you be able to share what the total traffic modelling is?
No, I don't have that at hand.
No, but can you take that on notice as to what the total?
Yeah, I don't know that we would have
is?
a total impact on the overarching development. As I said, that is something that's being worked on across the whole of government at the moment. So we've assessed projects.
Would you have what it is to date? Would you have what it has been to date on the
I don't know that we
you've
would have a
reviewed?
cumulative number. We would have been assessing projects on a case by case. It's a recent decision across government that we've actually now, broadened these considerations to really properly understand it at a more cumulative whole of program level.
So when you look at this, was it ever supported from Transport, or was the need for, let's say, something like the Denman Bridge, was the impact great? Like, to replace that bridge, did Transport ever review that replacing that bridge may be of lesser impact and greater efficiency than what the overall impact is that you've been talking about today?
Oh, look, there's a wide variety of impacts, considerations in terms of, anything from speed to being able to service these developments and the critical need that is the renewable transition, through to long-term investment, overarching impacts on communities. As you've pointed out, the Denman Bridge is, immediately adjacent to, a population within Denman. So the more pragmatic decisions seem to be to bypass Denman and to go around through the Waibong Bengala roads and to utilise different parts of the network.
So in order to make that assessment within transport, because obviously there's also the will of government and what they want to prioritise and spend money on, but with regard to efficiency, was replacing the Denman Bridge looked at from a department level?
It was certainly something that's been discussed and considered, but as you would be aware, that would take numerous years to undertake a piece of infrastructure like that, and it would be a sizable investment. So it was...
it became cost prohibitive?
No, it wasn't necessarily a cost-only decision. It was really about, as I said, a consideration around a range of things. But what seemed to be the sensible decision and what was supported by local government as well was to utilise parts of the regional road network and to reclassify those into the state road network so that the state assume responsibility for
So
their
when you say
uplift and their
support of
maintenance.
local government, you're saying that Muswellbrook Shire Council supported the use of their local road network to get in and around their LGA to move these turbine blades?
We've certainly had very collaborative discussions with the Upper Hunter councils, and my understanding is they were supportive of us reclassifying those roads, taking on that responsibility for both uplift and maintenance, yes.
Okay. With that said, the opposition have no more questions, Mr Murphy. Does the government have any questions?
Come on, mate. No questions from the government.
Dig him out of the hole. Come on.
No, they've done well. Well, thank you to everyone and to all the government officers for your attendance today. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding questions that were taken on notice and any supplementary questions. I suppose an opportunity now that is there anything on notice you wanted to deal with now, or are you happy to take it on in written form? Ms Drover?
The prior chair mentioned a pipeline near the M1 to Raymond Terrace project. We understand that pipeline is being developed by Santos. It's completely independent of the M1 to Raymond Terrace project. We don't believe it will impact construction. In fact, we will be very well advanced, or if not complete, by the time that pipeline would go through, given where it is in the development phase at the moment. And we also believe that the construction methodology for that should not impact the M1 to Raymond Terrace project either.
Anything else from any... You get an early mark.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your attending today.